するステージ、視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう。一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ。ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語、ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよ。どこまでも広がる空、勇気を持って進もう。君が主役のストーリ
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000上，几曾着眼看后望。真度真度，旌旗叹欧陆。
我是真一，欢迎来到新一期的赛季前瞻栏目。永劫无间第16个赛季燃耀将在4月1日正式开启，和大家保证啊，这可绝对不是愚人节玩笑。在本期的前瞻中呢，除了已经在测试服与大家见面的新武器飞刀之外，我们还准备了更多的内容爆料。毫无疑问 ，S16将又是一个量大管饱的赛季。如同集齐7龙珠就能召唤神龙之力那样，我们也将在接下来的节目中为各位玩家点起7把火，期待他们能像赛季名称燃耀一样，点亮这个永劫无间迄今最燃的赛季更新。有请主策划飞鸿老师为我们带来游戏内容的重磅爆料。
嗨，大家好，我是永劫主策划飞鸿。近2个月的版本更新中啊，游戏内容的释出节奏稍微有所放缓，有玩家可能会怀疑啊，开发组是不是在摸鱼？也有不少人说是不是在憋个大的？老实说，我们确实还需要一些时间。进入25年以来，我们正在紧锣密鼓地开发一个内容量远超新地图的全新游戏内容，并将在周年庆的裂缝事件中与大家正式见面。而在即将到来的16赛季，玩家们将体验到另一个重要事件——日火。我们将跟随车三娘的话语，逐步揭开祭沧海背景故事的新篇章。作为永劫无间最具代表性的英雄之一，烈豪祭沧海在2020年末第一次游戏测试的时候就和大家见过面了，掐指一算，已经过了4年多了。他开大时那只标志性的怒火焚身，想必大家也再熟悉不过。这次赛季事件中，我们花费了等同一个新英雄的工作量，为火德之师的祭沧海打造了全新的面貌。是的，这是你从未见过的祭沧海超燃的一面。配套的英雄故事 CG、神品外观、神品发型也将于赛季内上线。 揭开季沧海新篇章的同时啊，为了更好的适应游戏版本变化，季沧海的技能也将迎来重做。我们非常期待上线后，火蓝玩家能给大家带来非常精彩的操作。此外，灵魂夜的英雄技能在这次也将合并调整。我们目前的计划是移除灵魂夜的 F1，保留 F2、F3，同时加强浮空示范时的吸附效果，使它不容易打空了。在奥义方面，我们移除了 V2，并对 V1和 V3进行了调整。V1我们准备给它增加可射击释放。V1在释放时只会消耗一部分怒气，剩余的怒气将在读秒的过程中陆续消耗，避免出现奥义被打断后怒气直接归零的不良体验。V3则在连线爆炸时新增的沉默效果，加强了灵魂夜在释放奥义时的压迫感。还有一些其他英雄的平衡调整，欢迎大家在后续版本的测试服中亲自上手体验，并与我们分享看法。大家提出的每一条建议都是这些英雄调整最终成型不可或缺的助力。新武器飞刀上线测试服以来，引发了许多关注和讨论。各位先锋瑞士团的热心玩家也为我们提出了很多实打实的建议。没错，作为忍节首款真正意义上软件皆备的武器飞刀看起来确实格外与众不同。一方面，我们希望这些设计能够丰富对主的可能性，同时呢，我们也未曾忘记此前新武器上线的教训所以评估这次新武器新基地的时，我们会格外的谨慎。正是基于这个考量我们决定提前1个多月将飞刀放入测试服，留出充足的时间供大家仔细的体验，也让我们有机会打磨修改。我重申一下飞刀不是愚人节整活。对于这个久违半年多推出的新武器，我们是认真的想要把它做得更好的。在这儿，我也想给大家分享对飞刀初步调整的一些想法。结合目前测试服的一些数据表现我们在考虑减少右键正击的前摇，增加后摇。此外，按键截断普通攻击的效果也将不再打断钩索飞袭了。以上调整内容将在3月26日的测试服中实装，有待大家进一步的体验和检阅。在同期的测试服中，我们还将加入飞刀的惊魂润。这段战斗动作的设计灵感源自经典武侠小说中的招式暴乳梨花针，集中之极，出必见血，将暗器之王的暴力美学挥洒到极致。如果你也想要拥有这份天下第一的潇洒，就别忘了在测试服更新后亲自上手测试。在飞刀相关的反馈中我们还收到了不少有关武器皮肤的建议，比如有些玩家提到可以将扑克牌作为外观的灵感进行设计，这其实和我们正在开发中的内容不谋而合。在去年12月的53年论宣传片中杰洛特曾有一幕靠丢出纸牌化干戈为日薄的画面。不论多久，大家也能在游戏中像这样4两拨千斤般的丢出飞牌了。如果有更多关于飞刀玩法的和外观的建议欢迎大家在评论区或弹幕告诉我们。6月初，征程之路的全新篇章将和大家见面，而此前我们曾透露曾在6月上线的全新战斗道具，也在我们的努力下反向跳票，至4月和大家见面了。它就是全新的法宝系统。胡桃的噬魂斩变成了毁天灭地的次元斩，玉立人的香炉长出4条大尾巴，季沧海的火球还可以是一个定时炸弹，感受到了吗？这些就是英雄配专属法宝的威力。在局外锻造出入天宫台，消耗混沌石，可随机打造出不同效果的法宝，为你的战斗提供巨大的增益。除了前面提到的英雄专属法宝，还有其他一些增加灵连上限、强化灵连打击等等的效果的通润法宝可供打造。你可以为锻造出来的法宝升级和觉醒，使它进化并获得更强烈的效果。法宝锻造材料的混沌石主要获得方式来自全新的烽火百炼玩法。在百人洞地下的炼心渊内英雄们需要击杀藤鬼，将藤鬼上层的精气注入丹炉内，来维持混沌天炉的运转，帮助天炉进阶。积攒进度并成功守卫天炉进源后，便能收获满满一炉的战利品混沌石了。烽火百炼玩法和法宝系统将在每个真神赛季的后半程上线，并随着真神赛季的更新而重置，而且每个真神赛季都会推出全新的英雄专属法宝和通润法宝，力求让大家玩得更爽。另一个重大内容更新，就是在6月上线的真神之路全新篇章。从这个真神季开始，英雄们的对手不再是万象， 而是天海大师口中并非无敌的领族人。本次新关卡将随着苍蓝托莫尔的脚步来到长生寨，而在那里等候他的是曾经目睹300年前苍蓝部落兴衰的环月，一位身披蓝皮的隐族人。苍蓝王对草原的统治为何惨淡收场？亲眼目睹过不求灭族之力的环月，而今面对重新卷入纷争的苍蓝王后人托莫尔，又会做出如何反应呢？风吼阵的故事新篇章或许能给大家带来解答。新赛季当然也有全新的玩法。此前远程武器在真神之路里的定位一直略显尴尬，虽然也有诸如火蓝双风暴、灵红叶冰无眼冲的玩法，但比起近战的套路啊，远程一直不是主流。而在这个赛季，我们为远程武器量身定做的全新的战斗模式——神射系统。首先，远程武器将可以震刀了，使用鸟这种弓箭的英雄将获得全新的震刀招式，怪物天脸也不用担忧了，震他个措手不及。此外，在战斗中使用远程武器造成伤害，可以积攒神射值。神射值满后，你将进入神射状态，将看破所有敌人的弱点，瞄准弱点进行射击，就会造成额外的伤害。第一阶段的神射系统将覆盖特摩尔、神庙、玉玲珑和固金坎4位英雄，其余的武器招式也在紧锣密鼓的制作中，并将尽快与大家见面。
特爆！加量不加价的赛季通行证来喽！从下个赛季起，大家通行证等级达到115级之后，就能在解锁原有每个等级奖励的基础上，额外再获得一次抽奖机会，有机会抽到花鹿、宝箱等多重道具好礼，奖励加码，价格不变，多玩多得。新赛季新气象，怎么能没有新衣服呢？燃耀赛季的后续更新将有多个时装企划上新，其中打头阵的是长歌诗印系列的第2弹。继第1弹推出了3首唐诗之后，时隔多日，我们将迎来4首以词牌为主题的时装，它们是铁血丹心满江红、醉意阑珊如梦令、豪情万丈念奴娇以及逍遥山水鹧鸪天。这些词牌主题的时装，有部分在赛季通行证中就会和大家见面了。孔子说诗词可以兴，可以观，可以群，可以悦。我们也特邀一位国家级京剧艺术家为本次企划带来独特的京剧腔演绎，希望能用永劫无间特有的方式，将这些包罗万象的诗词浪漫传达给更多的玩家。
除了刚刚这些福利啊，我再给大家爆料一些即将上线的游戏内容吧。为了能让高水平对局的战斗更加激烈纯正，我们将尝试在赛季中后期的天人之战中引入全新的机制——金乌之力。在第3轮地脉仪刷新的时候，除了现有的地脉仪之外，我们将新增一个金乌之力地脉仪。玩家若成功占领金乌之力地脉仪，便可以给全场没有 Rio 成功之力的玩家添加燃出效果。除了之前解燃出的手段之外，新增了一个特殊任务，完成后也可以解燃出了。这下正是我花开后百花杀，天人激战一触即发。今年的泼水节，一窝蜂的特殊形态一窝水将再度回归。别担心，我们参考了去年同期活动大家的反馈，一窝水的主力效果投放概率也得到调整，并增加了将其可以投入熟人井的功能。盘南岛的捷宝球也将变成为水球，碰撞后有概率获得兑换奖励的活动道具。还有一个大家呼声很高的瑞山 PVE 变身皮肤也将在燃耀赛季登场。这一次，瑞山将穿上一副荆棘编织的盔甲，每一颗荆刺不仅是强攻的利器，也是守护的坚盾。相信它能与五位侯披坚执锐、一往无前的将军之姿相得益彰。我们已经推出2款神品发型，也听到了大家对于发型配色方面的诉求。新赛季更新后神品发型都可以通过消耗染膏来解锁其他3种配色，适应大家多样化的装扮需求。新赛季还有更多的新联动吗？有的，赛季第1天就将有一款重磅联动与大家见面，请看图。这款联动内容很快就和大家见面了，预知后事如何下周2就见分晓。在上期新春前瞻中已经预告过的一款联动内容，也引发了大家踊跃的猜想。我在这里多透露一条线索吧，请看提示。
感谢飞鸿老师带来的第1手开发情报。燃耀赛季的前瞻内容就先分享到这里了，希望这些内容能为大家燃起更多游玩永劫无间的乐趣。 永劫无间现已入围2026年的名古屋亚运会电竞项目，而就在这周四，3月20日，永劫无间 Nbpl 春季赛也将火热开战。18支联赛队伍将争夺春季赛的冠军，职业老将能否再续辉煌，又是否有黑马突出重围呢？这周四前往各大直播平台，我在 Nbpl 等你哦。大家对赛季内容有任何想讨论或者想吐槽的点，欢迎在评论区跟弹幕留言告诉我们。那我们下次前瞻再会喽，拜拜，
拜拜。
新春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫蓝梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. We have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again? Catch! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
咱们是混乱一口烟，2个人影都看不到边，为什么带来？让你也逃不出我手指间，一个惊讶，一个
Ooh, look.
过人性无电，一个是左右摇摆青丝。
Give it up, miss! Take a breather, would you? You're not paid enough for this! Just call it a day!
可这个为情低头看，哎，那个大活人上了哪处？
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya! Huh? ワクワクするステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000上，几曾着眼看后望。争渡争渡，旌旗探欧陆。
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. It's week 2 of the bi-weekly for solos in our spring 2025 split. I'm Gut Moxie, and I have the wonderful pleasure of being joined by NARAKA, and we have the absolute lovely ability to take you through the next 6 games of the day, starting off with a very aggressive Midnight Midoriya.
I'm very excited to be thrown right on into the action, Moxie. This is a place I've really wanted to be, just figuring out what the ebb and flow of the solo season is going to look like. I love getting in on the ground floor and seeing who's making a name for themselves. You guys have been coaching me in the back. It's an honor to be here, of course, and I cannot wait to dive into these 6 games of action.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, speaking of, like, looking at who's been incredibly strong, but that is the point that we will return to because we have to make sure that all of our lovely viewers are getting their rewards. Make sure if you're watching on Twitch that your account is going to be linked. I know it's not the cosmetic drops that everyone is looking for, so make sure that you're tuning in for the bi-weekly finals of this week, which will be taking place next weekend on Saturday for solos and Sunday for trios, which is where you will be able to get your hands on that unsheathed player avatar icon. And remember, the NBPL cosmetic drops are that weekend only. Once that weekend is over, they are out of the loop of game drop rotations for good. So if you do not want to miss out on that FOMO, make sure that you're here at this very spot next week.
Absolutely, Moxie. Make sure that you guys are sticking on in the Twitch channel. Beyond that, just follow NARAKA on all of the different social media platforms that they have available. I know that they got a great community over there on the Discord as well, so make sure that you check out for that. But speaking of FOMO, I do want to talk about the fear of missing out on moving on in this bi-weekly finals. You know, Moxie, we got a lot of people vying for those spots, trying to make the cut. And who are some of the standout names that you're looking forward to seeing today?
Well, one of the players that we are going to be seeing today, and one of the players who unfortunately was absent for the first time in his NBPL career, T225 missed a bi-weekly finals, and he was not happy. We were watching him watch Fong's POV on that last day of solos last week because it was between him and Fong getting through, and that was a roller coaster of emotions that went through for his POV NARAKA. Unfortunately, he didn't make it in, but as we saw from his performance on Thursday, he is incredibly motivated to make sure that that does not happen again. And we also have to talk about a rookie in the NBPL League this year who does not look like a rookie at all. Alliance's Asia has been absolutely dominating, coming in with 6 MVPs in his first week of play.
Yeah, Asia is one of those people that you guys were talking about in the back, somebody who's really rising up the ranks, looking to make a splash, and you want to be able to get in early on in a season, in a year, to demonstrate this kind of prowess, because as you build that reputation for yourself, as you build yourself up as somebody that has all this momentum going deeper on into the season, I think that there's a lot of pathways that open up to different means by which to get to those, you know, top level competitions that you want. You don't want to have a sudden peak at the very end or something like that. I like that people are really trying to push back and retain the consistency they either had for previous seasons or accomplish that for the very first time. I know that we got talk of Mike and Spider, 2 top competitors who have had pretty interesting starts this year. Those are also players I want to be watching out for, not just today, but also in the future.
Yeah, especially because the Spider actually split with his previous coach from last year, which was very interesting. I thought they really would be a package parcel deal, but they have gone their separate ways, and Spider has been a little bit inconsistent in the past, very much a hit or miss. Same thing for Mike, though. He was struggling towards actually coming into J-Cup last year, and then he went ahead and won it all. So we were really thinking headed into the 2025 season, especially with the way that the meta has drifted, the fact that ACOS is coming back into the mix, that Justina is seeing a return resurgence too. So a lot of these players who have had that past experience and been through all of those old solos matters would have had an advantage. But in that first bi-weekly, Mike was not having a fun time at all. However, you can see it's motivated him. So he's currently second in the standings alongside Asia sitting at number 1. And as we talked about, T225 still playing for YZG down in that 3rd place position.
Yeah, this is a great top 3 cut. All people that are, like you said, either building that reputation or people who are coming back with a vengeance. Really happy to see Mike nipping at the heels of Asia. Look at how close that point differential is at the very top of the table. A little bit more of a gap as we move down to T225, but this is somebody who could jump in an instant with that really strong approach to play. And they're going to be our participating players, all laid out nicely for you to see on the day.
Yeah, that distance between Asia and Mike is only going to get bigger because Mike is not playing today. If you want to be able to see Mike in action, you're going to have to tune in next Thursday. He is out of group rotation. Spider, however, his old-term rival and actually best friend behind the scenes, is going to be in the mix, as is Wu Fong, who is a player that last year was in the position of coming in and being the rookie that we immediately started to talk about, purely because like there were so many things things that was kind of like an unspoken rule, especially when it came to Realm of Yang. The players would like wait it out, they would try to min-max, they try to make sure that they didn't go up against the strongest player in the lobby. Wufeng didn't care. He would literally just go straight in the second that portal opened, and that was a talking point, and Wufeng was one of those players who would win those 1v1 matchups, who was incredibly confident, which was why he was going, which was why he didn't care if he fought about Spider, he didn't care if he fought about Mike, and he actually got incredibly close to being able to take either an Nbpl title and Jacob in December last year too, so he's definitely not one to miss as well.
Hey, nothing like unbridled aggression. And you talked a little bit, Moxie, about how that's also going to be a running theme here as we move into Predoria as our first map. Now, I haven't actually got the opportunity to see or play on Predoria as of late, particularly in the solos context. So can you walk us through what we're about to see?
Yeah, so Predoria is the latest map that we've had in the NARAKA pool. It came out last year, and it was immediately the most interesting as well as the most macro-heavy because there's so many unique points of interest that can come on through. You've got Imperium, dead center of the map, where if you get the kills, you can actually spawn up an extreme longsword, which we don't tend to see actually come through. I believe it's happened in solos a total of 3 times so far, and the first time that it occurred, the player who got the red longsword immediately had it parried out of their hands and lost that one, and it became a sort of pass the parcel game all the way through the round of whoever would pick up that red longsword. What's much more common that you're going to be seeing is players landing on the northern area of the map, which is Arcadia, so that they can collect 7 Thunder Coins and unlock that red Vulpine Essence Soul Jade, which you can then have to pop and proc in your first Realm of Yang fight, which, like Mortal Defiance, will pop off if you're about to take a fatal hit, will be able to heal you up and provides a nice big knockback as well to the player that you're up against too. So if you're stuck in a TOD and you're knocked up in the air and you don't have access to your combo breaker, it will bail you out of the fight.
Yeah, a lot of really cool stuff to watch out for. This is a map that, at least when it came to trios, actually kind of led to a slower pace of game. I know that some people have said that, you know, this could definitely be an aggressive map depending on how people decide to drop. But here in solos, for me at least, it's very much all up in the air. Very excited to see how everybody decides to approach this first game, especially because this is a great way to set the stage for the rest of the series. You know, 6 games ahead of you. It's a real grind, not only for them, but for us as well. I got to make sure I don't get too crazy hype. I'm going to blow my voice out before we get to the real good stuff. But right here, right now, I want to see those front runners try to continue that streak of dominance. Like you said, at the top of the table, it's not necessarily just people who are here this week. It's people who kind of needed to jump up as high as possible, because come next week, when they don't get the opportunity to put more points on the board, there's a chance that those leads begin to swap and positions begin to fall. So with all that in mind, I want to see us coming out hot and strong, already into character select now, and first looking to be the first one to hover and lock in.
Yeah, so this is, ooh, hold on a minute. That's a discrepancy. We're going to have 3 Liams running around the field. Star and Spider just got gift wrapped. Absolute stellar hero selection coming on out. Zhuan Yuan, cat amongst the pigeons, going to be locking in that Kylan and leaving up to potential 3 Liams on the board. But no, Spider swerves it and goes for the Sheol instead. TVB5 is going to snap up that Sheol too. Let's see what CDY wants to lock in. So we're going to have 3 Sheols, 2 Liams, so far 1 Kylan. Kylan's still not going to be locked fully on out. We might still see things like that Justina come on through from Asia and Frostivus as they go into either damage selection mode or that premier pick of Sheol, or potentially Lani, which has started gaining a lot of traction, and there it is. But I want to see, is it V1 Lani or is it V2? Because that's still a debate.
Yeah, I love that we're getting some showcasing of this newest character to the game. And we were talking a little bit backstage, Boxy, about how, you know, some characters, they got these very self-evidently powerful kits. Some of these other characters take a little bit of time to grow, but Lani just looks absolutely like a powerhouse, and I'm very happy that we're going to get the opportunity for players to make their mark early with this pickup. But this is a lot of priority on Kylan. I know this is definitely still one of the top solo characters, but what is it that is motivating some of these players to pick it up so early on?
I mean, he did get buffed. We are not playing on live patch currently for all of y'all. We're not on season 16 patch, but we are still on the previous match, which came through on the 13th of March, which means that Kylan, the cost for those dashes got reduced to his health, and also the amount of health that he gets back to his own health bar. on the successful cleave from an enemy is going to be increased as well, as is the 4 seconds of just refusal to die, which has been left untouched. So you can win those heal-off situations. He's got chase down potential, he's got a combo breaker, he's strong with an ultimate that can last out others inside the realm of Yang, which makes him competitive to go up against the likes of Lani, Shayol, Liam coming on for, and he's also not a Liam pick, which means that it eases off the pressure in terms of the fact that you have to play 5 separate heroes today.
Yep, and we got some Cyrus coming in at the end, shaking things up. This is a character that I got to see in full power there in trios mode, but of course that ultimate, that ability to just sustain and draw out fights is going to be really valuable here in solos as well. This is going to be the field, this is going to be the board. Battle lines have been drawn, and we're about to see where we're dropping.
Oh, well, PXT is going to go for V2, but Xuanyuan is going for V1 Kylan, so we're still being a little bit contrarian. Not only did we pick him in phase 1, but we're also going to be going for V1 instead of the V2, so we're not going to be getting the dash throughs, we're going to be getting the claw swipe cleaves, so you can have a look and see where everyone is going to be dropping. Arcadia is currently grayed out, which is the reason why no one is going to be able to land directly into it. And we are going to be able to see a lot of these other players running to prioritize places like Skygate's Cove, which is going to be lit up in yellow, which means higher loot priority. So make sure that you are going to be dropping that first so you can activate those fire wheels, which means that when the lava hits, it doesn't burn you, and your opponents have to play the floor as lava instead.
Really good clustering, so we're going to probably get quite a bit of action, some scrambling and jockeying for position early on in this one. In particular, that bottom left quadrant, having our leader on the leaderboard right now is going to be something to watch out for. But here we go, everybody getting ready, trying to get to the best position possible, and already we got a fight going on.
Ooh, Spider already forces out that combo breaker. The F1 from Cheryl has been used. Spider does drop down. Thinks about potentially opening up that trove, but wants to keep on top of T225. He knows that he has the upper hand. He knows that the other Cheryl does not have that combo breaker. As long as he can keep T225 on the ropes, he's not getting the opportunity to find loot either. But now that T225 has broken the ankles, it does seem like we're going to be getting a little bit of a loot pickup first. T225 opening a trove, finds a blue armor reset, and that is now going to be able to force out that combo breaker coming through once again. Spider goes for the overhold, goes for the uppercut connection onto T225 before he can scale rush, finds the parry. There's the one hit of damage into the scale rush follow through, into the swap up onto those fists, and that is T225 taken down.
TT25, one of these front runners, we were really going to see them make a mark early in this one, but that's got to be demoralizing start already on the day. But meanwhile, we got Verse facing off against Lipo. Lipo going to get parried early in this one, has the rare armor, unfortunately, already getting drained. Verse does seem to have the upper hand, as now it is going to be a chase down. Lipo trying to buy a little bit of space right now, unable to get enough distance away from Verse, who is going to lose a bit of health there, clipped there by the longer weapon in the form of that staff. And now CDY is looking at third party, coming in with the epic armor. Verse now maybe in trouble. Hookshot coming out. CDY actually going to have their hook broken up by Verse, who's now going to be the one trying to get on top of Lipo. Wants to get the reset before maybe going on the turn around, as now Lipo up in corner is finding it hard to get the movement that they want. Rounding the corner, CDY continuing to give chase. Lipo at about half health, no armor to speak of, doesn't get the scale dash off the wall. Lipo trying to navigate away from both of these, maybe trying to corral Verse to face off against CDY and get to safety, but it doesn't seem like anybody is relenting on taking down this low player, as now Verse is going to be able to round the corner, get up on the high ground, and while CDY is stumbling in the back line, I don't think that Lipo is long for this world, as now he's juggled over to CDY.
There's the V1 though! Lipo, by taking so much damage and also being able to kite around both the walls underneath the cave and his combo breaker to cut the ankles, was able to build up that V1, and that is going to reset the fight. The next 18 seconds are going to be Lipo spamming out those stun dazzles so he can heal himself back up. And it's going to be Verse and CDY backing off so they don't get caught out into that CC. Lipo now with his health bar intact, but unfortunately missing all of that armor, goes for that immediate RMB from the staff, which was something actually that we saw Verse incredibly wary of, to the point that he actually invested his combo breaker into avoiding out of that purple last hit of focus, as Spider has sensed that something's amiss, and you can see him crouching down, not wanting to be spotted, potentially going to be coming through with something like a bow shot to snipe away this kill.
Yeah, already this trio has been dragging it out for so long. It's kind of a sunk cost fallacy. You need to find a kill pretty soon. Otherwise, someone is going to come in and mop it up, and you get absolutely nothing for it. Lipo still managing to stay alive. Finally going to be popped here, as now it will be Spider joining into the fight. Backing off a little bit. CDY versus having to contend with one another. Great parry there, CDY. In a scramble situation, going to be able to pull out the shields right here, right now. But Spider, still on the backside of this fight, is looking for an entrance point. May try to steal this kill away. First in trouble, gonna drop down below, gets the hook shot. CDY now going to follow Verse on one touch right now with the armor available. Spider is going to be the one giving chase, and I do wonder if CDY is just going to use this opportunity to lick his wounds.
Yeah, looks like he's gonna go for some of that reset. As like you said, the great armor reset allows Verus the chance of being able to try and disengage, but that armor is gone and that health bar is still lacking. And Spider gets to close up the distance with those dual blades just before he can find that disengagement. And with that kill now alerting CDY, he knows that the elimination has been removed and he just has to try and book it as quickly as possible. Remember, everybody in that fight invested their ultimates except Spider. So in the second stage of this fight, CDY, if he gets tracked down by this other Sheol, is going to be at a disadvantage.
Spider deciding to disengage for the time being, is still coming out with those 2 kills and is in a very comfortable position, as much of that early game that we often talk about as being pivotal is kind of already fading, as now Xiao is going to be meeting up with Spider here, both deciding to just shop and handshake this.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be positioning really quickly. We don't want to be burning our ultimates. Realm of Yang is going to be spawning on up. You need Soul Jades to be able to come on through, or potentially you buy yourself a little bit of better gear coming on out from those Rift Dealers as well. No one wants to take a fight and burn their ultimate unnecessarily. As unfortunately, we can see that Verus still trying to find that mid-recovery position. PXT just shadowing him behind, has that purple armor, has the blue weapon to scale up into his Kylan ultimate if he does take a Realm of Yang fight. As we can see that T25 has tried to turn his round around by respawning on up over into Skygaze in the hopes that this has not been looted as heavily as the other areas of the map, as we can potentially see the floating pile also being invested in. Given that this is a nighttime map of Padoria, those floating piles will come alongside Fireflies spawning with them too.
Yeah, Firefly is going to be a real accelerant for the curse of this game, especially with so many defining ultimates built up across the map. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen, as we are going to get this first Realm of Yang spawning on up. Spider already getting primo position to dive in.
Yeah, this is why we saw Spider hold on to his ultimate. Does have one purple soldier. Stacks a lot of damage reduction coming on for 2v5. Still up over by Celestial Barge. Has to make sure that he does not get spotted by Wolves PXT, because that is a Realm of Yang spawned directly next to that Sheol. And PXT, he's not going to be leaving that circle. He wants to be able to hold on to his Yang pass. So if he gets pressured by another player, he does not lose that rage regeneration when he crosses into that portal. Sees the position that T25 had left behind, knows that there can potentially be legendary troves inside that barge, so it goes for a potential upgrade, as Asia also going to be crouching underneath those cliffs, not wanting to get spotted out, wanting to scout a little bit of lay of the land to see whether he's going to get contested or not. So I don't even believe we have a Moonbane being dropped onto one of those portals to block off the entrances either. Everybody currently is scrapping it out over here instead.
Yep, right inside of the treasure trove, we're going to see who manages to come on top, or if anybody just decides to handshake for the loot right now. T225 going to round the corner, see CDY on top of them. Both of them just going to do a little hop of friendship before launching back in. This is a very awkward position, navigating and trying to figure out what they want to do with Realm of Yang. Also very important. And so we got Star all the way inside of the shadow.
Has someone griefed him into just running away with Thunder Coins? They do respawn eventually, but it definitely slows down your progress. You can see as well that floating pile has been looted, the Fireflies picked up. No red Volpine essence, even though Star is floating around Arcadia. Someone else has either broken that Jade and picked it up already, or Star was getting so low by that zone tick and wasn't able to find the Thunder Coins that he had to just abandon that position. So now we head into this first Realm of Yang. Spider goes aerial, snipes out the position, potentially behind those back pillars with the pistol shot, starts chipping away some of that armor, forces out the combo breaker from the Kylan too. PXT with that overhold now goes into the ultimate. We can see Spider invests the F1 to clear up the spacing, gives him the opportunity of activating his ultimate, and now with that Kylan staggers him, he will be able to try and get him into this chokehold. And now it becomes a kite path coming on through with those pillars coming into play. And Spider is more than happy to play that game every single time the Kylan skill rushes. Spider gets to follow with the pistol, and he is not missing.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful stuff coming through from Spider, just playing the war of attrition. Now actually going to find the access point. PXT unable to fire off anything in response right now. Double parry, double blue focus, and that's going to be Spider slicing and dicing his way to an easy victory here in the first realm of Gang. And now we move on over to see how Asia is going to be facing off against Frostivus here. Frostivus, unfortunately, getting this exchange to start things off now in a very difficult position. Only 50% so far on the Rage. Might be able to clip a little bit of damage away from Asia out here, but a big parry into a disarm, that's going to be enough to clean it up. And our front runner on the league is going to continue the reign of terror.
Yeah, Frostivus got clipped by the Lani V2 when he was up in the air, which means that he would not have been able to dodge it. Had to invest the combo breaker off of the back of that one. And Asia knows he has the upper hand in tempo and can just push aggressively. Frostivus was back against this wall. Just has to try and take that fight that Asia was able to force. And now with that, that's two very fast Realm of Yang fight wins for both Asia and Spider. Two Vermilion Birdsmite coming into play alongside now Lipo. So 521 was also able to take his Realm of Yang as well. PXT going up onto Celestial Barge. T225 still in this area. Goes incredibly high, and we can see PXT with us. Hallie's trying to catch on to T225 with the RMB. Everyone who's got Yang depletion too, PXT being one of those players, he's going to have to try and take a fight, but he cannot afford to show his hand. If these players understand that he has Yang depletion, they are just going to time out when that depletion burns on down. Asia and Spider now fighting head-to-head, which is something that we don't really see. When both of these players have buffs, you want to be able to take full advantage of the duration. You're both coming in with legendary weapons too. You can see that Asia has his equipped. Spider only now swaps to it so that he can get all of this follow-up damage when he gets that chokehold coming on out off of the back of it. And we can see that Lani just does not want any part of this fight, because now the players with Yang depletion come in looking for the third party.
Yeah, now we got a real big melee on our hands here. Asia already, without their armor available, is just trying to get the heck out of dodge. Might not be able to, as they're going to get double hook shotted. Spider right back on top of their foe, just going to win that in an instant, as PXT is trying to find some kind of value up against the most dominant player in the lobby right now in the form of Spider. Manages to get a scale rush, trying to find a way to fall back. Lipo with full armor, going to be able to stagger Spider, who's now just getting beamed down by Shaw, who's also going to find an angle onto Lipo and company, now finally descending out of the ultimate. This should be enough for Shaw to just be juggled down. But meanwhile, on the backside of this fight, CDY has entered the fray. Frostivus is here, desperate to try to bust out of that debuff. And now we got PXT on top of everybody as well. SHA with nowhere to go, just gonna get blown up on the backline. PXT also unable to survive this flurry of blows, as we are gonna get Frostivus retreating back around the corner. 1-1 is going to be here as well. Verse just looking for a way out of this tight corridor. Hookshot going to be able to get them a little bit of space, but the fadeaway shot means that Jean Yuan is able to continue the chase down. Verse in a lot of trouble here. Almost gets staggered across the corner now. Jean Yuan with another good solid contact is going to deplete the entirety of Verse's armor, and now this is a desperate scramble situation for the representative of Weibo. Jean Yuan going to take a little bit of velocity and verticality here. Verse is going to mirror it. With the fan burst, might be able to turn this back around. Has the common armor swap. Jean Yuan actually in a lot of trouble now. Going to try to drop down across this pillar, and now Verse with a slight high ground advantage, looking to dive across this tree. Gets a little bit caught up. Lipo also here might be able to third party, and Jean Yuan now trying to kill up is going to be in trouble, as Spider has also re-entered the fray.
Yeah, Jean Yuan gets to play around the stone pillar. He does not have Yang depletion, so there's no timer counting down, which is why he's more than happy stretching out this fight, especially because we saw the next realm of Yang spawning on up. You can see that Asia was posted on over onto that left side, which is the reason that these players have left this Kylan alone currently. It is not worth the overinvestment of utilities and ultimates when so many of these players are looking to all in you and punish if you overplay your hand. Really good usage of the terrain, very good weapon in the back pocket too, and we can see that, oh, there we go, FPX's star. It took a couple of attempts, but Volpine Essence has been picked up for that Liam, and he is going to be able to have that Soldier to carry on through either into this next Realm of Yang or potentially into this end game, as we can see that Spider has not gone into a Realm of Yang. He's going to be occupying a Spirit Well instead currently. WBG's verse, unfortunately, looks like he might have kited into this passage, hoping to find a little bit of loot to recover his game, and he slides by, and oh my goodness, what a smash and grab. Instantly grabs that purple armor and is off on his merry way.
I'm kind of surprised that Spider let that happen. Was it just a matter of not seeing, or what was the call there? As you look at the opportunity cost, Spider, I thought, you know, front computer here in the lobby, deciding to not actually go for a Realm of Yang. Instead, we are going to take a look here at Wufong, trying to get in versus Star, and already got great contact to try to break through that armor. Star, though, trying to be aggressive, going to drop that ultimate. Big ball. Wufong now go to lose armor of their own, taking back towards the air. Ultimate coming out. I think they may have this just by virtue of popping the V second. That being said, Star doing a great job finding coverage across these pillars. Wufong just trying to use the remainder of this duration as best that they can. Also healing up, just firing off the spikes.
He's out of stamina.
Corner. Oh, Wufong in a little bit of trouble here. Gonna try to play at range with a pistol. Star gets the sprawl, and now the representative TE might be in trouble.
Yeah, Wufong goes for the uppercut catch into grapple kick, into charge RMB, into drop down horizontal with the jump horizontal. Doesn't manage to find the damage. Charges up the focus to be able to clank the skirmish coming on through from Star, and we get to see the proc of that Volpine Essence, and Wufong now has to find another opening. Yet again, he was expecting that to be able to win him the gambit. Now he's using the Dragon like Mike, turns his attention into spacing, throws out the RMB, goes for the drop down off of the F1, but the jump horizontals coming up from this longsword are coming out incredibly quickly. Tap dodges through the charge vertical and finds the drop down attack. Wufong lives the engagement, forces the proc of the Volpine Essence, and by the skin of his teeth survives the aftermath. What a play coming through from the Syra.
Absolutely absurd play on a nice edge, but Wufong is going to come out on top, walking away with the White Tiger's prowess, as we're going to see the same scene there for T225. I think notably, ALL did drop in that 1v1 on the other Realm of Yang, which is a pretty interesting thing to see here. You would kind of expect the front runner to be the front runner even in this situation, but Ajao gonna have to try to find a new angle.
Yeah, he does still have that legendary staff, and he does get to come back into the game with his ultimate charged on up. SS1 CDY is currently just a little bit ahead of him if he can get a little bit of scouting information to come on through, as it does look like we might be getting a final zone located near Skygaze Cove with all of that lava additional damage coming into play. CDY has been spotted. Asia now begins the hunt. Again, he can't overplay his hand. If he chases this too relentlessly, it becomes very obvious that he is the Lani in this lobby with Yang depletion. Fortunately, I do believe he's the only Lani currently. Oh no, wait, Frostifus is still around, and he is on Lani as well. But these players know that Alani lost that Realm of Yang fight, and Star is now under the process of getting caught out. The F is going to be invested from the Lani, dodging away from that longsword extension, and that provides the opportunity with the spacing out from the other Lani for Wufong to come on through. Remember, HR does not need the elimination, he just needs the Soul Bloom. So if he can actually let Wufong find this kill into the Liam and slip in and grab that Bloom before the Syra can find it, he is sitting incredibly pretty. As that is going to be the V2, comes on through from Star, finds the grab, goes for the skirmish with Wufong, still held over his shoulder. He's just trying to buy himself as much time and distance between all of these players as he possibly can, but he's got Yang depletion too. Gets another grab, this time onto T25, might just yeet him immediately into that zone damage coming on out. The fan in his hand is allowing these skill rushes to come on through incredibly quickly, but unfortunately his health bar is getting lower and lower, and Spider is going to be able to steal him down. Question is, did anyone manage to grab that Soul Bloom? Have we been able to spot out Ajao? The leaderboard currently is not showing it. He's too high up. Yes, he was! He stole away the Master of Illusions Lani, slipped in and grabbed the Soul Bloom. before Spider could pick it on up, and Asia was in the clear.
That's very good for Asia, especially in a car crash situation like this, where everybody's beginning to get concentrated up as the shadow begins to shrink, and in-kind people just trying to chase one another down. You have that fear of missing out on that top cut. Spider, of course, wanting to make a statement here in the first game, wants to climb that ladder, get past that 13th mark there, and I think that they will be able to if they keep this brilliant run going. The thing is, in order to gain as many points as possible, they do want to continue to build their advantage, play aggressively. But here we are. Flashback to what got Asia into that sticky situation to begin with here. Trying to navigate with that legendary staff, about half armor for the time being. Scale rushing, trying to buy a little bit of space. T225, though, keeping on the pressure with the dual blades. Big parry right there. Asia just going to clink here. And that blue is going to be able to charge up and get T225 all of Asiao's armor, and now it's just going to be a combo. Asia has to use Breaker very quickly in this exchange, and just gets completely blown out with this trade at low health. Becomes a scramble situation. T225 has all the time in the world to now just play the waiting game and knock out this ALL representative in the realm of Yang.
Yeah, the second that he forces Asia so low in that health, as well as the fact that that Shale ultimate still has 2 more staggers to be able to proc into that CC. Forces him up into that sky. He's throwing out the catch ball. He's trying to get a little bit of damage, knockback, and also heal coming off from the connection from the Shale. But because he's out in that open space, he's not getting to play around the cover of Pillar. So the musket swap comes on through from TDD5. And from there, it is just a matter of time. TDD5 also doing a very good job of denying the option selections that Asia was wanting to be able to use. You saw him kite over towards those pillars, looking to set up a skill rush, and immediately 2-5 with the uppercut was able to find the interruption before that skill rush could be charged up to blue, with that hyper armor preventing any form of stagger from a light attack, as we can see that Wufang running around still with the Dragon-like Might, has a lot of legendary soldiers. I believe one of them is actually Mortal Defiance coming on out from this Syra, as everyone is going to be contesting over towards that Spirit Well. Who's going to be able to pick up this loot? There's the Dragon-like immediately clipping onto TD5, going to be forcing him back. TDY moving into position, threatening the fan RMBs coming on out from the focus hits. It's going to be exchanged with another player who's also taking advantage of how quickly that attack comes on through. But you have to be so careful now in the multi-way fights, because that parry window is not just forward-facing, it is 360, as we can see from TV5 getting immediately punished. If you throw a focus strike and another player is able to find the parry, they can still turn it. They don't even have to go for the parry animation punishment onto you. But TV5 will be able to pick up that Spirit Well, will be able to get another ultimate on the field as well, which is why he's committed into his V1 already coming on out. And now we're going to be seeing all of the players understanding that the lobby is playing to that Shale's tempo, and everyone scrambles away, hoping that they're not the player close enough to get turned onto by the Shale. As here comes TD5 with the jump horizontals, just absolutely mincing down the Cyrus HP. Already forces out the combo break coming through from the F1. Lipo, sliver of health, just manages to pop the V1 in time, but that zone is going to be pushing him out. He's having to spam out all of these stun dazzles. He's got the verticality, at least, with the Syra float movement coming in through in the ultimate, but the second that this is done, you can see TD5 has not spaced out entirely. He is going to be right on top of this Syra, looking for that punishment follow through.
Good movement by Lipo. A little bit of a juke here, going to get drained as they are within the shadow now. But I think that they have to just take this gamble. They're too desperate of a position. They're just hoping that by taking time away from this fight, everybody's going to get engaged with everybody else. But as soon as they re-enter there, they are given no respite whatsoever and are knocked out as we move down to very few people left in this one. This is going to be the deciding battle for sure. Frostivus looking for an angle. We do have the Bane's Breath being dropped. 5 minutes left in this lobby, and everybody is just trying to negotiate if they want to take high ground or low ground for this next fight.
Everyone's still having to play to the tempo of TD5 as well. Spider checks the invis bush. Ooh, almost gets checked by Bane's Breath, comes on through, says that he's the big bad boss. We did cut over very briefly to Frostivus' POV because he was actually the one who claimed the kill on Lipo with a pistol shot coming on out, taking him to 3 eliminations. So it's still very much up in the air who could take overall MVP. It really is going to come down to that kill score multiplier for the last player standing, or potentially denying it if we do get a draw in that heal off situation. So many of these players are on heroes that can deny that heal off. You can see too, just under a minute White Tigers Perez to run out for T225. So he's still up around running, trying to force a fight. Has to be careful that he doesn't go too aggressive because the players can potentially turn onto him, understanding he is the biggest threat and the enemy of my enemy is absolutely my friend. As T225 gets hit by the combo breaker coming on through from that Kylan into the uppercut, the potential for that grapple kick, and you can see, just like I said, he's overstepped the boundaries. The players have seen it. He's crossed the line, and just like piranhas, they've sensed blood in that water, and they're trying to take the Sheol down. The attention has now turned on to Zhuan Yuan, though. He's had to use his ultimate. He's out of the 4 seconds of immortality, and he's going lower and lower, and another pistol shot steal comes on through. This time from Asia off on the sidelines, taking him up to 3 eliminations as well.
Yeah, Axiao's just playing with the house money right now. That big point lead we talked about overall, and now just picking up kill after kill. Wufong had to descend, used that Cyber ultimate earlier, and now just trying to play on the run. T225 is going to cut off their escape path, and now Cyber sent sprawling about half health. No armor to speak of, and I think this is going to be the end of the road to game number 1 for this TE representative. Is once again, it's Axiao just peppering shots from above and a great vantage point for the time being. T225 trying to come in to find the killing blow. Wufong diving right back into the corner, looking for a lucky parry, can't find it, and that will be up another pickup. My goodness, T225 on a warpath right now, trying to keep that drive going. Gonna spot Frostivus across the corner here, wants to get a shop up before the shadow closes too deeply. Now walking back in, looking for their next opponent.
I tell you what, Wufong is not going to be happy about that. He was on Syra and he had Mortal Defiance, which procced when he was getting lobbied. He was in such a good position to come on through and win that heal-off situation. And that's exactly what he was setting himself up for. But unfortunately, these players, they understand Syra is one of those heroes that they cannot allow to survive in this lobby long enough, because just like Temmie, she is such a pain. If you start a fight and you leave her alone, she gets to come in with that third party. She gets to stun dazzle both of the two of you. So if you're stacked a little bit too close to your opponent, you both get hit by the same stun dazzle into that microwave laser beam. So we can see that Frostivus, I believe, also might have a Mortal Defiance of his own too. So keep an eye for that one, giving him a little bit of a lifeline to survive. He's also not the only Lani currently in play as well. So Wufong did make himself much easier of a target to be able to pick out, considering he was the only Syra left. So if he disappeared and was able to break the ankles in that chase, he had no costume change available to come on through. As it looks now like all of these players, because they have so many tools to be able to win the heal-off situation, are more than content for everybody to just carve a little slice of pie for themselves in terms of that positioning and wait for the zone to force them into a fight instead, so that we go to that heal-off situation and it becomes a matter of who hits their ultimate at the correct time.
Yeah, Frostivus trying to noodle Asia, who's just trying to buy that space. CDY, no armor available, could just be the next target here. We'll be able to get back up to Epic, and still hiding out on this rock up top will actually get the recovery that they wanted. Now, across the rest of the map, we still have that very, very high ground. Asia, Frostivus continuing to contest over that one. Meanwhile, low ground is going to be Spider, T225, and Verse alongside CDY, who's still around the corner. As the shadow continues to close, though, especially this top side is definitely going to get contested here. Frostivus is eventually going to be forced to face the fears of moving in against Asia. Verse also having the slightly lower ground, could be aggressive on T225, trying to find a single poke that sprints all the way back across the field that is still open. The shadow continues. That
was the combo break, though. That's why Verse is having to schmoove as much as he is. He showed off that he has Phantom Step, and he was also, by being pressured that close to potentially being knocked into that zone, had to burn the combo break. And you can see that that's still on cooldown, which these players are going to punish. Into the zone, he gets sent into the range swaps coming on through. The ultimate gets forced just so he gets a little bit of gold frame focus coming on through. Can he find a grab to connect onto one of these players, or is he just going to go down? Zone closes on up. Everyone takes to the skies. Everyone who's left on that low ground is going to start getting staggered on out by these Lani V2s coming on out. Frostivus throws out the trick ball. Asia doing the exact same thing, but that's going to stagger out the Shadows. The chokehold is going to be able to connect onto multiple players, and it's Spider coming on through with the eliminations. But it's Frostivus who wins the heal-off situation. And off of the back of that, with the kill skill multiplier, I think that closed Frostivus for MVP.
Absolutely. Frostivus able to clutch it out at the very end. What a wild way to close out the first game of solos on the day. Everybody in that heal-off situation just spread the damage pretty evenly, but honestly, Frostivus found the smallest amount of space there as the shadow closed on in, and that was enough for him to walk away with the dub and the extra points that it will grant.
I mean, really smart target focus comes on through from Spider. He identifies very, very quickly that there's a Liam in the lobby left. No one wants that Liam left alive, because if he hits that V2 and he grabs onto a player, he can just throw them into that zone. And at that level, at this late in the game, that zone tick is going to chunk your health down. You're going to have to burn all of your stamina. We saw it from the Liam's POV, right? Versus having to absolutely mash through all of his stamina. And that's going to be felt doubly so with the nerfs coming on through to wave roll as well. The second that he gets sent into that zone, it is just donezo. Everyone understands Liam is getting targeted. Everyone turns onto him, tries to find that elimination, and then when the zone closes on through, it becomes a matter of everyone wanting to get away from the Lannies. But for the Shiles, they actually kind of wanted to get hit by the trick balls coming in through, which is why they actually stayed on the low ground as long as they did, because when that trick ball comes on out, it's going to be able to stagger the Shiles out so they can come on through with their ultimate and try and find the catch onto the Lannies, which would prevent the next trick ball coming on through, and then you can hold them in the zone damage tick coming on out. But it just became Frostivus with really good positioning, understanding that the Shields were looking to do that, making sure that he wasn't the Lonnie getting hit by that Tortoise chokehold coming on through. As if you want to be finding yourself in a good position, make sure that you're spamming the correct answer to this question in chat right now to get your hands on a Spring Split random gift. Which player got the first kill in game number 1? Who got first blood in the entire lobby? Was it A, SR Spider? Was it B, Alliance's Ajiao? Was it C, Wolves PXT? Or was it D, WBG's verse? It happened a little bit of a while ago, and given how slow the lobby actually was, regardless of what we thought it was going to do, it did feel definitely like an age ago. So hopefully that memory is still fresh in your mind.
Yeah, absolutely. I got my guess on lock. Unfortunately, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get into the Twitch chat fast enough to spam what I think is going to be the answer here. But what a great way to start off the day. I love the fact that, while yes, it was a slower lobby overall, Moxie, we did have consistent action throughout from a few front runners who I think are really going to be the ones to watch on the day. Spider in particular was someone who I think got off to a rollicking start, and while they didn't walk away with the entire lobby, they showed why they are on that cusp of breaking back through into that top level of contendership. The points right now aren't necessarily reflecting it, but that first game was a great step on the way forward to try to get themselves into a better position.
Well, Spider was able to come through with 5 eliminations though, and will be able to pick up 6.5 points given the fact that he was able to make it in towards that end game. Frostivus, however, with the 3 eliminations that he netted, making sure to prioritize the kill score multiplier, which clears him for that MVP. TW5, unfortunately, despite being picked first in that lobby earlier by Spider, so hopefully you guys have answered in chat. He was able to find the turnaround. Like, we saw him come through. He was able to pick up the Spirit Wild Cap coming in through into that end game, pick himself up a second Realm of Yang win as well. That goes to show the turnaround plays that you can do on Padoria that aren't available on some of these other maps. Floating piles spawning when they do, like, it's a set time that they spawn, and it's set locations too alongside that Mercury River. So if you have it noted down when those are going to be coming on up and you're down that loot, you can immediately skirt on over there to pick yourself up some tasty upgrades, as we can have a look and see just how tasty the scoreline is looking for all of our players headed into the second day of solos this week.
Yep, here we see the bottom half of those standings. Spiders, Frostivus, back to back here, 13 to 14, just like they were in that last lobby. You can see that stack of points on day 2 as now we move towards the top of the field here. Still a long way to climb for these players that I said have a real shot at making their mark this season, but got a lot of people above them that we're going to see whether or not they're going to be able to match up to, as we aren't seeing a lot of these guys in our current lobby. Lipo, of course, someone who is going to be participating throughout the course of our continued 5 games alongside the Verse as well. Verse was somebody who managed to last for quite a while. We, of course, got that unfortunate call out near the end there, and Ajiao standing on top of it still, looking to keep that reign alive as he was one of those final players.
Yeah, there are a couple of really unfortunate circumstances I'm sure we'll revisit in our replays brought to you by China Unicorn. I wanted to go over the fact that poor GG Sharp, that Syra, he got griefed so hard when they were all inside that cavern. Everyone was just scrambling to try and pick up soul blooms. Syra in ultimate cannot actually interact with bodies and pick up items, and that does include soul blooms. So we're more than likely going to be seeing poor Shah in that ultimate get the kills needed to cleanse Yang depletion and not have the opportunity of picking up that soul bloom. As we get Age out, goes on over to the bow swaps, forces out the spacing from Wukong into that combo breaker that he has to use to create that distance, and off of the back of that, he can just get way more aggressive. CDY now getting caught out by Liam V2. First takes the opportunity, gets a heal off to grab the soul bloom. This too is the moment where poor Shah, so low out of that ultimate because he wasn't able to find a heal off of the soul blooms around him, gets absolutely griefed by Alani V2 trick ball. And now we head into that realm of Yang, where it's poor old Star who's going to go lower and lower, and after having procced that Volpine Essence, not quite having a get out of jail free card again.
Yeah, I believe this is the final fight that we're now on. Frost of Us just buying space, trying to keep themselves alive, and manages to withstand everything to come away with that victory. And here we go. It's going to be Alani here as MVP. And honestly, this character has been so cool to watch. I'm happy that they're getting this time in the spotlight here in solos. But here's the MVP coming through. Frost of Us, of course, coming away with the win. Only 3 kills. We did see higher counts throughout the course of that lobby, but nobody was able to survive like he did.
Yeah, and I mean, he was prioritizing that survival, as we can see from the Soul Jade setup with that Mortal Defiance. Something to note as well, in that replay that we got to see when we were looking at his POV, he understood, since there were 2 Shayols still in play, that he was 100% going to be caught out by that CC, so he immediately positions himself directly on top of a fallen body so that he can grab that soul bloom with a double click of interact and then roll over to the next body and pick up that soul bloom too, which would give him that heal to be able to outlast everybody else in the lobby, even if the trick ball was not able to return to him in time to find that sustain.
Well, I gotta say, Moxie, I'm somebody who's become a BBE fan. That's mostly because I root for the underdogs. And over there in Trios Land, they have been getting, I think, clobbered is a decent word to describe it. And so, hey, it's gonna be interesting to see whether or not Frost of Us is gonna be able to grab this team, bring them to glory here in the solo land. But in kind, they might lose my fandom, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I mean, everyone, I think, on the Nbpl side is a Bamboo Esports fan. If you saw their run of Jacob the first time that they entered Jacob, there was a fight where, if you're a fan of Transformers, there was a monk player called Roy Hee who was able to single-handedly eliminate an entire squad in one Vajra transformation, which is something that we'd never seen before. And not only did he do it once, he did it twice. So he's always had a loyal following coming on through, which was the reason why, I'm sure, he was the only player that BBE actually retained heading into the 2025 season. But that, however, is trios. We are talking about solos because there were a couple of definite surprises on the field. Syra wasn't as dominant as she has been previous, which I think is in part due to the fact that players have seen the impact and effect that she can have in a game, and they do not want her anywhere near that end game.
Absolutely. I think that really one of the dynamics that you saw in terms of prioritization when it came to Syra was just playing that game of chicken where the Syra had to pop their ult early, and time again, they were the first ones having to go into that form, flying around the map, and then people were just waiting, preparing for them to drop on down. In fact, those were the most peaceful times in the end game. It was when there was a Syra ulting, everybody was finding cover, and everybody was polishing those knives, ready for a nice dinner and feast once they managed to descend.
Yeah, I mean, when a Syra is ulting, it's so hard to be able to react aggressively into her, because if you do react aggressively into her, like if you're the player getting lobbied by everybody else, there's 2 ways that you're going to be able to escape and survive the situation. One, you're a movement god like Feng, and you have like a dagger or a fan in the back pocket, and you scale rush your way into a position where you can break their ankles entirely, and it's just not worth committing onto you. 2, you turn the attention onto another player in the lobby, and the way that Syra gets to do that is with Stun Dazzle, because like when she's using her ultimate, not only does she get mobility and she can heal while on the move, she also gets CC potential that she can put onto you. So if another player tries to all in a Syra when she's currently in her ultimate, you're getting hit by that Stun Dazzle, and you better believe, instead of everyone looking at their Syra, head is gonna turn and they're gonna be looking dead set your way.
Absolutely, but at the same time, the flip side of the coin is that really I haven't seen a situation, especially in solos, where there is a need to answer the Syra when they are ulting. In many cases, you're able to just scramble like rats, get away from them, find the cover, and then what are you doing? You're throwing stun dazzles at the floor trying to get the healing.
True. If anything as well, this is a Syra buffed in terms of mobility access that she had in her ultimate, because that was actually one of the criticisms when Syra initially released, that she did not have enough mobility in her ultimate, and everybody would just see it get popped and immediately run away from it. Obviously, you can do that in the open world. It becomes a little bit harder to finesse the situation when you're in a realm of Yang, but that was back when we had wave roll in the mix, so you would just be able to iframe and just eternally roll your way out for the entire duration of that Syra ultimate. Now we're starting to see those Syra have a little bit more value, a little bit more bite to her since we came back into this season, given the fact that wave roll has been changed. It's not a free roll, it's a reduced stamina roll coming on out. So it is much harder to be able to survive against it into that realm of Yang, and since you can then stack and scale, because Syra is one of those units who the higher value of her weapon that she uses when she activates her ultimate scales and pushes up the damage that that beam is going to do. So it's really something that she has to be able to go for. She has to be able to win this realm of Yangs to make sure that she's having that impact. And if you lose against the Syra and you let her scale up, she does become somewhat of the final boss of the lobby.
Well, I gotta say, Moxie, just as the Yoto Hime fan and continued player, if people are gonna complain about Syra not having mobility under their role, all I'm gonna say is cry me a river. I would love to see some Yoto be valuable.
Look, you get your teleports off of your sword positions, and your ultimate gets to go for like ceilings. That's plenty of mobility. Just run F1, NARAKA. That's the answer. If you want more mobility on Yoto, just run F1.
That's totally fair. I would love to see a Yoto actually be able to take it to singles, but I don't think that's ever been in her kit, and I don't think it's going to be the case today either. Seems like we do have those front runner characters been prioritized very early on in the series. That's going to continue. Now, of course, given that the character selection dynamic here in solos is such that you're going to have to play a wide variety, you're going to have to show what's deeper in your pool. I am excited to see, especially as we get later into the series, what people are going to be gravitating towards. But here and now, I imagine that, you know, if you're on Syra, you now just want to move on over, find a little bit of time to play maybe Liam, maybe Lonnie. I mean, these are all great picks. Shale, of course, also still a front runner, and vice versa for anybody else. Justina was something that I know you guys were talking about as being pretty darn good right now, and quite happy to play long sustained fights. And given the way that first game went, I wouldn't be surprised if now we begin to see her crop up as well.
Yeah, she's got a combo breaker in the form of the F2. The V1 gives you access to a TOD, so you can extend off of potential uppercut grapple kicks into the realm of Yang, so she's always going to be strong and dominant in the 1v1s. Plus, with the dashes, you have the means with the knockback activation of the ultimate to carry yourself out of fights. Now we're not going to get any upset in the apple cart this time around in hero selection. Liam is going to immediately be barred out of the mix, as is Sheol. Double pick comes on for a slam dunk for Sha and PXT, which then closes down the board quite significantly in comparison to what we had in the first round for all of the players in the selections afterwards.
All right, well, there is that Justina hover and pickup for Ajao. Very happy to see this character get some time in the sun. Now, the question is, what is Frostfist going to go for? Got Frost in the name. Going to decide to go for the Ice Lady. I like this call. And now we're over into our fourth round. Syra's still available. T225 going to be able to grab this one as CDY gets through Lonnie.
Yeah, Syra, it feels like CDY could have potentially gone for her, but then seeing how much focus she had previously, I think it's the correct call to go for the Lonnie, especially because both Spider and Star are going to be able to swipe her up as well. That just leaves XY and Verse to try and figure out what they're going to go. Damage control in the form of Temmie, and Verse is actually going to opt in for that Syra too. So the good news for T25 is that he's not the only Syra once again, because it really is important that you're not the lone wolf of the lobby, which is unfortunately a spot that our Wolf Lord, Tumulch, is going to be finding himself in. It's going to be very apparent if you're taking a fight against a Temmie and you force him into burning out that ultimate, and he runs away and pops up 10 seconds later, that, yeah, that's the Temmie that just burnt his ultimate that you were fighting previously.
Yeah, I am interested to see how this lone Tumulch is going to fare here in game number 2. All our players getting ready to hop on in, spawn on up, and we saw fireworks at the very beginning of the last game. Long, protracted fights that carried us all the way towards the realm of Yang, and I think that given the population of Justinas, that Temulch also coming through in the hands of Zhang Yuan, this could be the case once again. Hoping for a lot of action early.
Yeah, it's not going to be a Fireflies map though, so it's probably not going to be as heavily action-packed as it was previously. CDY goes for the V2, Star goes for the V2, Spider goes for the V2, so no magical mystery carpet ride for us today as of yet. XY is going to be going for F1 V3, so what we typically tend to see trend towards the Temi picks. Not seeing anything that really swerves from what we expect. F1 V1 comes on out from those Shagals, so they can have the combo breaker. F1 V1 likewise for both Verse and T5, so they can have the combo break and also drop down potential off of a focus strike when you're up in the air for that Syra. So a lot of what we would expect to see, the big surprise is likely going to be where we see these drop locations coming on for a Salvation Podium. All you see is a lot of action, given the fact that you can get your hands immediately on a legendary weapon if you feel confident enough to step up to that plate, because there are going to be multiple players looking to topple you off of that position, and there's 2 ballista towers that are immediately on the side of that podium too. So some players, they like to land just a little bit off the side of Salvation Podium and timing attack on through once you're in a less favorable position.
Yeah, we got a desert-sided map this time around. A lot of people dropping down south. A lot of clusters once again. So some of those 2-3 player fights consolidating with one another could lead to car crashes early. Like you said, though, this isn't going to be a night map. No Fireflies available to really turbocharge towards that Rage Bar and the first ultimate. So I'm excited to see exactly how everybody navigates this situation here. Diving into game number 2. And already Axiao getting up to that purple armor, could be on the hunt.
Yeah, that is purple armor right there, and he has left it out in the open, potentially trying to bait a player into walking into him. Spider, in the meantime, has already got CDY so incredibly low. This Lonnie has not been able to find armor. Spider's doing a very good job too, corralling him away from any of the insides of that buildings where a trove could have been open to look for a armor reset. And off of the back of just light attacks coming through from that spear, Spider will be able to once again find the first blood of this lobby. Now that he's found that one, it is going to be a space away from PXT so that he can look to loot on up and potentially find a blue armor or better before he tries to take a fight against a Mirror, who already has that blue armor equipped. As T25 now, we can see in the process of getting disengaged on that half health bar missing means that he's been able to find a great armor reset, as well as force the F2. The combo breaker from that Justina is down. Axiao swaps over towards the cannon to be able to anticipate the damage distance of where T25 is going to be disengaging on off 2. And he's still playing the sidelines of this fight, more than happy for this other player to do 95% of the work so he can get 100% of the value.
Yeah, Axiao basically getting a get out jail free card there. Did have to use the combo breaker, doesn't matter, already has a backup, and now it's just a matter of Lipo and T225 being in a bit of a prisoner's dilemma here. Axiao just gonna come in, trying to mop this one up, and Lipo is about to have their armor broken already, their health not in a great position here. T225 going to use this opportunity to try to find a bit of recovery, will be able to build that common armor back up, and Axiao still has quite a bit of their bar left available. Going to use this time to try to give chase. Lipo in quite a bit of trouble trading on top of the carriage, may actually be able to get themselves to a position where they are going to be the ones healing up, especially as T225 tries to re-enter the fray. Honestly, didn't go as well for Axiao as we were expecting here, as now the player with the purple armor just has to walk away.
He does not want to potentially give up that purple armor, so he's going to space on out, go for a little bit of a heal back through, potentially find a better weapon as well. As we're going to head back over and have a look at Spider and PXT. This time around, they are going to be taking that fight since Spider's find that blue. Scale Rush finds the opening, but Spider finds the parry, which is a far better way to continue that fight. And off of the back of that damage, PXT is not going to want to keep this fight going until he's found one reset. Both of the players finding that fan 1 versus 1, and Spider yet again finds another parry. This time around, converts into that RMB from the fan throw-out, and PXT now up against the ropes. Swaps to the fist blades, goes for a scale rush, looking to disengage. Spider swaps immediately onto the longsword to have a better chase down technique. and is now going to try and look to either toothpick away or with the jump LMBs. Claps on top of PXT, swaps over to that spear, so it has a little bit of longer reach, just clipping into that Sheol before she can back away, and the 1-2 light attack stagger guarantee is going to be able to back Spider the kill.
That brutal double parry at the start of the fight, that is demoralizing. Showed just how good Spider is reading PXT like a book. Now we got T225 channeling that ultimate. Asia going to lose their armor as well as half their health. Trying to contend here, and that's what happens when you can't find coverage versus Syra's. Now, Asia's got around the corner, look for recovery. T225 going to take a little bit of time off as well to try to heal back up. And now scaling the tower, not wanting to continue this any longer now that the rage has been depleted. Asia lying in wait, trying to find an angle back up against this opponent for a bit of revenge and a bit of value.
Yeah, he did cancel the ultimate, so he has retained 40% rage shot. T225 just goes for a little bit of a wall hang, wants the information of whether or not that Justina is going to be trying to commit in, given the fact that both of them did burn their ultimate. We are going to see XY, though, showing off that legendary longsword, I believe. Yeah, there it is. So he has been able to get on top of Salvation Podium, go underneath, figure out the pattern that the arrows are directed, avoid the phony roller, and put all of the pillars into their correct forward-facing directions, all uninterrupted, to get his hands on this one. And not only is this a really good start for him, this is a really good denial for a lot of other heroes in this lobby, because as we talked about, a lot of these heroes convert the weapon rarity that they have into the damage that their ultimates can output. Tumultuous is not one of them. So he's denying a lot of value potential for things like that Syra.
Overall, this has been quite an interesting start to the game. We've had a few early kills, but for the most part, it's a matter of looting up, building value where you can. That is going to be T225 on Moonbane Charm. CDY also getting some credits to get one too.
He's not able to use it though. He's bought out of it. You saw him try and go for the animation cast, but T225 is just a little bit faster because there can only be one Moonbane AoE in play.
Right now, things definitely have calmed down. Have a little bit of time before Realm of Yang is going to spawn on up, and because of that, this is going to be probably the last little bit of peace and quiet we're going to get before the action really begins. T225, after that blazing start early, searching for kills, searching for value, and PXT, having respawned, is looking for a new lease on life here. May have to try to just take some risks in order to get to a better position than where they were before. Spider absolutely decimating their ability to get to a comfortable amount of loot early game. Zhang Yuan didn't really get the memo about playing it peacefully. SHA gonna try to meet up with them as Realm of Yang is gonna spawn up. Zhang Yuan, of course, with that legendary longsword already in their possession. XY trying to trade hard here. SHA just doesn't have the sauce to keep this fight going. Now beat down to the low ground. No health really left available for them. XY gonna be happy to give chase even as the Realm of Yang is behind them.
Ooh.
Quick kill. They hop back up. They're getting the pass and they're getting on in.
Oh, XY, what a beautiful continuation of the combo off of the verticality that the terrain afforded. That was so clean. Forces the combo breaker, then can go all in for that commitment with the aerials. And then even commits the ultimate. There's no punishment as well for the fact that he committed that ultimate to be able to guarantee the kill with the swap over to the ranged weapon, because he's got his Yang parts. So the second that he goes through that Yang portal, he gets his ultimate all the way built back on up. So really good stuff coming on through from XY. He's going to be very happy about that one. We did see previously as well the shield that Spider was currently tracking down. CDY did grab, or rather PXT did grab that bounty scroll so that Spider could not potentially use it to track down his location. He is out of there so that Spider does not get the reverse bounty option by being a little bit closer and inverting that distance as XY with this legendary longsword takes to the skies up against TE's Wufong, goes for the swap on over to the pistol, doesn't find an opening shot. Goes for that scale rush, forces Wufong into spacing all the way back out, and that's where the pistol gets to come into play. Goes for the jump up onto that pillar before he can get jumped off of it by Wufong. This time around, though, he's not going to be able to make that same play. The light attacks off of the scale rush is coming on through. Forces immediately that ultimate to come on out. Avoids the first grab coming on through with the combo breaker of that F1 before committing on through with that V3. And now the Wisps are being used to deny any position that Wufong could play around that pillar. Forces him to get zoned out of the ultimate into the Wisp. Regrab into the pistol shot follow through with the up from that LMB focus slash of the longsword. What a clean Realm of Yang fight for Atemi.
Oh, yep. Great start here, of course. And now we are going to move over to Asia versus CDY, which is looking equally clean for our front runner. Oh, Lord. You are beginning to see the real division in terms of these players trying to make the most out of the day. Asia in a great position to continue to push forward and forge a lead for himself. We'll just have to try to leverage this Realm of Yang buff as best as they can, as that's going to be ASC with the Vermilion Bird's Might. And of course, Asia is going to follow suit and pick up the same buff.
We got a TOD coming through from Asia with the extension from the Justina V1. We got such a good read from XY, just utilizing that longsword and the threat of potentially getting put into the invisibles from inside that Realm of Yang with the carousel extension to force the combo break out early, steps back into that Wisp, gets to swap up into the pistols and chip all of that health left down. Really clean stuff coming through from them. TW5 is also going to be able to win out their Realm of Yang. We might be able to see how that one played on out. But given the fact that it's a Syra, I'm guessing it was a red stamina bar into a lot of stun dazzle into a microwave beam.
You know what? And we don't even need to see the replay. I think he read it perfectly there, Moxie. But right now,
I looked into my crystal ball, which, you know, when I interrupt it with a beam, also coincidentally stuns out my opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as we are in this downtime between Realm of Yangs now, the question is, who is going to be pulling the trigger first to try to get the depletion off of them? Across the map first, just traversing great distances, trying to find anybody to really farm up against. As right now, I think that with the way that solos seem to be at least going, in my opinion, the fights that you oftentimes see in trios where people just get the buff out of Realm of Yang and they say, hey, we get a freebie fight, aren't really as apparent here. There's a lot of risk of being third party, getting run down. We can see just how chaotic these fights get to be and the amount of disruption that comes from. But that being said, Asia happy to try to take it versus CDY right now, getting the better of the exchange. Combo breaker going to be utilized, buying a little bit of space. CDY without any armor available. Asia happy to continue to play at range with the staff. Ball comes out. CDY is going to get melted. Manages to jump back, buy a bit more time, but T225 is at their back, sandwiching them. This is a tough position for all these fighters, as CDY is going to be able to get the armor back up, but unfortunately T225 is just too clean with the deep exchanges at distance. Now Asia and company are going to give chase, trying to find the last little bit of damage versus this Lonnie, who manages to get up onto the high ground. The problem is it's pretty awkward trying to navigate under that roof. That could be enough. T225 gonna claim high ground. Asia much the same. CDY hiding off on the side. T225 sees them, but that gives enough time for the Lonnie to heal back up. CDY with a new lease on life, continuing to just try to dodge left, right, center. Aijao though gonna cut off their escape path, and now as we do see the double touch coming through, CDY is trying to find a way to sustain. Once again, dodges back around the corner. This is basically just the Lonnie release trailer, as now it's gonna be T225 trying to reset aggression. Still full bar on armor. CDY has lived for quite a while, but I think that the run has come to an end here. Verse now in the fray, trying to give chase alongside everybody else and trying to pick off this kill.
This is getting dangerous though, because T225 is about to run out of Vermilion Bird's Might. The other players who had it have since reset. So you can definitely see that CDY is getting a little bit of an opportunity, given the fact that T225 can't be directly behind this Lonnie. Gets another cycle of combo break. Finally goes down. T225 has had enough of the chase. Just swaps over to the cannon to have that wider AoE splash, and we can see that he will be able to get that reset. Is not going to be forced into throwing out his ultimate either, so he can now try and posture up for this next Realm of Yang fight to come on through. Spider in the interim was actually able to take down XY, however the Temi did still have access to the Vermilion Bird's Might, so he is still going to have access to play into this lobby as Wufong goes for the Liam V2, gets staggered out by that Shayol. Will, after the block has been run through, be able to complete the grab though, and now he has to space out of this fight because of the third and fourth party potentials coming on out. No one wants to let the Shayol get staggered and then get turned on too, as Wufong gets lower and lower and lower until he eventually falls, and the back-to-back PXC takes full advantage of those players stacked on top of the body with that Soulblim attempt and grab to get both of them in the block counter. Unfortunately, just does not have the damage to be able to convert it into an elimination, and his health bar was so low that by Star showing up and crashing that party, turning it into a proper ballroom blitz, the Shayol is taken down, and we posture back on up for second Realm of Yang.
Yeah, Wufong, PXT eliminated alongside CDY. Beginning to see those top competitors gird their loins, get ready for the end game. But first, we got these Rumble Yanks to go through. This will really be deciding who the top Apex Predators are going to be in the lobby. Ajiao getting in there versus XY. This is the matchup I was looking for in this lobby. Both of these guys in great condition right now. Legendary staff available for Ajiao to use. Jean-Nuan, of course, has been riding this longsword to multiple victories, taken to the sky as the Rumble Yang opens up. Ajiao trying to answer right back. Pistol coming out. Jean-Nuan trying to use this to just wear it down Ajiao, who's going to try to find coverage across the far side. Unfortunately, going to get clipped by 2. Jean-Nuan going to take a bit of damage, but still has the health lead. Ajiao just able to do anything versus this cannon. This is kind of a disaster. XY just continues to play keep away, finding a sweep in, manages to dodge past the counter. Ajiao in a lot of trouble now as we do see the Temple's ultimate being used. XY going to retreat back into the Sandstorm, using that as coverage to once again play the range game. Cannon available. Ajiao just trying to dodge the splash damage, just too much for the time being. Looking for a time to recover. Jumps on top. XY happy to just take to the air, and now with it just Justina combo breaker activated, it's just a matter of mopping up the last little bit of damage, and that was way more one-sided than I ever expected it to be. But now we got T225 versus Spider.
Yeah, T225 with that Siren V1. Spider trying to outlive it. Goes for the Lonnie combo break in the form of that F1. Now gets that V2 activation. Syra still holding on to the F1. Gets the drop down. Goes for the vertical with that spear. As Spider tries to slide on in and prevent the Syra from putting herself up onto that pillar to open up the options of a potential scale rush. You can see Spider once again chasing, trying to make sure that T225 does not get to charge up that scale rush. However, in that time, both of the ultimates have since worn out. With 25 seconds left, it's very real that we could see a timeout coming on through. Spider ducks underneath in case the horizontal swing comes on out from that spear. Gets hit by the Hexa Harmony. Throws out the R&Bs from the Honkshot back to back. Forces the Syra to space out. Thinks that he's the opening for that musket swap, but that means that he's going to get caught up into the jump coming on out from that spear. Spider now an absolute sliver of HP. Tries to perfect dodge away from the hits, but does get clipped as he spaces out by T225 swapping over onto that spear to create even more distance. And with the tempo change up from that weapon swap, T225 will be able to take that fight coming on through. And since we have a little bit of downtime, I really want to properly revisit that fight that went down between XY and Ajiao, because it benefited XY from the beginning. Justina struggles into the tumult, and XY and Ajiao knew this. That's why he was so reluctant to commit his ultimate, because if he used that Justina ultimate first, XY would be able to return with the tumult ultimate, just locking him down fully. And then we got the mind games. XY with the pistol makes the Justina think that it's safe to be able to go behind the pillar, that XY only has a ranged weapon of a pistol rather than that AoE coverage that goes all the way through the pillar onto the player behind it, which is why the Justina thinks, okay, I can space out, I can stick behind the pillar, I can wait this out to be done. And then the cannon swap comes through, and then the pressure comes out, and it forces the Justina roll, and then XY gets to return with that Tumult ultimate fully locking down. Really smart stuff coming through from XY. From the beginning to the middle, he's played this game perfectly, and he just keeps doing it.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, did have to commit the ultimate to kill Lipo there, but that cannon has been putting in work. We're talking about the legendary longsword a lot, but honestly, it's also that ability to swap between ranged weapons that got him the victory versus Ajiao, and even more. Now the question is, can Ajiao get out of the sticky situation? Needs to try to find a way out of depletion. Spider, though, happy to try and navigate this fight as well. Ajiao with slight high ground advantage here, trying to find approach. Lonnie's going to be able to get the teleport away. Ajiao follows through. Spider about to lose armor, will be dropped here. Now Spider tries to give chase once again. Star in the mix means that both of these fighters with slightly lower health or armor don't want to overcommit anything. Ajiao getting down the low ground. T225 is now here. Ajiao having to use combo breaker, rounds the corner, immediately see Star once again. T225 good contact versus Ajiao, gonna deplete that armor. Ajiao once again trying to hide on up. Spider taking to the top of the hut here, actually maybe the most comfortable with the current vantage point in this fight, as Ajiao is just unable to find a way out between these fighters. Gets up to the escape hatch, cuts across as well. Great movement, but Jean-Nuan is now once again descending upon the fight, and I don't think Ajiao wants to deal with this Hemilch anymore. Now caught up, melted there in the middle of the river. T225 and company gonna give chase. Spider in a dangerous position, has to armor swap over to Common for the time being, just in hopes of trying to stay alive, but now we got multiple members with the full gold sets bearing down upon SR's representative's position. It's on the far far side of the fight that has been split from everybody else. Azhao, once again, has the Justina F available, but unfortunately, without any rage to try to activate an ultimate, Stars is going to hand off aggro as that TT25 is back in this one. I think this is going to be the end of the road for the ALL representative. Here comes John Juan coming in, wanting a little bit of the kill as well. Azhao in trouble, going to be knocked out for the time being. Verse and company now approaching one another. Temple going to be activated. XY going to use this to divide the battleground. Descending back inside of the Sandstorm here to try to keep Spider at bay. Looking for a little bit of time to charge back up. T225 and Spider may meet in River here, wanting to loot this corpse. Spider gonna get that breathing room that they were looking for here as everybody realizes what's at stake. These are the top competitors. A lost fight here could lead to full elimination from this game number 2. Spider, though, looking for a new entry point. XY trying to catch them out. Spider having to dash away, burning that F to start this one off. First, in a little bit of trouble being bared down upon, but John Juan has lost their armor, could be in a scary position for the first time in this entire game number 2. Trying around the corner, Spider gonna follow, does not want to give this Temple any more space, as there's the juggle and there's the knockout. Spider walks away from this one, able to rebuild their armor. We got somebody in the foreground there, didn't quite see who, but now once again in a position where they just got to scale rush by a bit of verticality. He's actually gonna give chase and find Burst. Burst has the ultimate available. Spider crosses around the corner. Here comes the follow through. 3 members trying to deal with a laser being fired in their direction. Burst trying to buy as much space and as much healing as they can during this time.
Oh, this is really unfortunate for Spider. 3 players have dropped, and he's still got Yang depletion. He hasn't been able to get a single soul bloom, and he's down to a minute. The ultimate comes on out. He's forced another Syra V1 to come on through, and you can see him just having to try and kite path away in the hopes of just burning through T25's ultimate and then getting to re-engage into this fight when it's going to be down. Moonbane is also going to be cutting out a lot of the space of this map. We can see in the meantime, Spider is still taking this fight against T25. Star is getting this other Syra low and lower. WBG's verse is going to fall. The consequences of Spider being able to force another Syra ultimate being felt now. The butterfly effect flexes it, swings. Can Spider get out of the net though? No! He's unfortunately caught in a web of his own machinations with that Yang depletion, just forcing him to have to keep up the pressure, keep up that aggression, even when his ultimate is down. And he's just not able to win the long-term war of attrition against a Syra who every single time that F1 cycles back becomes such a high threat. We're down to a 1 versus 1. It's not even going to be a brawl over the Spirit Well, this lobby has been absolutely decimated. The V2 comes on out from Star. The TOD off of the staggers, punishing the fact that T25 had to invest so much previously in keeping up with Spider, and the Lani is going to be able to get the last block.
Absolutely. It's another game of Spider with a big overperformance relative to where he currently sits in the standings. Really trying to work as the front runner, but it's going to be YZG. Very happy with the performance as well in this one. And I gotta say, coming out of this game, really, it's a matter of inches. It's a matter of second-to-second exchanges. This time around, it is going to, in fact, be a great pickup in the hands of T225 and that Lonnie, showing that he's someone to watch.
The fact that it was a non-Fireflies map, and that's the time that we don't even get the Lost Spirit Well spawning on up. It went down to a 1 versus 1 before Lost Spirit Well spawned because Spider had Yang depletion and forced the fight against 3 players. He made 3 players have to panicle to save themselves.
And that's really the dynamic that I'm kind of shocked about. Honestly, yes, Spider could have played it slightly better, but he was playing better than almost everybody else in the lobby, Moxie. And you got to give credit where credit's due. The cards just did not fall in the way that Spider needed. But imagine that any time during that last fight where he was instigating and really picking up a lot of the kills, he walked away with the ability to clear out that Yang depletion. We could see a very different texture to that final duel.
T25 also having some very good smart macro decisions, like when XY had to commit his Tumult ultimate, T25 could actually have denied the recovery from XY because Syra ultimate is not treated as a ranged attack, just like Fan. It goes through that damage, that laser beam goes through the Tumult into the Tumult who was mid inside that ultimate, bunkering down and hoping that no one would be able to try and contest him. However, we saw the consequences, not immediately, but once the Smosh ultimate had been removed from play, XY was chased down. Like, he had a bounty on his head, and everybody who was left came to collect. And oh, well, here's a freebie, guys! Which player chose to watch in game number 2, which I guess can be rephrased to, who was listening to Moxie in that last sentence just now? Was it A, ASC's XY? Was it B, BVE's Frostibus? Was it C, FX Star? Or was it D, SR Spider? Get your hopefully correct answer into chat and you can get your hands on a Spring Split random gift.
That's the moment where somebody returns back to the tab. What? What's going on? But yeah, absolutely great performance across the board from a lot of these people that I said were making that mark at game number 1. And I think that this is really going to be the story of the day. We got the top of the tables. We got those people at the bottom just looking for what points that they can. And the way that this lobby is going, I think that what we then begin to see is an alteration maybe to how people get targeted early in the game as well. Of course, there's a lot of really good people to approach upon early. If you feel like you're on the top half, there's a lot of people that may have to take a little bit of a slower approach to the game if they want to get into it. And so as we move into what will be the final game of the first half, I'm really looking forward to seeing how we get a little bit of a change to strategy, a bit of evolution from all players involved. Here we go, scoreboard coming out of that game. Who's racking up the points? It's gonna be T225, who has that brilliant combination of aggression as well as lasting out Jean Yuan and all these other top competitors to get to full 10 points. That's the highest score on the day so far.
Yeah, it has been a very long time since we've seen an 8 kills solo lobby. A very, very long time. Even when we had like 16 solos players running around in the lobby, getting 8 was still a massive achievement. So very good stuff coming on through from T225, who, as we talked about, very, very smart, very disciplined in terms of when he committed that ultimate. He was only having to commit that ultimate because Spider just all-in player after player after player, since he was able to win a fight, get a kill, didn't get to solve them. GG, go next. That's exactly what Spider forced the lobby into having to play. Instead of having that tempo lull where we saw everyone posture up and get ready to reposition to be able to contest Spirit, well, everyone once again was having to play to the tempo that Spider set the lobby into. And it was very reminiscent of when he actually came into the league, because Mike has been absolutely recognizable, synonymous with solos for the NARAKA esports scene, but Spider was the one who kicked the lobby into incredibly high aggressive gear.
Yeah, well, Spider is going to be able to catapult above that 13 position cutoff here, getting to 11 on the day, racking up 11 points himself. So this is actually a good position to really forge towards that bi-weekly. And I think that in kind, it's is going to be something that he wants to continue on for the rest of the day. But it's going to be T225 actually leapfrogging towards the top off of a great performance in game number 2. Asia going to have to play catch up.
Yeah, there is a lot of motivation. You can tell he didn't get into that bi-weekly final. He's getting into the bi-weekly final. If he has anything to say about it, he doesn't have to worry about potentially getting knocked out because he was sitting in 13th position or 12th position. No, he is gunning for that number 1 spot. And I mean, we saw some really good fights coming through from him. We saw some really good macro decisions coming through from him. Very good chase downs, a lot of different weapon techniques as well. We can have a look and see what everyone was doing that last game with our replays brought to you by China Unicorn. This was absolutely insane. So the gravity of this situation is massive. There's XY being able to go through, gets the uppercut into the grapple kick, and then he actually inverts the direction so that he sends them further off of that cliff and can connect even more aerial chase downs into that ultimate for the full isolation lockdown. Here's the moment that he was able to get that wisp grab into the immediate re-wisp off of that V through to go for longsword horizontal, pistol swap, longsword horizontal, and absolutely melt the Liam.
And meanwhile, we're getting the T225 versus the Spider fight. And that really was what kind of sealed the fate of Spider having to get in that scramble situation, accelerating the lobby, unable to get the gain depletion off of them. And then this is the funniest kill of the game right here. XY happy to sit around peppering AoE shots off that cannon, that trusty cannon, getting them all the way to 2nd place, getting supercharged for this last fight. And here we go. Speaking of last fight, Star trying to exchange with T225.
Yeah, Star was guaranteed that. The second that he gets that Syra either into an uppercut, yeah, you can see. You can see he was denied the kill skill multiplier. That's why he was unhappy. He got so many kills and he was denied the kill skill multiplier because he would have jumped up from the 10 points that he was able to bag. It would have been a crazy point that he was able to set. But as soon as he gets caught out in that flop state or an uppercut and he doesn't have his combo break to be able to break away, that Lonnie V2 is a guaranteed hit and it would have led into a TOD regardless of the matter unless the F1 cycled back into play. But we can have a look and see how TD5 was able to walk away with his 8 kills, 29,460 damage, 16,186 of it done by the spear. And the fact that his ultimate is not listed in any form of the damage bar means that the majority of it was done, even though he was on Syra, by weapon mechanics alone.
Yeah, and really, I think that this is kind of playing to the reason why Syra is strong, deceptively enough, in the solo realm, because you didn't get to see that in trios. In trios, it is that ultimate all day long that is most of the time pump the damage, pump the heals. But what we're seeing here is that Syra gets downtime, Syra gets reposition time, Syra gets the ability to find new angles in fights that some other characters are not afforded. Yeah, I talked about how the flip side of the coin is that people just walk away from Syra, but sometimes it's good to get that breathing room, and I think TT25 used that masterfully.
Yeah, I mean, he would also bait as well a lot of people into thinking that he was spacing entirely out of a fight and then swap over to that cannon. And we saw, right? Yep. Coming on through from XY, you can't run, you can't hide. If you get hit by either a Temi Wisp or a Syra Stun Dazzle and there's other players around in the lobby, you are getting absolutely melted by everyone swapping on over to their ranged options and taking you down. But we will be taking you to the next map after this very short break.
するステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League for our second week of our bi-weekly here in solos. I'm Narco here with Moxie, and I'm so happy to be diving into our third game of the day.
Yes, which means that we're headed off to familiar territory. It's Morris Isle, which, I mean, I love Fedoria. I love the unique points of interest and the macro that it brings. And Holoroth has my heart forever with Starry Night. It's my favorite map. It's my favorite environment time. But Morris Isle, it's always going to be home. It will always be nostalgia.
Yeah, I'm also one of those people who absolutely adores Holoroth. I just love standing all the way at the very top of the skybox there. You can tell I'm incredibly low rank, and then trying to just shoot people with the muskets down below. Nothing more fun than camping out with two of your friends and just jamming the absolute worst possible strategies imaginable. But yes, we are going to go back to where it all started here on Morris Isles. Really love this map. Really love the dynamics it can bring. But, you know, for the most part, I've been seeing them in trios, both in my own play, as I am somebody who only plays healers, as well as here casting Nbpl. I haven't got the opportunity yet to see what's going to be happening in solo. So really the question is, Moxie, for the audience, as well as myself, what exactly should we be looking out for on this map?
Still a lot of Liams, still a lot of Shales, still a lot of Cyrus coming on through as well. We don't really tend to see like a full trend the way that you do in trios, where there's premier picks on certain maps. It really is just which phases you're allotted into, which allow you access to certain heroes, right? If you're in Group A, you're going for that Liam, which is why we had such a big shakeup in game number one. Again, I think that actually played into why we saw it be as slow as it was, because it definitely impacted the tempo that people had to play into, given the fact that we suddenly had 3 Liams running around rather than the 2 that we normally get to see, since he gets locked out so quickly.
Absolutely. Now, one thing to note here is that we are beginning to see a little bit in the way of preference picks coming through. I love the Lone Tail mulch that we got that was used to great effect in the last game, so I kind of want to see a bit more of that, especially as things evolve. People are kind of finding their niche on the day, if that's a way to put it, where you know, sometimes you're just not feeling like you are getting deep enough into a lobby, so you begin to, you know, dial back on the gas pedal a little bit. You don't take the fights early, you just kind of rat, to use I guess it's a somewhat derogatory term for the play style. Play back a little bit, play calmly, and that dynamic is something that I'm interested to see. I think that it was something that was a lot bigger in trios, but certainly could still be the case for some of these people desperate to just get on the board here and turn the tide before we get to the second half.
Yeah, it also sort of allows you to impersonate some other players too, because we do have, you know, personality picks. Mike was known for always picking Zipping last year in 2024 whenever we had game 1 on Fedoria, which was then a strategy that other people adopted, because if you thought that you were taking a fight against Mike, that impacted how you took the fight, because remember, he was so dominant in the scene. We had things like the Temi as well, would be a damage control pick that a lot of people like to play towards. Arano also was known. He was actually the origin of the Liam V2 craze. Funnily enough, as dominant as V2 currently is, that used to be the joke version of the Liam ultimate. V1 used to be the most used in Nbpl, and we used to kick up such a huge fuss. We'd play, oh my goodness, Liam V2, what is going on?
Well, I'm really happy that we're getting a lot of Liam V2s nowadays. You know, the whole getting the ball Shinji is just one of my favorite things to see in this game. Honestly, though, it has not been as defining of the late game as I was expecting here in solos. But part of that was just because the second game was an absolute cluster that ended before that final Spirit Well, as you were talking about. So let's see if it's going to be the same thing here, and we get that kind of havoc one more time as we move into game number 3.
Yeah, a part of it as well is that sort of the surprise factor has worn out, because like it was a huge thing in Nbpl last year for a week, and then everyone figured out how to dodge around it. Which is why everyone sort of went back to the V1. But then we still saw it crop up in Summer and also in Jacob, and Arano showed how you could utilize that V2, and it came out that there was more extensions that you could do off of players with that V2. Granted, they did nerf the amount of time that you hold that player inside that orb. You used to be able to get 2 heals off. Now you can only get 1 before you're able to throw them into a follow-up attack, but it's still incredibly brutal if you are able to find a grab on a player who's unsuspecting it. If you come in with that third party, as we saw on Fedoria in our first game of play. And once again, as we saw in Pedora in our first game of play, we do not have entire lockouts coming through from these hero selections, so there is going to be some top-heavy hero picks running around this map.
Absolutely the case. Yeah, zipping going to be grabbed by Verz here. Look, or no, excuse me. It's the green. It's Lottie. It's Lottie. My goodness. I was going to say that was going to be a surprising pick, but no. Yeah, Lottie already going to be knocked out as there's going to be a lot of priority placed upon it. Justina going to be grabbed by Wufong here. Oh my goodness. The premier new character too, as we've been seeing that lovely trailer cycling around. But speaking of premier characters, Lipo going over to the Syra. This is something that we saw be taken to victory there, game number 2, and I could definitely see someone else walking away on top of its incredible ultimate, as well as ability to play well during the Realm of Gang. PXT decided to be the one to pick up the Temmels this time, and I'm liking how this lobby is shaping up.
Yeah, 2 Temmies too, and Temmie gets infinitely more value if there's more Temmies in play, because they get to reset their wisps off of each other's ultimates as well. So keep your eye on that one. If 2 Temmies end up fighting into an end zone, it's going to be the reason why a lot of these other heroes are going to want to make sure that that scenario does not happen, especially if it's scrapping over a spirit wall, something that we haven't really got to see today. When we had the first day of play of solos for the very beginning of the season, we actually got like such a crazy scrap over a spirit wall to the point that it almost actually went into timeout mode, bypassing the 180 seconds of it being up, to give you an indicator of how long that fight actually was. But since things have settled down somewhat, with players either giving and backing away a lot faster because they don't want to be close, or they are just able to come on through in a better position with things like Soldiers of Destiny to be able to stake their claim as XY. Ooh,
yeah.
That's a change up. That's Lonnie V1. So NARAKA, all I can ask you is, are you ready? Do you trust me to go on a magical mystery carpet ride?
I do trust you. And I am very excited to see what XY is bringing to the table here. He's someone that has been a statement maker in the last 2 games, and I do want to see him bring this over to Morris Isles. Here we get our drop zones, very clustered this time around. So hopefully we're looking for a little bit of action early in this one. We're gonna see what that translates out to, as we do get Weibo tucked way in the corner over there. BBE is still going to be relatively close alongside 521, so this is going to be one to watch out for. Notably, that's Alliance all the way on the far side.
Yeah, I mean, Celestra always sees a lot of action in certain areas. Celestra, because of the amount of buildings that are around. Money Spot, as it is lovingly called by players, also known as Artisan's Grove, because of the 3 warehouses that you can run through all of the boxes, which when they break, if you run into a weapon rack, they will drop a weapon. If you run into boxes, they will either drop a weapon, utility, or Riptide coins. So that is why it's referred to as Money Spot, because you can bank up very quickly a lot of spare change in the pocket to be able to, in a model will, pick your hands up on some gear or pick your hands up on a Moonbane charm to be able to cordon off one of those entrances to a Realm of Yang. As we can see, Spider yet again is the one involved in first fight.
I don't know how he manages to keep finding people, as well as really good arm to start things off. Spider gonna freeze on up, and I think he's gonna get the better of this trade. Wufong gonna use the combo breaker, unfortunately. Just has nowhere to go at such low life. It's actually be CDY who I think is gonna yoink that kill to start things off. Spider, though, happy to just continue this fight. Double axe is available. Trying to duel it out versus CDY, who has lost their armor during that last exchange. Now sent on the run. Spider happy to continue the chase here. Now, activating ultimate, can be able to use that mobility to once again get on top of their foe. CDY trying to break the combo, manages to get the body slam down. Spider, though, gonna be able to clean this one up. SHA on top of them, now able to get the stagger. Spider has to just drop the F immediately, and now is sent on the run without the armor available to really try to take it to a player who so far hasn't been able to show shine here in any of these games so far. SHA wants to take down one of the front runners early in this one and make a statement.
Yeah, Spider, unfortunately, Sean knows that he does not have this Justina ultimate because he rolled up just as Spider was getting that last dash connecting onto his opponent. Turns around, throws out the RMB from those halberds, gets the 1-2 yet again onto Shah, throws it out this time around, but Shah is ready and finds that parry, and Spider outside of that F2 cancels it, tries to get the zoning away from Shah, but will be followed on up by the Temmie coming on through with their own dual halberds to use the distance and catch on before he can fully disengage out of that hitbox. Frostfist now Grey armor into the top level of this building. So many players in this area. Asia has spotted out that he doesn't have to start a fight. He can just swap over to a pole sword and go for a scale rush to be able to clip that last little bit of damage and confirm that kill, especially given the fact that it's a Syra, but that Syra has already burned the F1, which means no potential stun dazzle, so Asia can get much more aggressive and close up this distance. Forbidden Seal is also potentially going to come into play, which does mean that everyone's not going to be able to use that ult. Asia has prematurely popped his, will be able to get the throw onto the Syra before the Forbidden Seal takes him out of that V2, finds the parry as well to be able to get that last hit of damage, chunking on down, but he's still not going to confirm this kill because so many players are in the area. Goes for the swap over to the pulsar, comes on through of the RMB, one massive smash of damage, and LiFo is sent packing to the nearest soul altar.
You know, I prefer when there's very little macro and people are just slugging it out early in this one. SHA looking to go 2 for 2, trying to deal it out with Star, who's on the run right now. Has the fan available, trying to buy a little bit of space. Fun plus Phoenix is representative, though, in a little bit of trouble as, unfortunately, right now, they just don't have enough time to heal up. So SHA is going to get right back on top of them. Star will be able to get an armor swap. It's still not enough, as now another player is going to descend upon the fight. SHA around the corner now. Star just going to pop Syra ultimate, use this to get as much healing as they possibly can, and actually hiding out here, they are going to be able to almost heal back up to full. Frostivus now wants to dive in, have a little bit of a go, has full armor, full health. Star going to be hounded by SHA as once again with the shadow rolling in, this is going to be a tight one. Nobody really wants to dedicate too hard. The fact that everybody knows that so many people are in this area right now means that anything that you take that goes long can lead to another massive cluster, and we want to see who's preparing for Realm of Gang.
Yeah, Star has been able to get another F1 to come through. Searches the trope, does not strike gold nor blue. He's still stuck with this grey armor that he's been saddled with since we last saw him getting chased around Winery. Now on the back foot, does have that fan, will be able to complete the scale rushes, but BB's Frostivus is full sending this one. He knows the Syra doesn't have the ultimate into Gorge. Star is going to go in the hopes of just going so deep into this zone that Frostivus decides to back on off, but he is not giving up this chase anytime soon. Star circles back around Chip. Round and round we go. Frostivus finally gets one hit of damage, but unfortunately the terrain grieves him. He gets caught on the rock. Oh no, can he get out of this position, or is he gonna die to Zotic? Oh no, I think Frostivus is stuck.
Oh, well, that's awful. I'm so sorry, Frostivus. Manages to get unstuck in time, but is denied the kill. Is gonna have to just eat some berries. And, you know, we'll scrub that from the record. Frostivus, you know, winning that game #1, would love to be able to pick up another one. Almost gets prematurely denied the opportunity there with that deep run into the storm. CDY going to get that Boon Bane Charm, using that Bane's Breath early as a zoning tool. And across the board, we are going to see people begin to scatter a little bit here, spread out, see which Realm of Gangs that they want to try to engage with. CDY, PXT in the same area. Of course, CDY, like I said, having used that charm early, is happy to just try to play King of the Castle here. Look upon the area that he has created a lot of chaos in. And from there, we'll try to lock down for a jump on in a lot of value.
Yeah, has that Moonbane, so he's not going to be contested. It forces all of these other players too to have to go to the other entrances. Spider, still trying to find that recovery. We saw him get taken down early after having found that first elimination. He's only got blue armor now. Looks like he might try and full send it. Currently, he doesn't have the Yang pass too, so he has to make sure that he doesn't burn his ultimate. No, the other players go outside. They go too far away from that Yang, and unfortunately it takes the ticket and passes it right over to Spider, but Spider, now losing that blue armor, is forced out of the zone and past the parcel. The pass goes over to PXT once more. Holds onto this halberd, throws out the RMB, is just creating a little bit of zoning away from everybody so that he can try and utilize this combo breaker and the ultimate to buy himself the safe space. 17 seconds left before he can put himself into this portal. And remember, he will get his ultimate back as long as he gets to hold on to that Yang pass, and he is literally just going to sit in the middle and make sure, given the fact that there's Justina's in the area too, they're likely not going to want to commit into the portal after him, as we can have a look and see Wu Fong taking T2D5 out of that Yang area and immediately chasing down onto him, senses that blood in the water, comes on through with the commitment of that Justina V1, will be able to find the elimination, which I believe actually fully blocks T2D5 to run from this lobby. And so you can see that CDY, unimpeded by the moonbeam that he dropped, is already through that portal. Everyone else very much content to wait it out. No one wants to go in to this realm, especially given the fact that the Justinas were previously fighting a Temi. They know that the matchup does not favor them if they go in and match up against that player that they had to battle pass first.
Well, XY is going to take this versus CDY. We're going to see exactly how this lobby feeds on out, as right now what I'm looking for is XY to just try to dominate again. Didn't have as explosive of a start as we did in game number 2, but XY once again, I think very much is someone to watch out for. CDY though, happy to play aggressive, trying to get right up in the face of this pole sword, not wanting to allow for this ASE representative to use its spacing capabilities, and therefore CDY kind of running roughshod. We got to swap over to sword, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. XY has already lost their armor. CDY trying to trade up close, will be able to get the knockdown. XY popping that ultimate, the B1 that we haven't seen so far. Magic Carpet Ride, trying to buy a little bit of space, trying to buy a bit of harassment off orb, but it's not enough. XY having to play at distance for the time being, looking for the launch back in. CDY still has a little bit of armor left available for them. XY gonna time out on their ultimate, no rage yet available, and this is going to be XY dashing back, trying to find a combo breaker on his sliver of health. It is not going to be enough, as now we shift over to the next Rimble Yang.
Yeah, it's going to be Lipo going head-to-head against PXT. Fan RMB comes on through. Commitment 2 onto the follow-up 1, 2, 3. Lipo now stays on that pillar just a little bit too long. Gets clipped off of it immediately. PXT yet again cancels out of the focus. Forces the Siren space up into the sky off of that F1, but combo breaker has now been burned. And PXT looks for the uppercut into RMB from that drop. And Lipo gets scooped up and sent home, as PXT will be able to claim a Vermilion Bird's Might and a legendary longsword, as Cyrus not having the greatest showing inside the realm of Yanks today.
Yeah, not at all, but to be fair, Temulch is just so dominant, it seems like, particularly now with the confidence that the Temis have in firing off ultimates, using that as a zoning tool and playing around it. We've been seeing them get quite a lot of value out of these situations, and in kind, this Vermilion Bird's Might could be enough for this representative of the Wolves to really take it to a big fight really early on. CDY gonna be the one to duel with them. This is a classic, we got the freebies, let's go for it. Nobody else around now. CDY just wants to make a statement. PXT hasn't been able to get a ward in edgewise, much less blow back. Gonna try to pop here. Has their F available once again. CDY trying to navigate outside of the sandstorm, will be able to do so without too much stagger. PXT trying to dash around, diving right back into the protected barrier. CDY stunned right at the edge. Doesn't do enough though, as still PXT is hanging on at half health, trying to find a way out of this one, knowing that, especially with people in the area who are very much willing to try to remove their Yang depletion by any means necessary, this could be a disaster, as now going down incredibly low. CDY will land the killing blow versus here on the edge though.
Yeah, and he has managed to run CDY into another player, and CDY committed ultimate. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find the full turf pick, but that does force the combo breaking out from that Lani. CDY fishing for that parry. Will not be able to get the opening that he's looking for. The staff comes on out, burst with the staggers. CDY finds the parry, now goes into the jump LMVs, but Lipo with the pulse scale rush absolutely steamrolls into that fight. Gets the last hit of damage. Unfortunately for him, is denied the soul bloom, which is the price he was truly after.
All right, well, this is going to be Lipo trying to now get to safety, knowing that they're up against quite a few players, all stacking up inside of the gorge right now. Ajiao trying to trade in the air up here versus, I'm not exactly sure who that was over there in the corner. Moving too fast for me to read. It looks like it's actually Spider. And unfortunately, this is just not looking like his game. Doing a good job with a bit of a trade back. Ajiao happy to just hand off the aggro, though, as now XY wants our opportunity versus the SR fighter. Now, Frostivus firing away with the bow and arrow at range. Ajiao actually going to get caught by Temi there, and that means that it's a bit more in the way of free fire that we're going to be seeing out of Frostivus, who is once again just trying to play this game slow. Came away with the victory game number 1, and now for second game running, may just be at 0 kills.
Smart boy Spider utilizes the Justina V1, runs directly past the second realm of Yang Portal 2, so the players who were scaled are going to be looking at that, and then kites over to the Forbidden Seal to activate it and deny ultimates from all involved. And now as well, he's been able to get himself very close to Celestra, which is the terrain and placement of all NARAKA maps. It is the home of the ankle break currently. Spider prematurely rings the bell too, so when he disappears into these buildings, the other players won't be able to hit it to figure out where his location is going to be. Goes for that F2, but unfortunately Asia, with the anticipation of that break, is able to come on through with the skill rush confirm into the V2 grab, and Spider goes into the zone and out of the lobby. Good news for him, though, he might be taking Asia with him as Asia stands still. He has 10 seconds almost of Vermilion Birds Might running out. He did not give up the fight. He made sure to die before the buff burned out so that it could still activate and let him respawn into this lobby, as opposed to trying to live the fight and potentially getting taken down when the buff had since run through. XY now going for the Lani F1. Shah also going to be investing in the Temi F1 for both of these players to break out, and unfortunately for XI, because he didn't get that soul bloom off of Spider, he gets taken down by Yang Depletion.
Very different texture to this game. A lot of different fighters coming into their own here, as we are going to see Wufang try to get this last solid hit versus Star, and there's the elimination. Now Lipo, though, going to try to hand off, get a bit of damage, has been riding this pole sword to great value so far, and looking to do so for another kill. Wufang with a little clink there, going to try to find a scale rush off the HUD, gets around the corner. And now we're inside Realm of Gang as well, as this is going to be Aijiao versus Frostivus. Frostivus unable to get a whole lot in the way of momentum, mostly just been looting as they are at 0 kills. Aijiao doing a really good job of just depleting that initial flurry that Frostivus has available. And now with the ultimate activated, Aijiao just needs one more hit, and this is all going to be over before it even began. Frostivus in a lot of trouble, gets the repel off of the long sword's ranged attack there to stop the full approach, but it's not enough. Dual blade plus pistol means that Asia is in a great position to just pepper shots away. Frostivus cannot win a war of attrition at such low health, is going to drop in Realm of Gang. We're back to Lipo and Wufang.
Yeah, you saw that little bit of a head tilt. That's because of frustration from playing up against Phantom Step. He tried. Frostivus threw out the V2, and Asia Phantom Step iframed up. Just the way that you can iframe out of that Viper ultimate activation. It's so stylish, it's so frustrating if you're against it. There's CDY now still duking it out against PXT. 40 seconds left. PXT eating charge vertical coming through from that longsword. Eating another charge vertical from that longsword. Having to invest the F1 from that Temi to put himself upwards of the jump horizontals coming on out from CDY's longsword follow through off of that flop state. And now PXT is just having to play around the cannons. What's behind door number one? Unfortunately, on the left side, it was death. And a win for CDY to walk away with a buff and a legendary katana too.
I'll be the first one to say it. What was that splash damage, CDY? All the way arcing across the corner, able to get themselves into a really good position for the late game. Lipo's going to camp out around a Spirit Well. And now with 2 White Tiger prowesses on the board, this is kind of that first situation where you can see the game end, not necessarily prematurely, but get to a point where really the battle lines have been drawn. You have your very well-defined front runners. Second Realm of Yang over with Frostivus and company, needing another angle back into this one. Still at 0 points right now. This representative BBE wants to follow up that victory in game number 1 with just a little bit more value so far. Unable to get a whole on the way of points here or in game 2.
I'm pretty sure Frostivus actually saw that other player with Yang Depletion in soul form, which is why he's headed over towards that soul altar so they can take a fight without potentially getting third-partied. Yeah, there it is. Frostivus and Wolves PXT fighting on an out, but PXT, the grapple kick into jump LMV resets, and then the ultimate from the Smolch. Frostivus will avoid it by the activation gold focus coming in through from that Liam V2. Now, Froze PXT gets closer towards that zone, has been able to survive as well. The threat of the Re-Wisp coming on out from PXT being able to send out that CC. And now that the Tumult ultimate is done, Frostbus not being able to find the upper hand, does get parried, will not lose the weapon, invest the Liam F1 to keep a hold of it. And we go back into neutral. The overhold comes on through from Frostbus, gets the upper hand. PXT not feeling safe, puts himself up into the sky, looking for the drop down RMB, but he commits to the focus. And Frostbus yet again is able to find the parry. The drop down comes on through. Frostbus with the jump LMBs into RMB from that engraving, and Frostbus walks away with the win.
We got another fight on our hands. This one could turn into a three-way very quickly here. Lipo already forced to use the Syra ultimate to buy a bit of space and a little bit of health back. Asia want to give chase. Here comes CDY on the back end as well. Gonna get the hook shot. Lipo in trouble, trying to use the RMB for a little bit of vertical distance. Won't be able to get a whole lot though. Stagger for the time being, dashing away. Going to be able to launch himself off of the cliff face wall, but it might not be enough. Asia still very much on top of them. CDY as well, just trying to descend from above, as now we got a fourth player in this one as well. Wufong hungry for a kill. Lipo still trying to buy a little bit of space, only on rare armor right now, not in a great position to take this into the long game. May need to just dig their heels in and try to answer right back. SHA, Frostbus now all joining up, and we got a jamboree with 9 minutes still left on the clock here. CDY finds contact. Lipo not long for this world, escaping up the log run, will be able to get to the high ground, but it's not enough. Frostbus is now going to be the one giving chase. Lipo can't get through a window. Sliver of health left available, is going to be able to scale rush onto the roof, but it's not enough. Splash damage from another cannon will do it for the time being. CDY down on the low ground, just going to use this time to farm up once more before a re-engage.
Lipo, he had the running shoes, but unfortunately for him, the Achilles heel is the Tumult Wisp. He gets caught right up on the tail end of that scale rush. And immediately, CDY with the conversion over towards the cannon gets the conversion into the elimination. Something to note is that CDY has 5 eliminations, currently matching Alliance's Asia, 5 for 5 currently. And now that the players with Yang depletion have either been knocked out of this lobby or have been cleansed of that depletion debuff, we might see things start to slow down, especially since a Rift Dealer is still in play. CDY, I believe that might be Stormstride. We'll have to wait and see if he takes the fight, if he suddenly starts having the buff come through from Zeus, deciding to aid a helping hand. Not normal for the mythological god, but definitely unfair advantage, all one can say, unless you grief yourself out of a parry animation.
We'll have to see for sure on that one. It looks like as that big fight didn't turn into just the game ender, as was kind of the case in the second game, we're going to have a little bit of time by which everybody's just getting to their maximum strength, trying to define the battle lines. We are probably going to get the final circle here, and from there, I really am interested to see how players like Frostbus, who maybe haven't gotten all the kills that they really wanted to, are going to fare in this dicey situation. Frostbus, also Submarine Gamer 1, got the victory off of it, but this time around, I think that that is going to be a little bit more difficult, just given the fact that we have players pushing aggression to a new definition here. SHA in particular, someone who didn't have a great first 2 games, got off to an early kill versus Spider and has been riding that ever since.
Oh, well, we're also seeing these players have to be very cognizant of the Moonbane. That is currently slap bang, unfortunately positioned over where the Spirit Well is going to spawn up. Now that the Moonbane is off of the table, it is going to be Spirit Well, all hands on deck. Who is going to be taking this buff? Who's going to be able to get that ult cycle double time? As Asia currently playing rewinds in terms of that armor bar. He's taking so much hits. Blistering Edge absolutely melting away. Phantom Step coming in clutch to be able to keep him away from hitting that fire tick debuff, which would mean that 50% healing effectiveness is now cut. Stormstride was in play. We just saw the lightning come on through as Frostbus has also been chased out. But Asia healed back on up, comes on through with hook form on those legendary halberds. That is going to be a lot of these players backing on off, having to respect the Jades that this Liam has currently access to. CDY mistimes the parry. Asia immediately punishes. Xiao also looking for an overcommitment coming on through, as now Asia gets hit by the horizontal swing from the pole sword. Everyone trying to chunk down that legendary armor. Asia gets hit by the fire tick. This is enough for GG Xiao to feel confident to go for the full engagement, and Asia so far away from that Spirit Well goes for that V2. has to be able to find a grab, but he's out of grab opportunities, and he is out of the lobby. He overplayed his hand. He tried to take that Spirit Roll a little bit too aggressively, and everybody else in the lobby saw an opportunity to take an incredibly overgeared player down and absorb all of the loot left behind.
Yeah, credit to Frostivus for knowing when to tap out after losing the armor the first time. Unfortunately, it was that hanging on that unfortunately cost Ajiao the chance to go deeper on into this lobby. Frostivus actually in a lot of trouble as well, going to be eliminated here. CDY and Wufong are both now going to duel right in the midst of the Moonbane. Very difficult position for everybody involved, as we are just going to get a scatter to safety, and I think one more re-engage to decide this lobby in the final 3 players.
Sharp goes back on over to see whether or not he can pick up any resources before moving into position. Justina, Sheol, Temi. It feels like the start of a joke. Who's going to be the punchline? As Shano trying to create a little bit of pressure onto Wufong, chipping away at this armor. Goes for the combo break. Commits that F1, is keeping this Justina at an arm's length. He knows if it goes down to an ult-off, he is going to have the upper hand against this Justina, being able to stop Wufong from dashing directly on top of him. SS1, however, does have the current long-term advantage, given the fact that his name is attached to that buff up on the top right corner, which means that his is the armor reset that will be granted to him, and only his. He is the only player who can go back and pick up that legendary armor that has been left behind. Mystic Might as well going to be providing damage reduction, as well as giving him all of the intel of where these 2 other players are going to be coming from. Stormstride and the jump LMB is attempted from. That longsword combo breaker also going to be used. Chaz spacing one out with the Tumult F1. Doesn't want to get caught in a fight, understanding that the Justina, if he sees a Tumult and a Sheol fighting, is going to turn onto the Temi, who is the bigger threat to that Justina getting to hit that win condition, and Shah on the back foot has to find an opportunity to look for a heal or do enough damage to turn the attention onto CDY instead.
God needs trying to find a way to slow this fight down. Has the rage available to pop the ultimate. Will be able to do so. Second half health, though, with their back to the storm. Just trying to make sure that they have enough distance from Wufong. But they're going to be caught by the rage attack from the longsword. And now they're forced deep inside of the shadow. CDY happy to play the zoning right now. Playing out of range. Has the cannon fire to rain down absolute hell upon SHA. Shot in a lot of trouble now. Just going to get sandwiched between the 2 of them. And it looks like CDY and Wufong have handshake that they want to just take this duel. CDY going to be able to break the combo. SHA over top of the hut right now. Now Wufong is going to hand off the aggro, looking for an angle back in. SHA, good defense right now, is managing to get a bit of armor back to try to continue this fight for as long as they possibly can. Unfortunately, they got no rebuy on their F4.
Double parry!
But they get the double parry. They get the space. Wufong doesn't want to go back in with such low armor. CDY happy to continue to play out of range, looking for a reapproach. We'll get the hook shot, and this might be end of the road. SHA going to be thrown back into the shadows, manages to get the verticality necessary to buy a bit more space. Big knockdown onto Wufong, who has to use ult. CDY recovered a little bit of health, but SHA feels like it's confident enough to go back in. SHA up onto the tree looking for scale rush. Will be denied that opportunity, but good movement means they're going to get across the shadow inside of the hut. That gives them a bit more time to heal back up. They got the armor swap going. CDY on the backside of this one looking to recover here. Wufong is going to be sent their direction, and somehow, someway, this Emmelt is just still hanging on, and in fact is looking better than ever in this one. SHA finally going to lose that armor. CDY on top of them, desperate to get this kill to bring things back to even now, but unfortunately they aren't able to get everything without Wufong also getting the reapproach. Finally down goes the Temi, but is it enough? CDY trying to dodge the way out of this one, uses the freeze early, trying to look for the re-engage. Wufong in a good position here with the double halberd, but now as it's a decisive 1v1 with plenty of time inside of the shadow, the question is, will Wufong be able to use this mobility to their advantage? There's the cross up to start things off. Now CDY sends sprawling into the storm, and that's enough. TE walks away with it.
You have to feel for Shah. You have to feel for Shah. He got 2 double parries, and then he's trying to space out, right? He understands that the Sheol and the Justina are fighting. Unfortunately for him, if we were playing on old Sheol rules, right? If when the Sheol got staggered, he immediately had to throw out that counter, it would have been turned onto the Justina. However, because we're playing on the 13th of March patch, that actually means that when the Sheol and the Justina match wits, he gets to hold on to that reserve of counter and he runs down to where that tumult is trying to recover, and he throws it out to instantly grab onto Sha, to just force the tumult, loses all of that armor that he was able to pick up from the blue armor reset swap that he was able to find inside that building. He wasn't even able to fully use that as a reset opportunity, because when he skill rushes outside of that building, he gets clipped by the R&B from the halberds, where he disengages just at the tail end of the skill rush, which pushes him into the zone. So yeah, he gets that blue armor reset, but the zone starts eating away his actual own health bar, and he's not able to pop a Vitality before he's getting locked up into that Sheol V1. And then off of the back of that, the second he comes out of that CC, he's got to go for the ultimate, just trying to buy himself any set of reset. And then that means that the Justina can come on through and pop on her ultimate to be able to chase him down. And then she's still got the dashes to be able to close up the distance and put the pressure onto Sheol, who, remember, burnt her ultimate in the first place, so hers is going to be down first. It was just a really good job coming on through from that Justina to be able to play the long term perfectly.
It's a house of cards. It's the interlinking ways that these games play on out. You think about who's winning the Realm of Yays, you're thinking about who's getting the Spirit Wells. It's all of that that leads to this final game state where, yes, these people are playing at the very top of their game, Amoxie. Every single one of these guys, especially those who are getting to that final circle, are doing such a great job of utilizing their advantages. But sometimes it's a matter of setting up, playing consistently, not only through this game, but throughout the entire series to get yourself to victory here. I think that we're going to be seeing a lot more of these players, especially that final three, as we move deeper on in, because this seems like kind of people turning over a new leaf, maybe evolving, getting the shakes out of them as we move into the second half. Really happy that we're getting this kind of bounce back, and maybe not some of those players that were at the top of the lobby in those previous two games coming into relevance.
Yeah, we're starting to see a lot of these players who weren't, in that top of the leaderboard half, taking advantage of what the players who are forcing the lobby into. It's something that we saw last year, actually. Wang Liang, before he was known as Edward, which he name swapped into coming into 2025, he was able to take advantage of the rivalry that Mike and Spider had, to the point where we would see those two burn ultimates in really strange situations just so they could guarantee that they got the kill on each other. And Wang Liang would be able to take full advantage of the fact that they would all in each other and then be able to win out the second wind of that fight. And we're seeing something similar occur right now. Look at the fact of how Asia was trying to take that Spirit Well. He was kitted out. He had that legendary armor, he had the legendary weapon, he had the legendary jades, but the problem was he was so much of a threat that everybody knew who was left in the lobby, they could not let him get that buff because he would run the lobby afterwards. There would be no opportunity for a second stage of that fight. He had to be taken down, which is why you saw things like the Blistering Edge come through to be able to zone him out of picking up that Spirit Well, so he didn't get to sit in the space and throw out art form Will Hook coming on for, or Robert Martial Art Will Hook form. Probably one of the biggest mouthfuls of Soul Jade names that we have in NARAKA's listings. But they did not allow him to have any of that spacing. And then when his loot got dropped, the legendary armor that he had was pickable up for the players in the lobby because it wasn't off of the Spirit Well floor. The Phantom Step that we saw him utilizing to be able to iframe around some of those debuffs coming in through, that was also grabbed on up, and we saw it being utilized to devastating effect in the fight that went down between the final three players too. All of that comes off of the fact that those three other players, that Temi, that Sheol, that Justina, they see what Asia has and they want it, and they were all in to make sure that they can heist it away.
Well, we're looking at the leaderboard right now, Moxie, and I gotta say, you said we got to feel for Sha, and I will redouble that point right here, right now. Sitting all the way down at 18. I don't think they deserve it after that performance in the last game, but it's that matter of just not getting the kills necessary to build up to where they were kitted out enough to really last in that final three. Asia going to continue to stand tall as they actually were able to leapfrog Sha into third place just by virtue of how many kills they racked up early, even after that strategic misplay around the Spirit Well. But we also look at some of the other people in that bottom half that were performing well in that final game. game, and you start to see how this also becomes something that is in the back of the minds of a lot of these players. Our representative of BVE, Frostivus, I actually credited him for being a little bit more conservative than Asia around that Spirit Well. He lost out once to a range challenge, lost that armor, said, yeah, I'm good, decided to back off, but unfortunately, by playing in that avoidance way, yeah, you're lasting long in lobbies, but we are not seeing that translate into what Ajiao's accomplished with such a high score in the second week.
Yeah, we are going to be getting to see our replays brought to you by China Unicom. This is Spider coming in through with this Justina freeze into follow-up RMB from those halberds, managing to get that kill elimination. This is the moment that Asia on this Liam is able to come in through with the overhold onto WBG's first. Verse now with the overhold as well, and Asia punishes immediately going for the faster attack before it can be turned onto him. Juan Yuan being able to take full advantage. Oh, this is such an unfortunate moment for T25. He gets just clipped off of the lumber pile, and immediately Wufong sees his opportunity, knows he can get that Yang pass, commits the Justina V1 into those freeze dashes to be able to confirm up that kill. Asia now with the uppercut swap into the pole sword from the 2-1-1, being able to close up that fight. This is the moment that Frostivus was able to win and cleanse his Yang depletion, taking up the fight against PXT with the engraving coming through from that longsword, and you can see PXT not happy about that one.
Absolutely not. And here we go. Final decisive fight. Asia lasted for a long while there. Going to be knocked out into the storm. Wufong still with a ton of armor and resources left. Is just mopping up some of these last members of the lobby for the decisive duel and gets it at the end there. And really, this is going to be something that I hope to see leveraged into later games, because this aggressive play, the way that Wufong was able to bring Justina to excellence, that's something I'm very happy about. This is my first time seeing the full 3D render of that super for the MVP. So let's see some more of this out of Wufong, out of Justina as we move into the second half.
Yeah, we can see that's the phantom step that was passed around player to player. There's also that blistering edge. That was the reason that Asia was not able to make it to grab that Spirit Well. That fire just doing so much, and also the amount of range that the horizontal sweep has, pushing him back into that zone, forcing him to take the debuff tick, as well as that damage coming in from the shadow. And we can see, like you said, Justina not normally getting to pick up the MVP, given the fact that that ultimate is so problematic for a lot of players. She normally gets turned on to before the final zone closes up into a space where those dashes are going to become that problematic placement.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what really did it there for Wufong. Yes, they got focused early, but when you have that tumult just creating so much disruption, you really got to figure out how to prioritize at the very end there. And I can understand why it was the case that finally Wufong on Justina was able to actually get that MVP and get that victory at the end.
Yeah, but speaking about the end, we're going to be making sure that we can throw you right over to this interview with one of our players. Take it away.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have T Wufong come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 有请Wufong先跟我们大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 T1 的吴峰。
Okay, welcome. First of all, how do you think about today's matches? 那首先第一个问题肯定是简单评价一下今天的比赛吧。
前面两把评价我嘛，前面两把运气不是很好，然后后面第三把就运气比较好了。
I think I'm not very lucky for the first two game, and when I came to the game 3, I think I'm more lucky. Okay, so about game 3, we saw you use Justina, and especially in the final circle, there were 3 different heroes. So what's your strategy for the final circle? 那其实，在第三把的顾清寒，我们也有看到，在最后决赛圈就是剩下你，然后一个特木尔，还有一个卫青嘛。当时看到这个现场的胜的这个情况是怎么样去决策的？
因为那个卫青是白火把地脉占了，我就想的是先去打那个沙男，然后那个沙男不是拉扯了很久吗？他拉扯了，感觉一直杀不死他，然后那卫青后面也被他打残了，然后我就去先打卫青，把他盾逼出来，把他大招打掉嘛，算了，然后看沙男没起来，先把沙男抽了，再打卫青。
Okay, so at first, Weixing had the White Tiger powerness, so I was planned to kill Temuch first. I was thinking about to use Temuch's ultimate to counter Wei Qing's ultimate, and so that after Temuch and Wei Qing was not very healthy in the final circle, then I just kill them one by one. Okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure, please. So this time our question is, which hero did TE Wu Feng use in game 3? 这次我们的问题是吴峰在第3把用了哪个英雄呢 ？A 是特木尔 ，B 是顾清寒 ，C 是卫青，D 是留恋。So please count down the time， 也是请吴峰给我们倒计时一下吧。
3, 2, 1。
Yes, screenshot everyone. So what's the answer? 答案是什么
？B.
Yeah, the answer is B, Justina. Well, so let's talk about something out of the competition. Do you know? For this seasons, a lot of players and people always say, "Watch out, 吴峰." 那你有没有听过？就是其实来到这个赛季，大家总是挂在嘴边的小心吴峰，知道这个吗 ？So what's the meaning about that? 那知道这个是什么意思吗？给我们讲一讲。
我其实不知道。
哦，你不知道？
其实不知道，不知道说的是不是打225那波？
打225那波是什么？
就是把他击败了。
是在同一个英雄的时候，是不是？
对。
So actually I don't know the exact meaning about the watch out Wu Feng. Maybe it's because when I used the same hero with T225 and I killed him. So maybe it's about that. Wow. Okay, actually it's something about that. But maybe it's because sometimes they worried about your high ability. 有没有可能是因为他们可能面对你的时候会比较担心，因为确实吴峰是一个比较厉害的选手。你自己觉得就是说从上一个赛季的新人来到了这个赛季成为我们的老人了，有一个怎么样的转变呢？
去年的我感觉就是敢打一点，就比较激进，就什么都不怕。反正我是新人嘛，我就大放异彩，就打出自己的风采。今年也有许多人看见我的打法比较圆润，就是比较稳中求胜嘛，就该稳的时候稳，就这样。
So for last year, when I was a newcomer for Nbpl, I think for me, when I was in the competition, I was more aggressive because I think I'm new here, so I don't need to afraid about anything. But when I came to this seasons, I will think more during the competition, and also I think I became more stable playing games. So I think I still need time, and also because after I became an esport players and more people can see me, so I will think more about that. And also during the competition, I will think everything like the environment and the situation. So I will be more calm down and more stable for the competition. Okay. So thank Wu Feng for doing this. 也是谢谢吴峰来到我们的赛后采访。So hope good luck for you for the following games. 希望你在后几把的比赛里面可以持续好运，好吧 ？Okay, that's all for the interview. Bye bye everyone.
「ワクワクするステージ」「視線を集めて」「キラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう」「一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ」「ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語」「ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよ」どこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NBPL for the second half of our Solos Day here in week number 2 of our bi-weekly. My name is NARAKA here with Moxie, and I'm ready to dive on into some more NARAKA action.
Yeah, I mean, second half of the day, we're going to be seeing a lot of these players start getting through some questionable, or rather not questionable, but not exactly premier hero picks given the rules that are applying for the solos lockouts. You have to, in the 6 games that you play in regular, play 5 different heroes, and then when we move over to the bi-weekly finals, because it's a maximum of 8 games potentially up for grabs, you have to play 7 rotations. So gone are the days where you can one-trick one specific hero. You have to be flexible in terms of those heroes that you can play.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what is going to be coming out here as we move into the second half. Like I said, right now it's really about top competitors showing their stuff in terms of placing well at lobby after lobby. Game number 3 was the biggest shakeup on that front that we see with a very different final 3 than what was coming earlier. But on top of that, now having to navigate a level of consistency while also maybe playing one of the characters you aren't favoring quite as much or aren't quite as comfortable on, that's going to be a real test to show who is going to have that pedigree necessary to really take it to the bi-weekly finals and make a mark there.
Yeah, and it's interesting too, because like we're seeing that there is a meta developing in terms of the heroes that get locked out the most frequently, right? Liam in phase 1, Sheol phase 2, and then tends to be a little bit of a toss-up indecision coming through in phase 3, where we have some Lannies running around, some Syras running around, some Justinas running around, and normally we would say if the premier pick is immediately getting banned out by those players in phase 1, those games when you get access to that hero, because you're only getting access to them when you're in phase 1, which is going to roll around a total of 2 times in a regular day, have to be high scoring games. But it feels like the Liam is not scoring as highly as it would suggest the rate of his pick, and we've kind of seen a little bit throughout the day that some of these players have anticipated this. It hasn't immediately been that Liam lockout coming through in phase 1 the way that it was just shutted out immediately in the first week.
And I do wonder if it's just by matter of how a lot of these games have panned out that the Liam doesn't feel quite as good. We're not getting a whole lot of one-on-one duels where the Liam is just able to pokeball somebody, throw them across the screen or out into the shadows, or otherwise just set up for the TOD, right? In more cases than not, you're getting a big scramble situation. You have a lot of people on top of one another, and people are getting displaced. People are getting moved by virtue of stuff like Syra ult coming out. And when you're in those situations, you can't necessarily spend the time to focus down one person, or even use the disruption that comes from ball to get people all grouped together, because everybody is really aware of spacing and is very much aware of the fact that they step one toe out of line, they can get zapped in an instant.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember too, when Spider got picked up by that Liam V2 back in the Celestra fight just before the second realm of Yang spawned on up, the grab was successful. The Liam was able to find that V2, but because you only get 2 charges on it, and also because you can only grab up 1 player, a lot of the time if you are in that multi-wave fight, if you are in a swarm of players as opposed to in the 1v1, even if you land your ultimate, you might be able to find an elimination, but you're probably getting eliminated very quickly afterwards because you lose the ability of being able to gold frame on the activation, the way that some of these other heroes still have their combo breakers available to them. So we're definitely starting to see the Liam struggle as some of these players identify in the midway and the lulls in the setups to the Realm of Yang, where there's a lot of players stacked up in small spaces. The Liam is going to struggle as opposed to something like either the Syra or the Justina.
At the same time though, Moxie, we are at a point where, like you said, people are going to be shifting off of those very preferred picks a little bit down the board in terms of what they want to select. And there's a lot of people who still have not locked in the Liam, and it could just be that 3rd one in line, that 4th one in line that we're finally going to see enter onto the field here. And so I don't think we're seeing all the highlights that the Liam is going to produce. I don't think that we've been told its full story just yet on the day, and so I'm very much going to be keeping my eye out for the contours of this character selection as something that'll define a lot of what's to come.
Yeah, and we're also not seeing a lot of heal-up situations go through, and I think that's the meta developing into understanding that there are so many heroes that can deny the heal-up situation in the first place. So it is far better to play more aggressively before that last Spirit Well spawns on up, to be able to make sure that it goes down to a 1 versus 1 brawl before the zone closes and you potentially get locked out of a kill-score multiplier. So for all of these players, they're actually motivated to forgo the lull, forgo the ebb and flow, and make sure that it's aggressive go, go, go.
All right, well, here are the players that are going to be entering into the second half, and this is going to be the selection order that they're in. Spider all the way down at the bottom there. Could be pushed onto something quite interesting. Frostivus is a player that I need to see really shoulder the burden of that first game win and show that they can hang with the big guns up here. Otherwise, they're going to continue to slip down the line. And the fact that they're going to be right there in the second round selection alongside Azhao, who's had a great day to continue on with a great start to the season, means that this is going to be quite an interesting character to select.
Yeah, Pradora as well is going to be the map that we head to. Morning Dew. So potentially Arcadia is going to be seeing a lot of early fights. There it is, the Liam. Still the premier pick for the players in the first round selection. It's going to be instantly barred from play. T25 and CDY both nabbing that one. And then if we do see a continued tradition, the Sheol is going to follow suit. Where it branches off though is when we head into phase 3.
Well, I don't know if that's that much of a branch off. We've been seeing a lot of Lonnie, and it will continue on here. Double pickup by Shaw as well as PXT. And talking about people with the world on their shoulders right now, Shaw still there at the bottom of the leaderboard, unable to get together the kind of performance that would bring them up to contention to make it to the bi-weekly finals, even after what I thought was a very impressive game number 3. We got an Akos lock in there for first. That's something I'm excited to see, as Jean Yuan is also moving down in his pick order here, going for the assassin. I love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, that's double pick for Juan Yuan. You double pick Kylan. Remember, he was phase 1 first game?
Yes,
and he picked Kylan immediately? That's a big shakeup. Cat amongst the pigeons, quite literally, is going to be those 2 ACOS picks coming on through. 1 Temi on the field, so no shenanigans off of resets from each other's V3s. So we're going to have to wait and see the loadouts coming on through, because if memory serves too, XY picked up V1 instead of V2.
Yeah, you're right. XY was a pretty interesting approach to this, not only going for that early selection, going for the double dip. And really, I thought that the performance that we saw on this map, on this character, was the weakest we've seen out of XY on the day.
I wonder if he's going to have changed out the ultimate loadout. Or maybe he's going to try and just brawl out into Arcadia first of all, so he can pick himself up that 12-point essence. It wasn't against him, I will say, because when we saw... Yeah, there it is, V1, Kylan, F1. Anything else abnormal? F1, V2, Spider versus also opting for the F1, V2. So no Raw going to be coming back. It's going to be the knockback as well as damage reduction. Something to note though is that ACOS F1 is not a true combo break. It's a soft combo break. So they're not going to be able to utilize it the way some of these other heroes can if they're stuck in a extension.
Yeah, nothing else really jumping out at me. First time we're going to be seeing the Akos double stacked, looking to be like that 4th or 5th pick priority for a lot of people. Justina is someone that I want to see Star and Lipo both pop off on. I think that this is a character that has the ability to, especially without the Temulch available, do quite a bit, maybe fare well in Realm of Yang, and beyond that, actually get these players who so far kind of been lagging in terms of making a mark on the series to a really good position. But of course, we got a lot of people still on stuff like Sheol, which has itself been a character that I think needs to get a little bit more time in the spotlight before I can really be fully impressed with it in solos. But this could be the time for it. I heard your reaction there, Boxy. This is a dense drop.
That is a stacked Arcadia. Okay, well, we theorized that there was going to be a lot of action if Arcadia was in play from the get-go. And yeah, we're going to be getting to go incredibly aggressively from the very beginning. However, we might not see all of these players locked into fights. A strategy has developed where some of these players will land on Arcadia, swipe away some of those Thunder Coins, and then remove themselves from that position. They'll use it to grief others from picking up the Soul Jade, as opposed to running the risk of entering a fight where they are outnumbered and very quickly rinsed of their rebirth in that first zone.
Yeah, but it's just a risk spawning there to begin with. We've seen people doggedly chase kills early on in this one, and so far, Shaw already picking up the common armor. Looks like they're getting the best of Asia, who's immediately just going to have to go on the run here. And like I said, this is what happens. Even if you want to play it passively, you can still just get popped in an instant here. Shaw making quick work off the back of the Chucks, and that'll be first blood.
Yeah, Shah was able to pick up the trove on Lake and get all of the loot, and unfortunately for Asia, the next place that he could go to open up, potentially get either a weapon or an armor, was so far away. He ate so much damage when the stamina just did not carry him out of the melee hitboxes. Frostfist now goes for the LMB from this fist plate, keeps up the pressure onto Verse, goes for the 1-2. Now looks for the upper to stop that scale rush, and you can see that Verse keeps getting interrupted again and again and again. He has not been able to space away. Frostibus chasing down with the RMB. Keeps up the pressure, goes for the grapple. Doesn't manage to spot out where exactly this player that he was chasing has gone on to. And in the meantime, Verse, with that distance that he was able to, has been able to take himself a great armor reset. Frostivus anticipates Verse potentially committing to that lunge. Will invest that combo breaker from the F1. Both of those players are going to back on off as we head instead to a scrap over between CDY and PXT. PXT getting taken down by the nunchucks. CDY gets the Soul Bloom, but not quite out of safety just yet as Sharp on the sidelines. If that fight had gone any longer, he 100% would have looked for the third party.
Yeah, it looks like we're definitely heading to quite a series of fights, as now we're going to be looking at Star versus XY. XY already disarmed, and I think Star is happy to just completely clean this one up, doing so against one of the front runners here in this 6-game series. XY going to be knocked down, going to be looking for a soul altar. In the meantime, though, T225 has encroached upon the battlefield as well. Given the fact that they're just on common armor, they're just going to be looting up for the time being. Star doing the same, it seems like.
Star with the swaps, longsword into pulsar, back to back. He got it through twice with the toothpick into extension. And we'll be able to find the kill before T25 could close up that space and look for the third party. This is Xia taking the fight that he was looking for previously. He's got the purple weapon. He's looking for the Hung Sword. RMB will be able to find it. Forces Wufong up into the air off of that Simulch F1. That's exactly what he wanted, because when the Temi is up in the air, he's not going to be able to dodge out of that V2 once the golden frame runs out. And Xia off to a very steady start. 3 eliminations picked up right off of the rip for him.
All right, well, across the way, we are going to get continued aggression. Spider's found an epic armor, decided that's enough, that they're going to be able to try to match up versus Shaw. Shaw, who got off to a really good start, is now going to be the one forced out on a run, I think. Half health taken away in a single blow. Spider having to go for the re-engage. Shaw, I think, realizing the writing's on the wall, tries to use their F as an escape tool. They get tagged one more time. Spider cleans it up and does so in great time for the Realm Gang.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time, though, for Shah to be able to make sure that he can kite over to a path either for a floating pile recovery or go into an area of the zone where these players have not since loaded up. We're going to see Star utilize the Heavenly Wheel to just put himself and catapult himself a little bit further. Not the full distance that you can travel, but the Rock has a better POV, especially given the fact that we can see a lot of those players gathering towards, just as I talked about, the floating pile, which is going to be a beacon for all of these players who had to burn their rebirth charms and come back in with all of the gray scale, gray armor, gray weapons, which is not a position that you want to be in if you want to have any chance of winning into those Realm of Young fights.
As it currently stands in this little bit of downtime that we have before we do in fact engage upon Realm of Yang and we get people staking out position, I do kind of want to look at who's already picked up the kills versus who's not. And yet again, we're seeing kind of a shift from what we were getting earlier on. Star in particular, somebody who's just been unable to find a lot of value and a lot of late game plays in the previous 3 games, looks to be in good position in this one. Still needs to find better armor and equipment though, but if they're able to do so, I could see them jumping in Realm of Gang this time around, being able to find themselves a buff, an advantage, and a snowball rolling in their favor.
Yeah, quite literally, since they're playing that Justina. But they might just have been able to find that snowball, because the forecast is in, and it's a Yang essence. It is that Volpine essence that gets to come on through. We just saw him there, depositing those Thunder Coins in, being able to break the Soul Jade and grab what's in the middle of it. Spider now gonna be grabbing himself a Moonbane to cover over one of those entrances to a Realm of Yang. So anyone who's in this area is going to have to be on their merry way to check on out the positions of these other entrances. Spider more than happy to put himself into taking this fight. So you can see that Asia, Blue Nunchucks, is still looking to loot up on the outskirts of Imperium. He's drifted over towards PXT. Swaps over to that pole sword, just threatening that space in case PXT decides to try and commit into this fight. Neither of them want to actually take the engagement. Neither of them want to force their ultimates. They just want to chip and try and figure out the rarity of what each other have.
Yeah, PXT's body language made it look like he didn't want to take the fight, and then of course we saw the clip from Asia, and it looked like all of a sudden PXT was like, "What the hell, man?" Now we do have an actual duel between CDY and T225 here, as the Realm of Yang's going to spawn up. Both of them want to jockey for position to get that Yang pass. Currently, it's T225 is going to hand it off now to the other side. Across the way, CDY getting good damage. T225 is just going to have to back off here, respect the zone, hand away that pass.
Oh, he got juggled. That's so unfortunate. T225 had the upper hand. He had the Yang pass, and then the staff uppercut juggled him right outside of that portal area, and as a result, the pass got automatically passed over to his opponent. Still, we can see that this Yang is not passage free currently. PXT, understanding that there is going to be a lot of pressure, actually commits that Lonnie V2. You can see the trick ball just bouncing around all over the place currently, taking advantage of the fight that's going on around that portal placement, just trying to be a little bit more chaotic, not allowing these players to just sit back and try and take that fight or even look for a reset. Does manage to find one hit, which will lead into the follow-through from that fan. Swaps over to the bow shot as well. Has to be careful that he doesn't chase this down too hard, though, since he does need to be able to go through that portal and buy himself back that V2, as we can see that in the inside, DDY is waiting to figure out who exactly this Liam is going to be facing.
Deciding to go clockwise with his runs this time. I wonder if that's gonna mean anything. Lipo really dancing on the razor's edge here. No armor, half health, decides to go for the entry. Will be facing off against CDY and needs to win this as well, in my opinion.
It's gonna be so funny if CDY running in a circle gives away the fact that it's CDY.
All right, taking to this guy to start things off. That is going to be a staff in possession of CDY, looking to try to win this one early. Lipo lands ground first, is actually using the nunchucks, trying to duel at distance here, wanting to find a way to cut off the reach that the polearm allows for. Is just going to continue to play Ring Around the Rosie, utilizing this power. I don't know if that call to use the F so early was the right one. This Justina now down and cooldown. Gonna try to just land on CDY's head, unfortunately. Gonna get the big boot to the face. Big juggle as well. Now only down to the health bar. And I think CDY's walking away with it.
Yeah, he got the charge RMB off of the flop state, and then he gets it into the V2 grab. You can see Lipo's reaction. He knew the second he got hit into that next flop state off of the RMB, he was getting put into that V2, and then getting put into the highlight reel. CDY very happy with that one, and yeah, like you said, that investment of the Justina F2 so early into the fight, that allowed that Liam to get way more aggressive and intensive with pressuring on out, coming on out with the commitment of that V2. Star, in the meantime, has not been able to put himself into a realm of Yang, and this is not a situation that he wanted to find himself in. Remember, he's got Vulpine Essence, and it only pops once per game. So if he takes the pressure from XY, and it pops now, as opposed to letting him win a heal situation or clutch a realm of Yang, suddenly the win plan is out the window, and Star might be out of the lobby. He's taking so much damage coming on through from this Kylan. The fan's looking to clank. He's got to invest the F2. There's the knockback into the ultimate activation. He's looking to try and find a great armor reset. He'll be able to find it. Dashes into the bell. The grapple does connect onto Star, though, and stagger him, so he doesn't get the momentum that he was looking for. Into the building we go. We don't have any more dashes to our name. We've just got to survive off of scale rushes and hope alone, as he might be able to use the terrain to break the ankles. And XY, you can see him frantically trying to figure out where this Justina's gone.
Does look like Star manages to pull off the great escape, living on a prayer, but sometimes that's enough to try again. Now we've got a duel here. CDY in rough position coming out of that chase down scenario. PXT happy to try to clean on up. Spider also giving chase. PXT going to be repelled from this rush down attempt. CDY is trying to just buy a little bit of verticality. Unfortunately, they're running into the wall. That is the shadow. And now cut off from an escape. Spider's right on top of them, but it's going to be first landing a killing blow.
Yeah, jump LMBs from the longsword, very much a killing blow that a lot of players have fallen prey to, as is the third-party opportunity that has presented itself now, both to Verse and also to GG Sha, who just showed up on that left flank. Spider has been forced into burning that V2. That's the first Tiger Pounce. He's trying to turn his opponent's attention onto another player, but unfortunately his health bar is just too low. He will continue in the lobby. He was able to get his hands on a Vermilion Bird's Might, and Sha is potentially going to be able to find his hands on this elimination. PXE going lower and lower, commits the charged RMB from those fist blades before Sha can find the elimination off of the jump LMBs from that longsword, and actually takes so much damage off of the back of that he has to space out of the fight, and that allows WBG's Verse to slide in and claim the elimination for himself. Lonnie has also committed that V2, but Sha's HP is going lower and lower. He's going to be able to utilize the teleport to get himself to the top side of bridge and break into this building, but he's not going to be able to open up that trove and potentially find an armor reset, and he's getting staggered on out. Throws the trick ball back into Verse, but unfortunately for every player he staggers, another two just slide into that position. They've spotted out that he's low, that he's down his ultimate, and they're going to keep up the pressure.
It's absolutely crazy that once again it looks like one of these players who needs the win here and now, needs to get the front run, goes low but manages to survive. Sha has one more shot at a victory here. Frostivus, meanwhile, going to enter upon PXT immediately. Good counter there from PXT. Going to bring health to about even between these two fighters. Frostivus now on the approach path, but the Wolves representative is not backing off. Good counter hit, though, is going to bring them into a stagger state. And Frostivus looks like they're getting the best of this back half of the fight. Ultimate going to be activated here to get the Solani to safety. Frostivus just looking for a way to buy a bit of verticality so that they aren't caught out in the open here. First going to be right alongside them, as now it's going to be both of them giving chase to PXT, who manages to bound across the temple in quite a fast manner, and that might actually be able to get them to safety, as now Frostivus has to climb cliff face, but we've got another melee on the far side of this one, and so BBE gonna cross back around, finds PXT one more time, contact is made, PXT trying to get out of there, and where was that damage from Sha out of nowhere? Just gonna blow up PXT.
Oh, the bow shot as well coming on through. Frostivus will fall. PXT will survive. The Lani is out of there. Now we have second Realm of Yang. Once again, this lobby, so many players getting eliminated before we even see the second Realm of Yang. They understand the heal situation is not ideal, and these players actually turn their attention from that second Realm of Yang to capping the Spirit Well. There's going to be a contestant to this spacing instead. T225 is currently entirely uncontested. He's not going to be able to find another elimination as Spider actually hits in with his ultimate. XY kites back over towards that Realm of Yang, but he's literally just utilizing these cliffs to be able to keep up the scale rush pressure, but Spider with that Spirit is going to be able to chase him down, get a couple more light attacks onto him before he can break away on this Kyle, and we don't have the ultimate in play either. Spider, with the damage that he's done, has been able to build up the rage. XY burns the combo break, now has to utilize the skirmish. He's got a dagger in the pocket, that's why he's going to be able to keep his movement as fluid as it currently is. Into the zone he goes. Gray armor reset has been picked up. The bait! He makes it look like he's dropping it and goes for the wall hang on the bridge edge. Spider now has to skirmish back into the fight, and XY in the meantime has been able to get a heal off, and Spider's taking so much damage from the zone. As we look back now, we'll have to wait and see whether or not that bait is the end for Spider as we look at the Realm of Yang instead.
T225 already in a rough position here, staggered after that aerial assault. CDY gonna be able to use this pillar to their advantage, using the hook shot to get right on top of T225 and in turn burning away their armor. 2-5 going to activate ultimate, looking for a response here. CDY happy to continue to just play at range with their pole. Popping up into bird stance, looking for more. Gets another good shot across the head of T225. It doesn't even look like we're going to be able to get any value out of this. Ball is out. CDY with the kill and blow, winning the Realm of Yang.
XY is still alive. Somehow XY is still alive. It must have been off of the back of that Kyle and V1. Yeah, we can see it. He is down his ultimate, he is taking damage, and he will go down, but Spider is robbed off of that kill, and he is not happy. He is chasing down this Justina. He knows that this Justina had the pulse and came on through with the clip, that last hit of damage with the Scare Rush, the highest level of impact you can do in one singular hit from a Scare Rush off of that pulse sword, and it's the reason why when we head into this time left, and this many players all push into the small spaces, pulse sword becomes an absolute must-have in the back pocket.
Yeah, this pulse sword has been so disruptive to so many people looking for an easy approach, easy fight, but the ability for it to just absolutely buy space and time for a lot of characters who benefit immensely from that has made it absolutely indispensable. We got a replay here, looking to see what happened between Wufang and Axiao here. This is quite the duel to have, only in replay here. Big clinks on either side here. Wufang gonna get the worst of that last exchange there. Axiao getting in with the faster weapon in the form of those chucks. Now on the cross up, Wufang just trying to extract themselves and use these wisps to their advantage. Pops the ultimate as well. Axiao trading up on the other side. It's unfortunately going to be caught out inside of the storm, looking for a way to escape, buying the pulse sword as a means by which to get space and get out of the ultimate, and Wufang is just going to be comboed over to the corner. Now, with just a sliver of health left, Axiao is on the chase down, gets clipped one more time, but it's not enough.
Oh, beautiful rates that coming through from Axiao. Ducks under the horizontal, sent out by Wufang, and then utilizes the combo break to avoid the CC, as well as the ultimate activation, so even if he gets slowed by that Tumultuous Wisp and Wind Wall, he can still throw out that Tortoiseshell block, which will be able to catch out the Temi. So even if he gets slowed out and caught by one Wisp, the Temi can't move forward and re-Wisp off of his V3 and catch him into that chain that we've seen the likes of being utilized in the previous Temi matches inside the realm of Yang. And as T35 now, with that Yang depletion, has to try and instigate a fight. He's gonna stir the pot, putting pressure onto the players around him, and then very tactically slipping away, happy to force out resources, happy to get the health bars down low, but just sticking around on the sidelines to make sure he's within distance of grabbing the Soul Bloom when a player drops.
Absolutely. In fact, does have a really good tool set by which to steal kills as well, in the form of that cannon doing splash damage. We got Spider here on the Akos doing what they can here with that Feral Frenzy to just get themselves a victory of their own. Will have to just cross up, wants a bit of space by which to restore their armor. As T225, unfortunately, while they've wasted some resources from others, is now down a lot of their own. So with Yang depletion at less than half health with no armor, now multiple members are giving chase.
Yeah, everyone saw that Ilium did lose a Realm of Yang fight. They know that Ilium has a Yang depletion debuff. T5 was able to find a Grey Armor reset, but unfortunately that Grey Armor has since been ripped off as everybody is directly on him. I think he even had a bounty on his head as well, giving away his location. And again, it's another pulse sword steal kill coming on through, this time from Alliance's Axiao. Wufang actually even invested that Tumult V3 in the hopes of locking the body down so that he'd be able to pick up that Soul Bloom, but it is not to be. You can still see Yang depletion has afflicted him, and without that ultimate, he has no way of keeping the other players at arm's length, and he'll be taken out of the lobby as well.
Yeah, we got 7 left alive. Everybody clustered. Everybody already in the midst of this fight right here, right now. Shaw, full bar, looking for an angle on in. Doesn't want to over-invest here, though, early in this one, as this is not only a burden of winning this lobby, but I think also picking up a lot of kills. So they got to play opportunistically in this situation. Star is just going through it right now. It's caught out inside of the Moonbane Charm, looking for scores of their own. Unfortunately, only 2 kills to their name means that they are also going to have to build up their velocity here if they want to match up against some of the other players. Shaw, already a front runner on that front, has been rising to the occasion. Now the question is, can Star do the same? Activates the bell, trying to get a sense of where everybody is. In fact, I think furthest away from the action right now, as here we go. 5 members on screen. Shaw, rounding the corner, will begin to see everybody.
Yeah, Star is positioned to win heal-off situation at the moment. He did not go into a Realm of Yang. He's playing very slow roll. Was able to pick himself up purple armor either from around the map or potentially picked up by buying from a Riptide dealers. Didn't go into a Realm of Yang so that he's still preserving that Volpine Essence, which is yet to pop. And then, like you said, he's positioning very far away from a lot of those other players because the Spirit Well has spawned on up, and he does not want to be anywhere near it. when that player is going to be able to pick up that buff. He also doesn't want to be amongst the other players in case that contest goes a little bit too long and gets too hot for the Ice Woman's blood. PXT is going to be showcasing off jabbing, goes for a bow hot swap, and ooh, Briss is immediately on top of that, punishing the fact that you cannot parry with a ranged weapon, commits that focus hit, and immediately is going to be able to zone away that staff. You can even see that he's prioritizing the stagger and the height from that jabbing because it is a blue weapon. As Star is throwing out the charged LMVs, PXT has been chased out of this fight. We can see too the martial arts coming on through from Asia with his Soul Jade as combo breakers have been burned. Spider loses the fan to a parry from someone else. It went towards the Shadow's back. Unfortunately, Aja's spine is currently being absolutely splintered as he crumples beneath all of the pressure from WBG's burst with the jump horizontals from that longsword, and we've still got the Spirit Well in play. No one has been able to grab it, and it looks like all of the players who'd previously positioned to grab it up immediately, they're all in disengagement mode. NARAKA, they're all trying to live.
Loving the Spider classic of just losing armor 3 times over trying to get the Spirit Well. Now having to deal with a pretty rough and tumble fight CDY with a lot of resources. Spider going to activate the Akko's ultimate, using that Feral Frenzy to get some space off of a hard knockdown. Can they get the armor on top of it is the question, as we do have some of the higher health members remaining inside of the Spirit Well. Shaw doing a really good job of playing King of the Hill, catching out Verse, melting some of that legendary armor. That could be enough for the GG fighter to get this. Verse wants one more go though.
Oh, what a play. You can see the charge up now that players have on that Spirit Well from the outside, and because Moonbane is actually over the Spirit Well, the players step onto the plate to keep it contested. Shah does not get it, and now we enter into a rapid dance with Moonbane potentially gate crashing the dance cards. Spider back with all of that armor, comes back into the mix, goes for the overhold of the RMB on that spear, commits it onto PXT2, commits it a second time, this time a little bit of a faster charge up though. He early sends it onto Shah. He's mixing the tempo up so these players do not have the luxury of being able to anticipate when that focus is going to be committed onto. Spider now with the bow swap, still has about half of the Spirit Well to be able to cap on out. PXT has also committed that Lani V2 to be able to stagger these players into getting the follow-up charged RMB on that spear, and he slides now into that Spirit Well alongside GG Shah to see the ACOS off, and the Lanis might be in control of this lobby if they're able to grab it on out. FPX Star has also shown up to the mix, drawn in by this fight going on so long. Knows that a lot of those ultimates are going to be out of play, could potentially look to vulture away one of those kills. He's not going to be committing though. Remember, he has to keep that Volpine essence in play. He cannot afford to get caught out now when that Spirit Well gets capped. But unfortunately, with so many players contesting it as long as they did, for the first time in the Nbpl 2025 season, it times out entirely, and every single player who committed an ultimate is in a terrible, terrible position.
Yeah, this is absolutely wild. That being said, the topography of the circle is such that I think there's a lot of time and a lot of places by which you're able to recover. Spider is yet again just healing up that armor, getting the refill for like a 5th time running, almost running out of resources on this front. That is something to watch out for, but the war of attrition continues. Now everybody looking yet again for a re-engage or space by which to play this out until the bitter end. 3.5 minutes left on the clock for Final Circle, and right now there's just not enough space for everybody. The town ain't big enough for the 6 of them, and we're gonna see who's gonna pull the trigger first on a fight.
Yeah, there's also not enough resources left for the 6 of them. So we're very likely actually going to see the fight continue, unlike what we saw in map number 1, where everyone was satisfied to be able to carve up a position of the map and keep each other at arm's length before the final zone fully forced them into having to take the plunge and kickstart off that fight. You can see here that there's a lot more tension in the air. Spider knows, even though he's got that legendary armor, like you said, he is down those resources. He currently only has 2 shield pots. And because there's no dealers in play, and because a lot of these players have already picked clean all of the resources, the only way that you're refreshing those accounts are going to be if you can actually find a kill on a player and absorb their resources into your own. And PXT might be the player that they've chosen to press up against at the same time that they've actually all-inned onto the other Lani too. So both of these Lanis having to commit the V2. Shah gets chased down. We'll be able to find the trick for connection onto WBG's verse, but unfortunately so many of these players are down those resources. The second that he finds a stagger onto one of them, another just absorbs his position. And Shah is not given the opportunity to look for a reset. PXT is also being pressured. Shah saw the other player incredibly low and tries to lead his pursuers towards PXT. And PXT will fall shortly before Shah, but it is not going to provide that respite Shah was looking for. And very quickly we go from 6 to 4. Resources are now out on the field, and you can see Spider was 2 shield potions, is now on 6. He did not want the elimination. He wanted the loot.
Absolutely. Spider looking to re-enter into this one. Has decent momentum behind him. A lot of ability by which to take people down off this nunchucks as people get closer and closer together, and nobody is playing any zoning weapons, really. I think this is their time to shine. Star up top, about the only one trying to continue to play that keep away game plan. CDY, though, gonna fall first to Spider. Now handed off damage. We'll have to just try to get to safety. Here comes the chase down. First gonna be the one to follow through. Already 6 kills on the player from Weibo. Will be able to knock down a 7th and eliminate one more for our final 3.
Another kill gets tallied and stolen by a pull sword scale rush. WBG's verse, perfect timing. However, this is what Star was waiting for. We saw him earlier visit the Riptide dealers. He picked up a legendary soul jade. We now know what legendary soul jade it was. It's a grey staff, but it's got Merciless Havoc attached to it. And that means zoning potential, damage, and a whole lot of knockback if you get hit by that last thump of damage into that zone. Remember, he's still got the Voltpoint Essence too. He's still got his ultimate in play. He's playing in a position where the other players are going to have to hard commit onto him, which opens them up to the third party. We are going to a heal-off situation versus currently sitting on 7 eliminations. He's going to be looking for a tasty score off of that kill score multiplier, and Star, before he can skill rush up into the air, gets interrupted, and we go to the low ground. He has to utilize the F2. Out comes the V1. It's gonna knock the players up. He gets the freeze onto WBG's first, leads into the RMB, gets another dash through, avoids the Tiger Pounce grab coming through from Spider. Spider gets the lost hit onto Verse. The Merciless Havoc comes out, but Spider will be able to keep the heal-off situation in play by stealing the Soul Bloom directly beneath Star's nose. And we have a tie.
Oh my goodness, one small miscalculation there from Star. Spider is able to come on in and be that balance breaker, winning the heal-off situation, playing proactively. It's Tanakos walking away with a dub here in game number 4.
It's Verse, though, who gets the eliminations to be able to count his MVP. Remember, he came in with 7. And since it was a tied heal-off situation between Spider and Star, neither of them, even though they have eliminations, neither of them actually have the score multiplied to be able to bypass what Verse had set by picking those 7 eliminations up. I mean, if you're Star 2, that's got to be a mental break. Like, you spent so long playing the entirety of Fedora. Like, that was a steps A through to Z game plan coming on through. That was a game-winning plan. And then you got interrupted on your skill rush so that you couldn't take verticality. That is so unfortunate.
Yeah, the hand of Nbpl, you know, give it and it, take it. Crazy plays one way or the other. But I love the fact that, you know, even though it wasn't necessarily everything that we were looking for out of players like Shah, out of players like Star, they did show incredible strengths here that I think translate into what could be a great second half for all of them. Because you continue to play like that, have a watertight approach to maps like Fedora, I think that there's a real chance that you will eventually bring yourself to victory and bring yourself to the value that I know can bring them into contention for future bi-weeklies.
Yeah, and I mean, that was incredibly high thought out macro plays coming through from all of those players. We talked about the fact that, you know, a lot of these players, when we get to those certain scenarios, have to have weapons equipped for them. The amount of times that we saw Pulse Sword Scale Rush just slinging in, bypassing, immediately rolling on through. A player would do 95% of the health bar damage, and then a Pulse Sword would just come along and swipe away that last little bit of percent. And do you know what? I'm not swiping away the wrong answer. I'm not giving you guys a freebie this time around. How many players chose Lani in game number 4? Was it A1? Was it B2? Was it C3? Or was it D4? Get your answers into chat. I'll give you a little bit of a hint. It can't possibly be one of them because of the way that the hero rule lockouts work in solo. So if you know that rule set, it narrows it down to 3 to be able to walk away with a spring split random gift. But we are walking away from an incredibly action-packed last fight. Like, that probably was the most action-packed last fight we've got to see so far today, because NARAKA, can you believe we're saying this? It actually went all the way to heal off.
Yeah, it's something I think we only saw in game number 1 on the day. Everything else was a slugfest even before that. But really, I think that when you are in a situation where you have a Justina that is playing that full zoner tactic, everybody just commits to the heal off. It's something that is necessary by virtue of the kind of characters being picked. Maybe we're gonna get a bit of a shakeup, Moxie, given that we are moving on to game number 5. The hero pools are getting tighter. People are having to move off of some of these priority characters, and maybe that means we won't be getting that same kind of heal off this time around. We're gonna be getting maybe some more aggression, some more early game plays, people trying to knock out people who aren't on the comfort picks. That's really the dynamic I'm looking for.
Yeah, so far we haven't seen a single Valda, although with Syra coming into the mix, I feel like, you know, it's basic science, right? When you super heat up water, it evaporates. So water plus Syra laser beam, buzz, no more Valda. But we can have a look and see that Verse was able to find those 7 eliminations, and like we said, there was no kill score multiplier. It was a tie. Both he and Spider were able to outlast everybody in the lobby, so that is going to be 8.5 points picked up for him. Shah, 5 kills, which is the game that Shah needed to be able to find that recovery. Like, finally, Shah gets rewarded for being able to hang into these matches as long as he has previously.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually kind of surprised that Spider was only at 3 kills. For some reason, I was feeling like he had more. He was certainly playing like he was going to get more than 3 kills, but I think that he's just getting KS a little bit. He's getting eluded by some of the people playing at range, things of that nature. And, you know, that's just sometimes how things fall. Credit to Shah. He's going to be able to leapfrog Fong, get off the very bottom of the rankings, but he's going to need a repeat in the final 2 games of the day, I think, to really be able to buy space to start to encroach upon Arano, Edward, and company. And they are going to get right back into scoring contention next time, right? Because they're alternating on these days. So that's going to be something to watch out for. Spider's happily gotten up to 10th, started at 13th on the day, was past the cutoff point, needs to continue this run of excellence, though, I think, to really make a mark, as Asia is still sitting pretty at the very top of the leaderboard, now 6 points separating them from T225, who's jumped over Wufong and Mike.
Yeah, Asia really is not playing the way that you would expect a rookie to come through. He's having that consistency. Like, a lot of the time, when we looked at the rookies from last year, one of the things that we were always saying, like we were talking about with Fong, we were talking about Paste, we were saying, like, they're really, really strong in that 1v1. They have certain scenarios where they can go toe-to-toe with the best of the best. Like, heck, in literally his debut week, Arana won a 1v1 against Mike. Granted, he had Blistering Edge, but he won a 1v1 final zone 1v1 brawl off that went on for like 3 minutes against Mike, and was able to outplay the best solos player in the world at that point. The difference was that they lacked the consistency. They needed a little bit more time in the oven, was the phrasing that we attributed to them last year. And Asia, even though he's a rookie, he's playing like he doesn't need that. He's playing like he's already coming out well done.
Absolutely the case. Asia really is somebody who I was told to watch out for, and luckily we've been getting many opportunities to watch them. But right now, we are going to look at some of the highlights from the last game, starting off with Star in that early game duel, walking away with the victory. Shaw doing a good job using that breaker, using that counter play, get something done versus CDY. Now, of course, Wufong, you know, hands off the aggro here, and we got to follow through. But honestly, on common armor, Shaw does so much to pick up 2 back-to-back. And I want to see more of that from this player who, up until now, was relegated to the very bottom of the bar.
Oh, the RMV purple focus. Guaranteed stagger into V2 grab. It's so unfortunate for us there getting the grapple kick into uppercut extension jump LMV, as well as that added burst damage. This is why you thought that Spider had a couple more eliminations than he actually did, because one of those eliminations is stolen away by that portal skill rush. This is the crazy moment here too, where Star is able to come on for utilizing that merciless havoc. However, he does not go down to the zone, nor does Spider, which is why we get to see WBG's Verse on that Acos, even though he was the first of the trio to fall when the zone collapsed. We had the more eliminations, and with that kill score denied, the MVP is secured. This is going to be his 4th MVP in the 2025 spring season, coming in through with a dragon-like might as well as the sap soldier, which we got to see him play off of those parries, ripple step and phantom step, engraving, as well as jabbing, which I believe he absorbed from PXT when we were seeing him running around with a blue staff on the Spirit Walk contest.
Yeah, very happy to see an Akos one way or the other pick up the MVP, and this is going to be in the capable hands of Verse. 7 kills, like you talked about, front runner on the lobby. Wasn't able to get the full win in terms of being the last one standing, but ultimately didn't really matter. This is actually propelling this WBG player to very, very solid positioning on the bracket here, and has great momentum going into these final 2 games. Let's see whether or not they're going to be able to bring it back here.
Yeah, I know there were a lot of eyes on Verse last year, expecting him to do very, very well. So it's good to see that he's been able to carry that momentum forward. Like a lot of the players that we wanted to see pop off last year, and again, needed just a little bit of time to be able to acclimatize themselves to the situation, because if you're a rookie coming into things, having to play on that stage, it's intimidating. Literally going over there last year and seeing those players on the stage, you could tell when the nerves were around. Like the first game always took a little bit of time to be able to heat up, especially in the bi-weekly finals where so much is at stake. And we even see teams, even now in this season, they've had years in the esports scene, but the additional pressure when we move from regular week into bi-weekly final and you're on that MVP potential, some of those teams end those rounds without getting more than 2 points on the board. So being able to deal with the pressure, deal with those nerves, like those players have to be able to acclimatize incredibly quickly.
Yeah. Things have definitely heated up as the day has gone on, though, Moxie. We're moving into the final 2 matches, but like you said, there's a lot of volatility still on the tables. There's a lot more pressure now growing. This is the last 2 scoring chances for a lot of these players who are on that bubble, who want to make sure that they're either moving up to the bi-weekly finals, or in some cases, just simply not wanting to be at the very bottom of the standings here. And so let's see whether or not they're going to be able to handle that pressure as we move into Game 5 shortly.
Yeah, I would say it's definitely probably easier to acclimatize into solos unless you're a rookie, because then you're literally just thrown into the deep end hoping that you can swim. Because unlike in trios where we do have like rosters getting sliced and diced up and players going their separate ways into different teams where suddenly you have to rebuild all of that synergy, in solos you're the lone wolf, right? You don't have to rely on being able to very, very quickly figure out a team dynamic. At most, what you have to do is acclimatize to the new meta, and also potentially get used to, if you do swap teams, working with a new coach. And coaches are incredibly important in this game. We really do love being able to show our support to the Nbpl coaches, because macro has moved into such a huge placement. It's so important in solos in comparison to what it used to be.
Well, as we see right here, moving on to Lipo, got the coaches behind him, and he definitely needs to get back to that drawing board to figure out a new way to make a mark here in the final 2 games. You can see not doing a great job in terms of those average kills or those ranking points. Sha also having a very difficult day up until that final game where we begin to see the light shining through. Has he finally found a way by which to answer back against all the competitors in the lobby, or was that a fluke? We're about to find out. And here's Wufong, of course. This is where we get to see that real jump in terms of the ranking points instead in terms of the kills being picked up. There's a reason why he's sitting comfortably in that top 5.
Yeah, I mean, he's sitting comfortably and happily. That was a smiling, happy player. And like we talked about, like Wufong was one of those players who was a rookie last year, and we even actually heard in the interview from Leah, she was asking about his experience as a rookie, and he was like, there was a lot of pressure on me. I had to try and play super aggressively to prove myself, to prove that I was worthy of being here. And now, since it's my 2nd year in the Nbpl scene, I can cool things down a little bit and not feel that pressure as intensely as I had previously. So smiles on the stage for him. Sha very much not looking happy, because like he's getting a lot of damage and he's doing on average 8,000 damage, but it's not reflected in the kill score points. Like 0.6 on average for 4 games played. That is rough.
Absolutely the case. Well, here we go with another player who's been doing incredibly well on the day, and he's locked in, so he's not looking as happy as you would expect. But my goodness, has Spider been doing a great job. Now actually going to be moving to the pickup of the Liam. I'm interested to see how he's going to be able to leverage a character that I still think is very much underperforming in these lobbies today, Moxie.
Well, there's the Sheo for phase 2 and the Lonnie double pick for phase 3. And now it becomes the damage control. PXT is going to be picking up that Justina. What is Sha going to be opting into? What are we going to be seeing coming on through from him? Justina as well. So we're going to be getting the Justina mirror come through from there. I'm expecting F2, V1, so combo break and dash instead of the V2. Asia insta-locked that Syra. It was like, wait, Syra is still up for grabs? Oh boy.
Yeah.
Let's see if Frostivus decides to mirror, because like there's debate coming through from Frostivus' side. Asia was immediate. Frostivus is going all the way down to the Y to figure out what he wants to play.
And I can see why that consideration was coming in. Kylan hasn't brought a whole lot of success so far for people, but the ceiling is so darn high on this character, and Frostivus needs to raise the roof on this one. Otherwise, they very much are going to be left in the dust in terms of performance on the day. Ever since game number 1, they just have not quite gotten there. And we do have the double Akos to round us out on the lobby.
Yeah, there's that heal turn. It always happens when one hero who's like a damage control pick or not a premier pick, MVPs, there's always a phase, and it tends to be the last people in the last phase who immediately try and lock it just to limit test and figure out, okay, is this going to be worth investing my time into? Since this is regular week, and you saw one of them was T35, so he has the hero, the points and scoreboard. He has a little bit of a cushion between him and some other players. He has the means of being able to go for those limit test breaks, because it's better to figure out if something works in the regular week than in the bi-weekly final. As we're going to be seeing CDY actually opting for the F2. This is the first time we're going to get to see the Akos roll being utilized to try and get that confirmation into an uppercut extension.
And across the board, though, not much else looking absolutely wild here. Shaw going for F2 on the Justina and the V1. That is basically what we've been seeing as the loadout every single time on that character. Looks like Lonnie's pretty much been consolidated to F1 V2. That's what we're going to be seeing out of both Wufang and Lipo here. And yeah, this is looking like people still finding some comfort in the top tier picks and trying to make the most out of them. I'm looking at Frostivus, who took that long time considering going for the Kylan. Can they make it happen on F1 V2?
He is going to be the only Kylan in the lobby as well. So if he loses a Realm of Yang fight and those players see that the Kylan comes up on the wrong end of the kill feed, it's going to be very problematic for him to try and find any spot of recoveries. We're going to be seeing where these players are going to be dropping. Spider is going to be dropping very close to Salvation Podium. FPX also hot on his heels, try and grab up those Fireflies and then rotate over towards that puzzle. Yushan Ruins is also going to be seeing a lot of action that we're going to be getting out of the mix, especially if these players want to be able to go through that portal and pick themselves up that rage generation from the Firefly cage within, as is Plumed Temple, which potentially is going to be a loot and scoot your way down south to be able to timing attack in onto FPX and SR.
Love that we're going to be able to get the other half of Holoroth here. So up top, there's going to be a lot of density and a lot of choke points by which people may end up consolidating, even if they don't want to. Fights could break out up here, so I'm really looking to see how Shaw and company are going to navigate this situation. Speaking of Shaw, already on the rare armor, see PXT in a similar situation, as T225 is just sent running. Unfortunately, with a hook shot on top of them, they could just find themselves knocked out here early and having to go towards the Soul Altar. Good movement across the cliff face, and while they're outside of a loot range now, unfortunately, they are not away from Lipo to start things off. We'll descend down to the low ground. Another hook shot on top of them means that they're continuing to have to play the runaway. 2 people in chase right now. In fact, make that more down onto the low ground. T225 trying to just find any way out of the situation, corral all the rest of the fighters against one another. Good utilization of the hut. Unfortunately, they're staggered here, and it looks like that is going to be the Wolves fighter knocked away. T225 able to keep alive for the time being, but Wufang is now on top of them, trying to reduce that armor bar.
Yeah, very good kite path comes on through from T35. He was able to kite them over towards the frost butterflies and freeze one of his pursuers. And then he can put himself into the portal and immediately zip on over towards Yishan Ruins. Very smart stuff coming through from him. And now his opponents, they don't want to go through the portal because they have no idea if T35 is charging up an RMB on those dual blades, which you can turn on the hit if you think that your opponent is going to parry. You have no idea if you go through the portal into a focus attack, and they can't risk it. So instead, they turn on each other, and T35 is home free.
All right, well, that was Ajiao hit down early in this one. Gonna have to just find recovery and a reset. CDY now actually having to run away from Verse. Looks like given how low Verse was in terms of health, this is just going to be a bit of a handshake. As the berries are going to be eaten, CDY is looking to recover their armor in kind. We did see a cannon shot from on far. I think that was Verse still, who wants to continue this duel at range, leaping down into the canyon here. That's going to reduce the effectiveness of that weapon, but it looks like Verse is happy to just pull the staff out and try to match toe-to-toe with CDY on the fists. You definitely have a range advantage here for WBG side, but that being said, Verse is a little bit wary about taking this one too deep, because anyone could third party in this situation. In fact, we got XY on top of CDY now.
Yeah, we call it the dinner bell, and that has been wrong. Forbidden Seal activates. Everybody in the area sees that blue dome pop, and they know that the fight is going on, and who comes in with the third party tends to have the advantage in terms of those cooldowns, since both the ACOS and that Sheol had been burned of their cooldowns. When XY came into the mix, Frostifus, though, turning in with the nunchucks, strips the armor away, gets that one hit of parry damage. XY with the damage reduction off of that F1 and combo break will be able to survive the third-party intrusion. Coming up through from WBG's first, but Frostifus investing the ultimate is going to look to try and find the dash throughs to be able to take XY down. He turns onto Verse. Instead, the after image not going to be able to connect onto the other Sheol. And now Frostifus, outside of that ultimate, is potentially going to be vulnerable if he doesn't find this elimination in time, because Verse is going to get second wind. F1 is going to be invested, but XY has the V1 currently in play, and Verse is the one that the counter gets sent towards. The Grey Armor reset is going to be able to keep the Sheol alive. Puts himself into the Scale Rush opportunity with the Fist Blades, as well as getting more damage onto Frostifus before slipping on over towards that cannon. Puts himself onto the sidelines, throws out the RMB, will be able to take Frostifus down. And now it becomes a matter of Sheol versus Sheol. XY's not able to find the elimination in time, and Verse, buying himself the spacing off of that F1, will be able to activate the ultimate, and now the ball is in Verse's court.
Yep, Verse in a decent position here for being so low on health. XY just unable to get a hit in edgewise. Actually going to try to just scale up the cliffside wall, knowing that there's a potential to be third party. And yes, there is in fact going to be one more player entering onto this melee. Verse also on the escape path here, just trying to follow XY from above. Tracking this player. XY going to be imprisoned up here in a lot of trouble. Will try to drop down once again. CDY going to lose half their armor to Verse in a deep exchange on the cliff face. And now with Verse still buying space, using the staff, all of a sudden it seems like WBG is very happy with this exchange. Gets the soul bloom. CDY doesn't have the armor, and now I think Verse is just going to turn around. What was it, 2v1?
Yeah, Verse has the F1 in play, doesn't have the combo breaker now. Will be trying to remove himself from this fight or take it into terrain where CDY is not guaranteed use of access with that ACOS V2. CDY charges up the nunchucks, tries to figure out where the Sheol has gone. Verse threatens the spacing with that katana. There's the ACOS ultimate activated. Sheol is going to make sure that the grab cannot come through with the hit of that F1. CDY now buys himself the distance to be able to go for one vitality before burning up into the armor powders. Going to cancel out of that ultimate so he can start regenerating the rage. Both of those players will be able to survive as we head now into just north of Plume, just underneath the Killer's Crest. Are we going to see a chandelier kill? I have been waiting for years to make a Phantom of the Opera reference. If that chandelier finally comes crashing down on a player's head, but it's not to be. A star takes the fight ever skywards, reaching for his namesake with the Scale Rush off of that deck, and he goes so high that Spider just knows that he can't have his attention diverted. He has to prioritize this Realm of Yang fight instead.
Yeah, already though, good entry point onto Wu Fang makes it look like Spider made the right call to get on over here and try to contest the Realm of Yang. Wu Fang in trouble, gonna lose armor here. Also gonna be using that pass up, as I don't think that they can hang with Spider right now, who's got the high ground, who's got the range advantage off the whole arm. Does a really good job of committing high damage combos. Wu Fang now ulted. I think this is gonna be enough for Spider to get the full combo. Whips the charge attack actually there. Good movement there by Wu Fang to try to right what was wrong, but unfortunately, Spider will be able to land the killing blow and beyond that guarantee a spot in the Realm of Yang.
Yeah, and that's going to be a second purple weapon picked up for Spider, as well as the Yang Pulse, which is going to buy himself up all of that charge to the Liam V2. He's going to be matching up against SS1's CDY. So ACOS versus Liam. Remember as well, this is an ACOS with an F2, not an F1. So CDY might go for the raw to prior into the horizontal uppercut extension. Both of them are going to prioritize the sky battle though. Spider managing to find the interruption with that dagger into the pistol swap, and that's already all of the armor ripped off of this ACOS. The V2 has to come on through. Spider has used the combo break. He's gonna get grabbed up by the first punch. He's still holding on to this Liam ultimate. He's going to use it now. Gets the grab. That's gonna buy himself the time to use one Vitalia. Throws the ACOS up into the sky to send him crashing down into the RMB from the halberds. And unfortunately, CDY comes crashing back down to the earth. Sent back into reality, back to that Soul Altar.
Got a big aerial duel here. T225 just trying to do what they can off cannon here, trading deep versus their opponent. Shaw doing as best they can to buy space, but unfortunately these constant backdashes are just not getting them what they were looking for. Staggered on one, losing armor on another trade versus the dual blades, as once again T225 is happy to say, hey, I'll trade mono with you at any range you so want, pistol or not. I could dive on in, and Shaw is just getting worn down. Haskell's just seeing an F, and I just don't think there's any recovery point from here on out. Health differential is too much. Shaw's burned too many resources. T225 gonna get frozen up here, doesn't really matter. Double jump into the claws, that'll be enough to do it.
Yeah, T225 doing a very good job of just threatening that space, looking for the 1-2-3 and then cancelling out of it with the grapple into the pistol swap. Really clean job of being able to just shred off the armor, force the Justinian into ulting. When he's at a safe distance and doesn't have to worry about the knockback on that ultimate activation, CDY will be able to find the parry, and Spider, oh no! A little bit of a misplay. He was not able to utilize that Liam F1 to keep the weapon in his control, and he's now lost the legendary spear to the ACOS that he defeated previously.
Yep, Spider in a rough position here. Gonna have to burn that Vermilion Bird's Might early, and you just basically lose a lot of the swing that you would typically get off of a Realm of Yang, and CDY is so happy about that. Still needs to land that final blow. Might be able to get it up here. Spider practically gonna use the freeze. CDY descends from the heavens in a tiger form and gets it.
Oh my goodness, that's the flash. That's the flash that we associate with CDY. He could have gone for just the base kill, but he goes for the freeze fly to be able to lock Spider down. And Spider, he's not happy about that. He wants his legendary spear. He's going in. He knows that CDY overcommitted his ultimate, and that he's got the upper hand if this fight goes on long. There's the raw. Spider utilizes the F1 to dodge evade from the Pro coming on through. And CDY with the slam down attempt comes on out, but that's fair. A little bit too slow. Spider isn't able to find the grapple kick extension because here comes the third party, T225, inviting himself into the fray, and suddenly Spider's decision to salty run back onto Frozen Lakes is falling apart. He's got to go for the dagger. The skirmishes off of the rock pillars. He's trying to keep himself just out of the way of T225 as another player and another player rolls up to the mix. We're all tobogganing on Frozen Lake right now.
Yeah, this is a disaster. Spider with the double parry may be able to buy some space, escapes through tower, trying to get on up to a vantage point that he can use to his benefit. T225 going to follow Spider now back on the rare armor, has a little bit more time by which to try to stabilize. Old field is also being used here, and that could be enough. Spider salvages the situation, is still going to be met with CDY. Happy to take this duel, as now we got a hook shot in, as T225 wants as much value as possible out of this exchange. Spider crossing along the way, using the stone pillars to his benefit to buy movement, but unfortunately the follow through is so immaculate from these other players. They're happy to take the duel around this tower for the time being. Notably, Shadow is going to cut off the space that a lot of these guys want to use. Spider doing what they can to try to find knockback here. Doesn't want to spend too much time here inside of the shadows. Taken to the air. Unfortunately, T225 is there to meet them on the ground here. And now he's going to take a rough trade. Less than half health. And while he does get the parry, I don't know if it's enough. Two people on top of them. Lipo not able to land the killing blow. Spider is just going to expire inside of the shadows.
Unfortunately, it might lead to some other players going down as well. TW5 just sent in stone form. Just 5 seconds left on Vermilion Bird's Might is the reason that he's going to be able to continue in this lobby. Lipo with Yang Depletion will be able to pick up a Soul Bloom as well and cleanse himself of that. That's why Spider was putting himself into the inside of that tower. Like, the zone tick damage this early in the game is not going to kill you. What is going to kill you is if a player hard commits because they have Yang Depletion and they need to be able to drop a body to grab that bloom up. So Spider tries to just last out the fight as long as possible in the hopes that by just deterring those players from getting the fast kill that they're looking for, they have to roll away because of the timer, forcing them into taking a fight where they can actually potentially finish it. Doesn't work out that way. Spider will be out of the lobby for the salty run back decision that he was making. Star now goes for the Liam V2. Will be able to grab onto Sha. Did not manage to find the follow-up damage that he was looking for. He was looking more for a disengagement option to provide distance and get some of those resources back. Shah with the F2 sends out the RMB, and it's going to be the Threaten coming on out from the jump LMBs from those fist blades before Shah can find a recovery as Ajiao is all in currently. This Syra V1 sending Frostivus absolutely packing away from that Yang entrance.
Yeah, Frostivus still holding on to the barest amount of life. Unfortunately, I don't think there's anywhere to go. Two people on top of them looking to just wipe out BBE. Now over in the side, they're able to use the canvas as cover. It's not enough. While they do have the ability to pop one healing berry, I don't think that XY is going to be deterred whatsoever from continuing to follow through. Frostivus in a very desperate scramble situation needs to try to find a way to usher XY into another fight. Unfortunately, Kylan has burned all resources, no Fury available, and so they're going to have to do this the hard way. Cross up on XY. XY follows through once again. Here comes a third fighter descending from the heavens. It's going to be T225. Frostivus going to use the opportunity to jump on top of the HUD. It's not enough, though, as they're going to find themselves face-to-face with XY one more time. They scale rush outside of the building, and now there's another hook shot coming on in. I think that probably... that Kylan's not long for this world, but we do have to look at what's happening here in the realm of Yang. CDY facing off versus Star. Star with the backdash, looking to play at range. Legendary weapons for both of these fighters. CDY with the spear available. Happy to continue the chase down, though. Big tech chases are going to come through as now Star looking to reset neutral. It's going to pop, try to find a grab on the ultimate. CDY undeterred, just continues to force the way in. There's the juggle. Akko's abilities coming out now, trying to fire through an ultimate. Will be balled up for their trouble, and this could actually be enough for Star to turn it right back around. There's the TOD.
What comes up must unfortunately come down and into an awful lot of damage indeed. Ajiao now providing an awful lot of damage with the Scale entrances from that legendary pulse sword. Chipping down versus purple armor, taking us back into neutral advantage for the Syra. There's the toothpick into the grapple, into the pulse sword swap. Doesn't manage to find the next hit though, and this provides an opportunity for that Shale to find an in. However, Ajiao held onto his ultimate in case he dropped the combo and will be able to come on through, utilizing the pressure of those stun dazzles to keep the Shale constantly on the move. The stun dazzle connects, burst, does manage to throw out the Taurus block shell, but does not get to capitalize off of the back of it because 18 seconds have not passed just yet. Now they expire. The Siren no longer in that V1 state, vulnerable potentially as he goes for the double jump swap off onto the longsword with engraving, drop down onto the shield once and gets the second connection with engraving and finds the win. Ajiao, an absolute sliver of HP, cool as a cucumber, is able to find the win condition that he needs to see the fight through.
So happy to see Ajiao continuing that streak of excellence that we saw from earlier on in the matches today. Had a kind of a stumble at the beginning of this game, I believe, but now is emerging with White Tiger's prowess and plenty of time to use it.
What a Realm of Yang win for Asia. Like we talked about, like, he's a rookie, right? He's the one that's supposed to be inexperienced. He's the one that is potentially going to falter under the pressure of those lights. And he's just flourishing underneath them as, oh my goodness, we came so close. Chandelier came crashing down! Yes! It finally happened! The Polygon got its Chandelier crash moment! And Star now is haunted by the ghost of that CC stun. He's got 1 throw left of the V2. He's going to make it count. He connects it onto WBG's first, and he is out of there all the way to the top of Akila's crest.
Yeah, Star's been using the verticality of this map to his benefit. Second time in a row that they're just going to be navigating up towards the very top of Sun Rings West, and we're going to see what that leads to as he's going to have the time to lick his wounds. CDY, I don't think it's going to be granted the same luxury. Asia on top of them, full legendaries, very happy to take this fight, and even as they eat an ultimate, they still aren't able to even out the damage one way or the other. CDY is in a rough position, trying to follow through with a good tech chase. Asia actually going to lose armor now, but there's a big knockdown. CDY needs to try to find a reset as now the third party is going to come through. Here's the ultimate activated here by Asia, and with nowhere to dodge to, CDY almost just going to lose straight up to Syra Beam. And now, while they do manage to recover some amount of armor, unfortunately, we're getting enough CC coming through from Verse that this is now just a job to wipe them on out. Verse, though, wants to try to find an answer back, knows Ajiao's hurt, knows that this is their opportunity to take this fighter down a peg. Big trade up top, has the spear at their back, looking for a way to dive in, was considering just a rush, decides to not go for it. Ajiao going to use this downtime to heal back up.
Yeah, Ajiao knows that he can't commit into this fight because that Sheol kept a hold of their ultimate. And he burned his, and it was very apparent that he burned his, because those stun dazzles were popping off the entire fight. Now we're going to have a little bit of downtime. All of the players who lost their Realm of Yang fights have either been knocked out of the lobby, or been able to pick up the soul blooms necessary to keep themselves in it. And we're going to have a little bit of a lull, especially since White Tiger's Forest is still going to be coming into play. Start, legendary armor, legendary fist blades. Going to be feeling very happy with themselves. Currently on 3 eliminations. Does not want to get spotted out. We've seen that the Liams are going to be target numero uno for a lot of these players in the lobby. So you can see that he's making sure he has so many disengagement pathing options. He's going to use the Rising Stance to put himself all the way up to the top of Akila's crest, which is going to give him a proper bird's eye view, quite literally, of all of the goings on around him. Because Lipo is also thinking the exact same thing. I adore when we get final zones around the gravity rocks, because it means that movement becomes absolute king.
Yeah, Lipo just trying to get as much of a vantage point as they can. We do have the Moonbane's Breath pushing all the way up to this level, and so you could very much still be caught out in an instant if you're are careful with your pathing. Here's a replay of what we saw between Lipo and Ajiao. Actually, in the realm of Yang here, there's that stagger tech chase. Lipo just trying to find a little bit of respite. Unfortunately, Ajiao just going to deny them that opportunity as they navigate the utilization of this column. And while Lipo does manage to find a counter hit here, Ajiao is right back onto the offensive.
Yeah, that's that Syra F1 though, forcing Lipo to space away, and that gives up all of that distance for the Syra V1 to come on through. Lipo utilizes the combo break into ultimate activation, catches Ajiao against the invis wall, gets to come through with the jump horizontal on those fist blades, spaces away from the stun dazzle before it can stun him out. As it is now going to be more and more right in the pillar. He goes out of stamina into the stun dazzle just as the Syra ultimate ends, which allows Asia to come through with the grapple kick extension off of the back of it. Lipo now gets the 1-2. Syra investing that F1 once again. The longsword jump LMVs target locking him right on top of that Lani though. And that's how Asia was able to come out on top. Unfortunately, history might repeat itself, NARAKA. The last time we saw Asia kitted to the teeth, trying to take away his spirit, well, the entire lobby turned on him so they could absorb the loot instead. And it looks like the same thing was about to occur. And I'm pretty sure Asia was thinking of deja vu just as he distanced himself from that position.
Yeah, that being said, it's still pretty confident. Looking for the reapproach. XY currently inside of the Spirit Well. Gets the double parry. Here comes the reapproach, though. T225 going to try to grab aggro, forcing XY away from this one. takes up the topside bridge, looking for a re-engage. Star now going to be the one sitting in the middle of Spirit Well. Lipo just playing the bow and arrow at range. Star just having to hop, skip, and jump around to make sure that they aren't getting picked off so easily. XY now going for the re-engage. PXT there as a zoning tool, meaning that a lot of people are just going to tap out and say, yeah, I'm good for now. I'm going to wait to see how many resources are burned by other players, as Asia is right back in it. Dives in, gonna trade here versus Verse, I believe, who is now gonna try to take their spot in the sun. Star doing a good job of staying in for the longest here at the Spirit World. I think that this may be theirs to claim unless
the Moonbane.
Them out here. Yeah, as you say, there's the Moonbane activation. Oh, Star just gonna be blasted in an instant, is gonna have to be sent scrambling.
Yeah, however, he's not going to go for the armor swap because remember, if he dropped that legendary armor that he currently has equipped to grab the one that Spirit Well removes, the players around him would actually be able to pick up his dropped armor, just not the armor that was dropped from the Spirit Well, which is why he backs on off, utilizes the Moonbane as a smokescreen. Will be able to come through with a grab into Narnia. That V2 connection onto Lipo. Where the heck did that Lanny even come from? It's probably exactly what Lipo was thinking. Where the heck did this Liam suddenly come from? There's the V2 coming out into play. Star is going to utilize the F1 combo break to avoid getting staggered on out by that trick ball into a TOD. And off of the back of that, he knows that he's forced this landing into an unfavorable position. He is going to continue to try to follow up, and unfortunately, Lipo denied the opportunity to kite fully where he wants because of that Moonbane. He will be able to distance himself, cutting one of those AoEs between himself and his chaser, before he puts himself all the way up to the top of the Killer's Crest. This is such a good kite position. A lot of the time when we see players, when Yang Depletion is on the board, everyone will move up to here because there's just no way that you're going to be able to lock a player down, especially if it's a player like Lani, who gets so much mobility on both her F1 and either the V1 or the V2, and you can see Star, that frustration is going to be growing. The fact that he's spending this long chasing down one player means that a lot of that Mystic Might is going to be burned out when he turns to the rest of the lobby. However, that Mystic Might is the reason he can keep this chase going for so long. Lipo has no way of breaking the ankles because Mystic Might is going to reveal his position regardless. By trying to run away from Star, he feeds himself into WBG's burst. Every single direction he turns, he's got another player facing him down, and I think the end might be within sight for this poor Lanny, who's got to try and go for an armor swap. But WBG's verse, he ran into him originally. He was keeping a track of where that Lanny was running to and just waiting for the opportune moment to strike.
Yeah, Lyco being able to pick up 3 kills before they expire here. Down to 6 players left with about 3.5 minutes on the clock. This, I think, is going to be going the distance. You say how long these engagements are able to last for, even as the Shadow is going to exclude a lot of the really, really high vantage points here on the map. Fact of the matter is, there's so many places to hookshot off of and otherwise buy space and buy time. And so everybody's going to claim their own little domain at different levels, at different heights. And I think that we are settling on in for what is going to be a very slow 3 minutes as people just jockey for final position.
Yeah, Asia does not want to reveal that there's a Syra. He cannot get spotted out. He's the only Syra in play. And everybody is not going to want to let that hero get his own claps because if they're all underneath, they're all getting hit by Stun Dazzle into that microwave beam. Star, likewise, is going to be on one of those heroes that is target on site, so you're going to see the pathing much more careful, not looking for eliminations, just looking to be out of sight, out of mind, goes over towards the body of Lipo, picks up some resources, then puts himself into a tiny little space that he does not get spotted out, and it's all going to be about target selection for all of these players currently left.
XY at range, now gonna play up top here, and gonna find T225, I think. No! Crouched behind the altar, not spotted out just yet. XY distracted, tried to play with that bow and arrow. T225 can emerge from this, fire off the cannon, get some point blank shots going. It sees Asia below them. Now the question is, who's going to drop down? Who's going to contest? Star also just trying to zone out at the very lowest point of this final circle.
Yeah, everyone on the top is trying to put pressure onto Asia, who's been forced to go out wide, which means that he is getting looked at by all of these players with the cannons who are trying to just chip the health bar down, force a resource, force an ultimate. You can see everyone as well equipped pole swords. They're all looking to try and come in with the last hit off of that skill rush. Asia is going to buy himself a little bit of time with the blistering edge that he's literally just sending, trying to zone away, but unfortunately that's not going to keep himself safe from the cannon fire, and back against the wall. He has no choice. Out comes that Syra V1 and away runs everybody else. Can he turn it on someone else so that everyone in the lobby looks on them instead and allows him to slip silently into the Hollow of Night? XY is getting looked at, but Asia out of ultimate isn't close enough to grab the Soul Bloom, and WBG's verse yet again, eyes on the prize, claims the kill with that cannon. T225 now been forced into burning the ultimate. It's a little bit too close to that edge of the zone, but no player knows exactly how many grabs he currently has left to his name. They're going to wait for the ultimate to be done. He puts himself directly behind the wall, utilizes all of the movement from this pole, so puts himself up into the sky, potentially looks for a drop down, but they're not going to let him. He finds the F1, knocking back one player into the zone, comes on through with the R&B, doesn't commit the Stormform, but gets hooked up by the Liam V2. They let the Liam live, and all of a sudden, Star is in premier position to win this lobby.
That being said, Verse has a lot of health to play with here, and I don't know if the same is to be said here for this Liam. Verse in a really good position, coming out, fighting one Elim, finding the other. And what a showing it is going to be. Verse of Weibo with the second win on the day.
He got so many eliminations too. Like, he wasn't putting himself into danger. He was making sure whether it was the bow for a precision shot when a player was looking to grab the armor swap when he took down Lipo, or whether it was the swap over to Cannon to be able to take advantage of all of those players being forced out wide away from terrain cover, which was the thing that he was able to claim against Asia. He got so many eliminations, and crucially, he didn't put himself into harm's way to be able to pick them up, which meant he got to sit on those resources. The player who ults last in those situations, a lot of the time, especially if it's Shaol, will be able to find max value because that headlock will be able to connect onto multiple players at the same time.
Absolutely. Now, what we're seeing here is a very, very interesting contour of players as we move into the final game on the day. I love the fact that we are getting somebody with the run back, getting the second victory under their belt, Verse very much deserving of the high kill count. They're playing aggressive. Now, on the other side, some of the people that we saw pop up in game number 5 didn't see the same level of success. And so things hang in the balance here as we move into a decisive matchmaker.
I mean, we also got to see emotions sort of reach a boiling point and then tip over. I have not seen as egregious a salty run back for a very, very long time. Spider was not happy that he lost that legendary spear. And the emotions got the better of him. I think that was one of the questions that we had moving into 2025. When Spider moved away from WBG, he moved away from his old coach, and his old coach was the one person who would be able to keep him on task, would be able to make sure that when he had those moments which could potentially lead into a full-on slump, he was able to pull himself out of it. So heading into 2025, like, that question is now going to be asked once again. Can Spider manage to beat his worst opponent, his biggest rival, which has not been Mike, it's been his own self-mind?
Yeah, I agree with you there, Moxie. I wouldn't call that a miscalculation, but I don't think there was any calculation going into that run back. That was pure emotion like you're talking about. And really, coming in game number 5, after Spider has been very much popping off in many of the games throughout the day, I do wonder if we see a true decrease in performance here as we move into the final game. Spider's still coming out 6th place in this lobby by virtue of getting those 2 kills, and so that aggression is something to watch out for. In this case, it definitely proved to be his undoing, but we can see him once again just kind of rack up through that already in the top half. I think he's building enough of a nest egg that he's happy and very much able to make it to the bi-weekly finals. But look at who's coming out on top of them first, of course, with the 7 kills, getting out well ahead of everybody else, lapping the field in terms of the point income versus Star. They're in 2nd place with 4 kills of his own.
Yeah, and remember too, Verse did not have to duel out people for that kill score multiplier. He was able to be the last person standing, so that's also why his points were amplified off of the 7 kills that he was able to find. That might be enough to topple the leaderboard position that Asia was holding, but then again, Asia did also make it pretty far on that game of Holorov 2, as we can see. Some of these players, like, granted, they're going to be lagging a little bit behind. They've only had 1 day of play. They're still going to have next Thursday to be able to try and climb themselves into the top 12 and participate into our next bi-weekly finals. We're going to see Spider currently on 9th position, which is a big surprise given the fact that it's not really the lobby of death that it has been in the first week, right? Mike isn't here, Fong isn't here. Those 2 players alongside Spider and Mike and TW5, they've all been referred to as the emperors, the 4 pillars of China when it comes to solo plays. So with a lot of them being removed from the lobby, you would expect Spider to be popping off. So again, it goes back to that question, being on a new team, a new environment, is Spider falling back into old habits?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I do think that still on the day, Spider is very much pulling himself from the position he was in. We aren't necessarily seeing him fall out to the bottom of any of these lobbies, but the ceiling that we predict for him is not being attained at this point. Really, there's some other names, Verse, Wufong, Asia in particular, who have kind of have stepped over what we expected for them, and in kind, they're the ones who are in a great position. Let's look at some of these highlights coming in from game number 5.
Oh, wait, is this a pony roll? Oh my goodness, I can't believe we missed that. Liam V2 into pony roll. I know Seb somewhere is very, very happy. I think that's my favorite pony roller kill since Alliance Reach and teleported back into the zone on top of pony roller and lost their entire team to it. That's one for you OG Nbpl fans, as we can see here, Spider being able to find that immediately in V2. Looked for the grab onto the Dragon Slayer, wasn't able to find it, does him in with the light attack 1-2. The Spider yet again is going to be able to find a grab. There goes Gravity, and there goes the charged RMBs from the Hollies.
All right, well, we got Spider already clobbered there by the roller, and then we're going to see Spider hoisted by his own petard here off of, I think this is pre-salty run back, but that's already after losing the legendary weapon. Yeah, going to be knocked out here, losing that Vermilion Bird's Might. Rough situation that Spider, on top of just, dealing with the emotions that come from this play and what happens from it, is now also dealing with the fact that we're watching it all once again in frightening detail.
Star there getting the uppercut catch off of the katana, and yeah, you can see that is not a happy player. This is the moment that Burst is able to come on for the shells, trying to use that V1 Toro shell. However, it is Verse who gets to come on through with the CC and last hits off of that staff. And it is Verse who will be able to take the back-to-back MVP. He claimed it before on the ACOS. This time he's going to be able to take it with the second phase selection onto that shell, and we can have a look and see exactly what his loadout was. 2 now to be able to keep up the continuous tick. You want to know how much damage he was able to do with that cannon? It was an awful lot because it was attached to Rupture Gale and Flame Breath, which is why he did 7,507 damage hits with that ranged weapon alone.
At the same time, though, that staff coming in, breaking the 10K mark. I mean, it was so good for the position that Verse found himself in. Already up on kills, already up on score. Now when you're at the end, looking for, not really a heal off, I wouldn't call it that, as people were low as the circle closed. It was a matter of him just buying space, getting his own little kingdom set up for that final decisive fight, though.
Yeah, they were able to hero select really well, too, because they removed the syrup from play, which sort of removed the sense of urgency to finish off the fight before the zone closed. But if you have a sense of urgency, make sure that you are very quickly typing the correct answer into chat. Which player killed SS1's CDY in game number 5? I mean, multiple players did it, but only one of these 4 options if you're confused, because CDY had multiple lives, remember. Only one of these 4 options will be correct. Was it A, Alliance's Asia? Was it B, YCG's T25? Was it C, WBG's Verse? Or was it D, Wolves PXT? Get your answer into chat and keep your eye on your whisper box in case you missed that spring split random gift.
Yeah, I gotta say, out of the questions we've had so far, I don't have the answer on this one. Don't have the memory for it. There were a lot of kills in that last game, of course. A lot of aggression, a lot of people who I think are just kind of setting themselves up for a best possible game number 6. As I said, really in the second half, this is what I love to see. It's players realizing that they're about to set in stone their position on the leaderboard as we move into the decisive finals.
Yeah, but we will wait and see whether or not that final game is going to be another back-to-back-to-back MVP for Verse. We'll be back with it right after this. Hello everybody and welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm Moxie, I'm joined by NARAKA, and unfortunately NARAKA, our time today is drawing to a close, but luckily we have game number 6, and I feel like all of the stunning NARAKA play that we've got to see so far in today's solos, it's not going to be slowing down anytime soon.
Absolutely not. Like I said, this is the time where you really begin to see that pressure. And right now, we're in a period where people are kind of giving into their emotions in a way. Of course, we saw Spider with the salty run back disaster there in game number 5. And so for some people, especially those lower down on the docket who want to just Hail Mary it for one last shot at a chance to make it to that bi-weekly finals, I think that what we're going to be seeing is a lot of aggression blazing fast all the way back on our home of the Morris Isles.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time, aggressive players and emotional players are kind of like, the fires are fanned by what occurs either in the round previous or at the beginning of the round. And Morris has some pretty tilting potential beginnings, right? You've got the poison shrooms, places like Sunwing's Rest and Secret Tunnel. You've got the fire cages dotted all over Celestia, which we've seen many a player being sent into. You've got the signposts as well on all of the door frames on the upper side of Celestia too. As when you have Liam V2 in play, the sky is quite literally the limit when it comes to tilting plays that can be done.
You know, there's something about the way that the Morris Isles are set up that really makes me feel like this is the first map of the game. This is where they were going wild with some of those more punishing gimmicks in a way. And I think that by that being the case, it's a great way to finish off a day like this where there is so much on the line.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but Holoroth has a lot of potential punishments. I still remember the first ever game that we saw on Holoroth. The sand cognacs, right? So when you hit those flowers, they obscure the vision of your sight. And wouldn't you believe it that on the very first day of play that Holoroth was put into the Nbpl scene, the final zone was directly in the sand cognac gorge. And it was so funny because Wolves players and Triers, they did an interview where they were asked about like the sand cognacs, and they were like, we legit did not know that was a thing that occurred when we hit that environmental hazard. We had no idea why suddenly we could not see our entire screen.
Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just want to showcase the newest mechanics, the newest characters as well. We've been seeing a lot of Lonnie on the day, and I don't imagine that's going to shift as we move into this game number 6. But at the same time, rosters have been cut. Players are down to their last few picks that they want to prioritize here. So as we move into character selection, I think that this one is for all the marbles. Very excited to see what comes out.
Yeah, because it's going to be, if you haven't used your double pick already, this is when you're going to use your double pick, but do you have the correct phase selection to be given your double pick? Like, that's the tightrope dance that you have to do in the solos rules matchup now. As you can see, Spider very pensive, looking at his screen and trying to figure out what exactly is he going to do, because the Spider of old, when he got that tilted, would not be able to recover his day. But he has one more game, he has one more chance of being able to recover and play into a lobby where Mike is not present. And unfortunately for him, though, he's not going to have a great opportunity to grab a hero that he wants because he's all the way down in 4th rank selection.
Yeah, well, we are going to see the selection order, I think, favor some of the people that I really am happy are getting that boost at the very end here. Shaw, one more shot at it, buddy. I believe in you. Lipo as well, I think someone who has just kind of been unable to break past into the upper echelon. They could do it here, though, with priority on their side.
Yeah, Lipo was a player that really popped off towards the tail end of last year, who was managing to qualify for the grand finals of J-Cup, actually. As we get to see Sharon PXT, there we go. They withheld their double pick, so they will be able to swipe up the Liam for 1st round selection. Wu Fong is going to opt for the Lani, and Lipo is going to grab up the Cheryl. So potentially we see 3 of those heroes running around, but again, because of the hero point ruling, I'm not sure if either Verso or Zhuan Yuan can take advantage of a lack of lockout from phase 2.
Yeah, this XY pick so early in the Justina, going to be interesting to watch as Verse is going to go onto the Lonnie here. Now, this is something I am interested in seeing. Verse, of course, has been someone who's been playing super aggressive, and I feel like Lonnie has never really been one to top the kill feed, especially as of late. In many cases, what we're seeing out of people picking this character is that they're playing keep away, they're using it as an escape tool, but I really feel like what Verse would benefit from is just more ability to go aggressive, to hit hard, and we'll see if he's going to be able to leverage this character in that way. CDY actually going to be over here picking up another rare one. Kylin is something we've seen a few times. I don't think it's really matched the potential that this character could possibly display. So hopefully we get one pop-off performance here at the very end.
Yeah, so we've got a Lone Wolf Kylin, a Lone Wolf Tammy as well coming through. Frostless was picking that one up a little bit later, and then Akos as well is going to be on the field. So a lot of only one picked heroes, no costume change opportunities. It is going to be Morrisal Knight as well, so expect a lot of these drop locations to be situated around Firefly pickups for all of these players. Like, this start is going to be incredibly aggressive. If the last round did not go well for you, you have to have utilized that little bit of downtime that we had to full reset the mental, because if you go in still boon from the previous round, you're not going to find any value in round number 6.
All right, well, here we go. Picks on the board as well as the abilities available here. Spider gonna go over onto their lockdown with Shale. I like this a lot. I think that this is a one way that we could see Spider bounce back, try to get his mental right for a final game. Frostivus over onto the Temi. I am interested in this one. I've been interested in Frost in his performance as of late, been knocked out early, so I hope that this time around he will be able to make a mark and maybe get back up to that level of greatness he was out in that game number 1.
Yeah, a lot of these heroes though going to have to be relying on picking up multiple Fireflies. Nothing like Tessa or Zip where you can cast it when you're down a little bit of that rage percentage. As CDY is going to be opting for the Kylin V2, no surprises on the F1. The surprise for Asia is going to be the F1 Akos. We did see an attempt at the F2 in the previous round. I believe it was CDY was the one that picked it up as, oh my goodness, that is a lot of players who were going to be drifting up towards Eventide and Sunwings.
Yeah, I'm happy that we're getting this kind of concentrated drop here. Not only is it the case that you have seen people willing to duke it out early, but now, especially with the Fireflies available and the ability to accelerate towards ultimates, we could be getting crazy plays right off the bat, bringing us action from the very start of spawn all the way to the first spawning of the Realm of Yang.
Yeah, GG, no surprises there. That Trios team love to drop Secret Tunnel. In fact, it's pretty much the only drop location on Morris Isle. Seems like Shah has been passed that baton. He's going to be dropping there too. As we talked about, it is going to be Morris Isle night, so there are going to be more Fireflies on the entrance and exit to those secret tunnels, which is why a lot of those players are going to gravitate to those areas first. Premier pick potential as Asia gets scooped back by both of the hits from the fan charged R&B coming out from Lipo, who struck absolute purple coming on through right now. No legendaries currently in play, but this is such a good start for Lipo, who's already been able to shred down all of this armor from Asia, who does come on through with the jump hits from those fist blades, but it's not going to be enough to be able to take the Shadow down. And as we head into Secret Tunnel, CDY is going to be utilizing those dashes to try and pop off some of these poison mushrooms.
It's kind of a little waving a high, gonna cross around and look for loot. CDY happy to play this a bit slower, just trying to get up to a decent resource package to use to outweigh somebody, as T225 isn't being given that same opportunity. This verse is already right on top of them, fighting near the Shadow. Big juggle. And a nice finishing blow by one of the most aggressive players in this lobby.
Yeah, good understanding that when that cliff sort of falls away and you get the river and the bridge over it with the drop down, there is a potential for multiple jump LMBs from those fist blades as the dash from that Justina V1 connects onto PXT. Longsword verticals are also going to be sent out, but XY, having that great armor, not going to want to try and keep this fight invested. He's also fighting in a spot that a lot of players kite onto, because just to the right side of PXT were Fireflies spawned on up. And XY now out of that ultimate is going to be in a very vulnerable position, because if he's without that combo breaker as well, there's the jump LMV coming out from Verse, instantly putting his position directly on top of that Justina. And even though the parry was found, WBG's Verse with the third party and the swap from that bow yet again finds a kill that he's been looking for. He has been doing a really good job of starting off a fight with a melee and then swapping just off on the sidelines with a ranged weapon to be able to finish off the kill.
Very close health pool on either side. CDY gonna just get prisoned here. Spider looking for the killing blow. Almost gets beaten by the banister. There manages to get around and land one final shot here. Good stuff from another player who's really looking to right course after what happened in game number 5, as now we turn our attention to Shaw, looking to try to kill Frostivus here. As I said, I'm looking at Frost to try to make a mark. Unfortunately, already without armor, they're in a very difficult position. Parry back, now just trying to use the house as a means by which to find leverage. But Shaw plays patiently, plays grounded, and finds the killing blow, as now we watch Curse versus PXT.
Yeah, unfortunate for Frostivus. He won the original gamble too. Like, the Liam was not happy with the decision that he made, invested that combo breaker. Frostivus still had his F1, but because they were fighting inside that building, the F1 didn't get as much value as the Template was looking for, and immediately the Liam was able to follow up on the disengage and catch him as he hit the ground with the R&B from those halberds, which has been long since a problem for those Tumultuous whenever they use the F1. It's the reason why it's gold focused, not a blue like it used to be in the past, because you would immediately just get chased up to either dual blades, nunchucks, or halberds, as Verse with the dual blades will be able to find the parry. Pulls out the combo breaker from this Liam, so F1 has since been invested. PXT, there are so many players in this area. He is going to be able to kite into a second building and then scale rush out of that window frame, putting himself potentially out of arm's reach. The horizontal hits, he's going to also be able to pick himself up that little bit of utility, which is going to silence his footsteps coming on through. Unfortunately for him, it doesn't blind his opponents. Not the Dandelions, one of their pastimes. And PXT with that scale rush is now on the low level, having to utilize the charged LMB from the stagger just to climb himself a little bit closer towards the cliffs to get another scale rush off of the back of. Picks up a great armor reset. We get another scale rush up onto one of those buildings, and still this chase continues, but PXT is going lower and lower and lower. He has been able to find a distance to disengage, but he hasn't found the damage to turn his pursuers onto someone else. There's an attempt, a little bit of a light attack hit towards one player who gets a little bit too close, and PXT is still sliding and moving and scale rushing out of this fight for as long as he possibly can.
Yeah, impressive stuff from PXT, who will actually just find a hiding spot. And I think that might be enough. Lipo Back on top of the roof here, PXT I think is spotted again, but is back to full armor and almost full health here. Star, though, sees the common armor, realizes that this is still an opportunity for him to try to answer back. Unfortunately, he's going to lose that initial trade after entering in with a hook shot. T225 on the backside of this one means that PXT has to be incredibly careful, but so does Star. Star off knockdown, looking to just re-engage upon PXT. PXT is losing their armor for this, but Star is going worryingly low. PXT off dagger, trying to just buy a little bit of space. Double freeze coming through, and T225 doesn't care who they find. They will get themselves a kill and a second.
Oh, good dash freezes coming through from T225. PXT, unfortunately, if he went for a commitment onto the Cheryl because the Cheryl ultimate was active, he would just have committed a stagger, which would have allowed the CC from that headlock to come on through. He wanted as well to die now so that he still had the opportunity to continue in this lobby before the rebirths were taken off of that table. Spider's going to be dueling out for control over this Realm of Yang entrance. Know that T225 has covered one of them with a Moonbeam. That's why Spider is going to be drifting and dueling GG Shack currently. Spider not wanting to get too close to the outsides of it, especially some shots swapped over towards that staff. He does not want to be on the wrong end of a charged RMB. Spider goes for the wall hang a little bit too long. There's the attempted RMB coming in through from Sha. Spider is going to maneuver this position of the fight a little bit closer towards that Yang portal in case things start going wrong. There's the activation of the ultimate, which is going to put more pressure onto Sha. The shield block is going to be able to keep Spider out of all of that damage coming through from this Liam, as well as avoiding the follow-up from that charged RMB. He saved the charge, but Sha is able to get out of the headlock and throw that V2, and Spider suddenly is out of distance of the Yang pass, will be able to maneuver himself over the portal in time to beat Sha's kite and pick up the portal pass yet again. Still has another block, still has another charge, will be able to put the Liam into a headlock long enough to buy himself, with the investment of the F1, finally passage into a Realm of Yang fight.
Yep, and so we got YCG versus ALL, and now we got Spider facing off versus CDY here. ASC, last one. May not have to match up against anybody, but we are going to take this guys here and see how this one fares. Spider already looking for a way in. Good quick swap off of that bow and arrow after not landing that. Try to just force their way through with the nunchucks. CDY going to be knocked back here. Spider happy to just continue to play the runaround, using this column as a blocker. CDY trying to find an entrance point, dashes back. Currently low on armor here. It is going to be imprisoned. That should be enough. And Spider, smelling blood in the water, going to jump on top of their opponent. Double lockup now. One last shot. CDY tries to stabilize. And Spider's happy to fall back and start to use the bow and arrow. Set tumbling. Spider might actually lose their armor here. CDY having a bit of time to recover. It's another lockup, though. It's just one sliver of health left. A bow and arrow connects. And that means that Spider just needs one touch. Tries to land an LMB. CDY answers back with a combo, but gets clipped at the very end. And you can see the reaction of CDY. He thought he could reverse course.
Yeah, that ability to just charge up the counter throw and put it out whenever you so please. Spider just waiting for the last possible minute so that his opponent thinks that, okay, he's burned out of charge, the ultimate is done. And then he gets to throw it on through just as the Colin ultimate deteriorates as well. Really good control coming through from Spider to just withhold that last little bit of counter block commitment. We're going to see that Asia also was able to win his Realm of Yang, so continuing. That's his first elimination, actually, in this lobby. So he was slow burning on this one, making sure that he was skilled enough to be able to win that first Realm of Yang, because now he'll be able to get his hands on a legendary weapon, which is going to be doing an awful lot for this ACOS to be able to follow up on off of that V2. We'll probably get to see a replay come on through. I believe he might have won it up against T225, who's currently on Yang depletion, as Verse, our previous MVP back-to-back, is now taken out of the lobby by ASE's XY. CDY going head-to-head against T225, the Justina needing to keep this fight going, potentially wanting to all in with that ultimate before a third party can come on through. But there's WBG's Verse in ghost form, potentially going to be rezzing up near to look for a third-party opportunity, especially given the fact that CDY on great armor now without a weapon is about to get sent packing. T225 finds the elimination, will be able to pick up the Soulblum, and he does it all with the V1 on this Justina still intact. So if he needs to pop the cord and disengage fully, it's absolutely still an option.
Yeah, and we could see that maybe that was a follow through, as CDY definitely seemed a little bit tilted coming out of that realm of Yang, now cleaned up, eliminated from the lobby. That is their last chance to make a mark here today, and that will solidify their spot at number 10, very much within striking distance of losing out their placements, depending on how things go in the other set of solos. So that's one of those things to talk about here. That pressure very much present for players like him. Players like Spider as well, who's currently getting the better of Lipo in this exchange. Good counter hit. Lipo in a lot of trouble now. Going to have to be set and running. Try to use the clip phase to the best of their ability. Spider happy to trade mono and mono, just very close to one another. Spider with the scale rush, unfortunately, going to get Matadored. Will not be able to land that connection. May not matter. While Spider does get grabbed here in the mirror, I don't think that that's enough for Lipo to bring it back. Spider, one more shot will do it.
Yeah, not off of that scale rush. Spider will be able to pick up the elimination, but this ASE is Xuan Yuan, and now here's the problem for Spider. He's got his ultimate, and it's about to run on out. So if XY wants to try and take this fight, he is going to have an advantage, and Spider knows this. So he's going to put up a little bit of pressure, try and buy himself up one of those charges, and the ultimate runs out, and he's in full disengagement mode. WG's verse getting absolutely fried currently by the RMBs coming in from the 1-2 of those halberds. Loses all of that purple armor. T225 also just wanting to try and find a nice entrance into the fight. He has been able to pick up a soul bloom, so he doesn't want to full commit into it, especially since we've got another Realm of Yang spawning on through, which is the reason that Verse is currently kited into this pathway. Not only is there a Realm of Yang, there's also going to be a Spirit Well, so he's hoping that there's going to be enough bait on the table to draw in a player and force a fight which he can take advantage of and cleanse that Yang depletion. Considering he's only got 2 minutes, he doesn't have the time to be able to track down some of these players' locations. If he'd been able to get that elimination, that would have been perfect. Unfortunately for him, he was no winner.
XY trying to continue this bout of aggression. Wufong trading with them. XY now incredibly low. Has to try to find a parry here and now. Good knockback. Wufong in trouble. Activates ultimate, looking for a way to disrupt XY, who's going to have to freeze in response to this one. And as soon as that stasis wears, Wufong right back in there to land the killing blow.
Okay. Xuan Yuan, I am incredibly surprised he went for that Justina F2. That timer on Vermilion Bird's Might was 10-second sub. If that F2 had kept him alive long enough for him to be out of Vermilion Bird's Might and that Lani V2 to take him down just as that burned out, he would be out of this lobby for good.
Yep.
So the fact that he went for that play is crazy. The fact that he's respawned as well. He went for a soul ultra and he's positioning himself to take a second Realm of Yang fight. T225 is also going to put himself into another Realm of Yang fight despite losing the first one, and we can see the chase down coming on through. Verse puts the pressure onto Xuan Yuan. Both of these players, the Lonnie commits the V2, the Justina the V1. Verse is down stamina though, and has to make sure that he kites over towards those cliffs and can scale rush out of a potential fight that comes on down. As you can see on the mini-map, T's Wufong does not care about that portal. He cares about the elimination he can potentially find on this landing because he knows that she just invested that ultimate, and he knows that Alani had Yang depletion and is potentially looking to get that last hit before Verse gets taken down to depletion. But no, Verse jukes him, hides around the corner, and Wufong slides directly past.
All right, well, second Realm of Yang time. T225 is going to be facing off against PXT. I think PXT is in a must-win position here. Cannot afford to be put into Yang depletion coming out of this one. But T225 is going to try to just win this one quick. Activating Scale Rush, finding good contact here, but the solid knockback response here from PXT is buying them a little bit of rest, but both of them still about even in regards to their health. And currently it's PXT crossing the ground floor, looking for a new angle forward. T225 is just going to absolutely suffocate their opponent here, and now off the juggle. PXT has one more shot at life. There's a dodge back tech chase. PXT trying to heal back up here, using the ball. And now T225 is going to be frozen in response. Here comes the approach. PXT manages to hold center stage here. That utilization of ultimate was almost enough to bring this back to even, but T225 has also healed themselves. Second ball fired off. This one could be enough. PXT Gonna send T225 sprawling. T225 back up to their feet. Doesn't get TOD'd here, but now in a desperate situation. And here comes the reversal. I was not expecting this whatsoever, but now T225 is in so much trouble. 1v1, trying to find enough space by which to maybe pull out that range challenge again, but I don't think they're going to be given the opportunity. It's a one-touch situation, and it's going to be one that PXT somehow recovers from and wins.
Oh, he perfect frames so many of the nunchuck hits. Coming on through and attempting to chase him down when he looks at that disengagement. But unfortunately, so much time goes past that PXT is able to come back into another combo breaker. T225 wasn't able to find the TOD. PXT still had the ultimate activation of the Liam V2 to go into gold frame focus, then immediately grab the ball up onto the Justina. And unfortunately, 2v5 with those two dashes was not able to find the elimination that he immediately was looking for. The F2 was going to avoid the uppercut prior, but now he doesn't have it to keep his weapon in play or avoid the follow-up damage from the parry. Out comes the grapple kick into the charged R&B. There's the ultimate coming into the mix, but Star is going to be able to dodge out of one of those freezes with the activation of the Sheol V1. And 2v5 now knows that the advantage that he had, that potential opening, has since melted and goes on a full kite path, looking to create enough distance, potentially end the ultimate early to conserve some of that rage, but guy himself a little bit of distance to get some of this purple armor healed back up, because Star still has this Cheryl V1 in play. And even if the fight begins once more with the ultimates out and neutral back in, we can see players on the horizon, and the third party potential is looming.
Yep, T225 in-game depletion. Probably can't find the answer here. Star, with just too much health, is going to give up a little bit of their armor on the trade. Here's the knockaway. Star once again on the tech chase, tries to find something. T225 zipline finds the combo. Unbelievable stuff.
Ooh, but no! Spider saw the fight. And into the zone, T225 has to go. He picked up the soul bloom, but I don't think it's going to be enough to preserve himself in this lobby, because Spider, yeah, there it is. He gets that last little bit of damage. Make sure that he keeps up that damage too. The White Tiger's press is gonna pop off, signaling that Spider found that elimination that he was looking for. And unfortunately, even though 2v5 found the crazy clutch turnaround with the spear swap up, he is not rewarded. This is how Spider was able to win his realm of Yang, or potentially lose it. Goes for that Sheol later ultimate activation, gets caught out by the headlock. Baits around with the potential heal situation before turning and utilizing a headlock of his own, swapping on over to the pistol as he spaces on out, puts himself on top of the pillar to obscure when he throws out that counter block, which means that Star is going to get caught out by a second one. Star with the drop down charged R&B on this halberd. Spider gets the perfect dodge framing through it, utilizes the grapple, puts himself onto the pillar, skirmishes up, drops down into charged R&B from the Hong Sword, and sends out the focus strike to find the win. What a turnaround play for Spider.
Yeah, Spider with two good back-to-backs right now, looking like they're in very good position. Not a hint of that kind of emotionality that may have dropped them game number 5. Now they're one of the top competitors here to end out this series with a bang.
We've got 6 players left in this lobby. I have a horrible feeling that it's not going to go all the way to end zone. We're probably going to see this close out before that last Spirit Well properly spawns on up. That being said, though, I think a lot of our players who did have Yang depletion have been removed from the lobby, so the urgency to fight has somewhat ebbed. Spirit Well is now going to be spawning on up, as is Moonbane. And once again, Moonbane is directly over where Spirit Well is going to be. And that is going to be a little bit of a curveball thrown into a lot of these players' posturing positions that they wanted to take previously.
Yeah, it seems like it's two sets of players who are just kind of splitting from one another, and so there is a chance that we do still get to a position where the Shadow has to close in before we see anyone really pull the trigger. When you're looking at the current scoreboard, Spider's just well ahead of everybody else in regards to resources. 1 kill to the 5 kills up there at the top with Wufong and PXT. Frostivus is once again in a position where they're just playing way too passively. Down at 0 kills still, their burden was to really just pop off and completely destroy this lobby. They and Shaw have both been denied that opportunity. XY is there, trailing Spider by 3 kills in 2. So, with that in mind here, I think that what we need to see is either Shaw or Frostivus play up to their burdens and try to force a fight here and now. I don't think they can let someone like Spider bully people off of the final spirit well and give them the opportunity to just take that away.
Yeah, Frostivus can definitely play havoc with the third-party potential off of Tammy Wisps, but he cannot afford to utilize his ultimate because we saw in the past, right, when a Tammy did burn his ultimate, everybody after the V3 had passed all in against him. Spider's going to be showcasing that Assassin's Lunge attached to the purple dagger, and the threat off of that likely going to buy himself a lot of spacing, as well as the fact that he invested that Trail V1 incredibly early on so that no one could contest him, all lest they face that tortoiseshell block counter coming through. And you said that you didn't want to see Spider get the opportunity to bully the lobby, but I don't know, I think it's a little bit of a shakedown, and Spider is looking for all of the lunch money.
Absolutely. PXT, not a whole lot of life left in this. Player from the Wolves is going to try to just round the corner, actually delves deep into the storm here just to buy a little bit of space for jumping back in. Luckily, the fight has shifted away from their position, so they may get another lease on life.
Oh, Spider hurt the heel, I think. But yeah, Spider hit the heel. There he goes, and the chase begins anew. We do get the Wild Wind Spout coming off the Legendary Soldier for that fan, but Spider just has a couple more hits with this pistol, and he'll be able to confirm this elimination. He does have to be careful that he doesn't overcommit, though. Everyone spotted that PXT is low, that he's down the ultimate. He's now going to be down Combo Breaker. Gotta try and just slip in and out of that zone. Can't stay in too long, though, because the heal cut reduction has already hit onto him. Kites over towards the door front. Rushes out. Moonbane smiles favorably on PXT, but he's still not out of danger just yet. Into the Moonbane AoE. He has to risk it for the biscuit. And the Hay is going to keep himself out of one of them. But it's a Hail Mary hit of the Hong Sword that claims Spider's elimination onto PXT. And he gets to find all of the resources he was looking for, and his 6th elimination in the lobby. But White Tiger's prowess is still popping off for another 80 seconds yet.
Well, Moxie, and now there were 4. Spider is in such a dominant position here. Like you said, White Tiger's prowess is still very much available for them. Beyond that, they're now up to 6 kills on the docket. Frostivus going to try their luck, just trying to take high ground right next to Spider. Going to be chased off by the combination of them and at XY. Now, maybe in a little bit of a scramble situation, as XY is going to have to deal with Spider on the back end of this one, allowing for Frostivus to slink away. Still had 0 kills, mind you. XY in a lot of trouble as now Wufong is going to smell blood in the water, realizing that they're going to need to find the elimination here if they want any chance to answer back up against what Spider is doing. While this is happening, it's Frostivus all the way on the far side of the circle. XY unable to survive. It's Spider claiming another one. Now it's down to 3.
That was Vajra's grip invested. We did see Spider get caught up in the soldier animation to withhold his weapon when he got parried. We also know one of the legendary soldiers he's currently holding on to is Aurora Burst, so sizable AoE, but more important is the silence effect that occurs from it. But we can parry it when the white flash comes through from their character. Wufong taking a lot of damage. We've got Twin Shot Bounce Shell on the cannon, an unusual soldier. To be sure, we do not see it as often as Rupture Gale Flame. Orb Spider utilizes that F1, and he's just so far out of this fight. He is uncaring in the world right now, just looking to see whether he can chip some of this shields down, keep that fight, keep that pressure going onto all of these players. Is that a Phoenix Blast as well? Attached to that longsword, we'll have to wait and see. As it is now going to be him continuing. Yeah, there it is! There's the turnaround animation. Phoenix Blast on the field. 2 legendary melee weapon soldiers, and off of the back of that, Spider's going to be able to utilize those longsword tracking shots so much more effectively, putting the pressure up onto Wufong, making sure to chase him away from the body so that he can't find any resources left behind to better set him up for this next engagement. Because remember, 3 players are left in this lobby. It becomes a matter of resilience. Wufong down. That combo breaker is going to be a target. He's utilizing that ultimate, trying to all in, turn the attention onto this Temmie in the hopes that Spider goes for the bigger threat. And now with the small ultimate invested, Spider has Phoenix Blast, and that gets to go through the wind wall, and we go down to a 1v1.
Wufong doing their best to try to suss out where Spider is. Spider, though, trying to initiate with a scale rush. Wufong looking for a parry. Can't quite find it. Needs to probably disarm if they want any chance versus Spider at close range. Good stagger. Going to get a lot of damage off of SR's representative here. Wufong on the tech chase now. Actually just going to be able to pummel through the entirety of the armor. Spider going to have to fire off their abilities, but they're on such a sliver. One more touch can do it. Wufong going to be knocked down, though, and now we could see the turnaround. 3 charges available. Spider going to be able to get the first grip down. Wufong in a lot of trouble now. Spider bringing out the shield, trying to trade, and we see Wufong take to this guy to try to answer back. Here's the hook shot as the response, as Wufong is trying to play the zone in game. Has the cannon. Spider a one touch. Here comes the bounce shell. Will it be enough? Wufong going to be aggressed upon one more time as Spider brings out the shield. Both and desperate balances of life as Spider snipes to get the victory.
The fade away to disguise what charge and whether the ultimate was still active on the V1, and then the turnaround to be able to catch the counter shield, get that guaranteed chokehold, and then come on through with the Phoenix Plus because he understands that the Lani is going to panic and try and put themselves up into the air, and in doing so get caught out by the tracking coming on through, which when you have Phoenix Plus on the long sub, so much more impactful, so much easier to be able to track those players when you actually commit to those focus strikes. It really looked like Wufong was going to be able to have that one, especially given the fact that Spider started that fight without his combo break. He was relying on the damage reduction off of that F1 early to be able to carry him in to coming through with that ultimate. And Wufong, like up till then, was playing it perfectly. He saw the Phoenix Blast. He knew that the longshot hits would go through the Tumult's wind wall. He all-ined on the Tumult to force that V3 to come out in the hopes and understanding that Spider, with that Soldier, would turn onto the Temi instead, would allow him to hold on to his Lani V2. Potentially, Spider has to all-in and commit his V1 to being able to take the Temi down. And then he's suddenly in that 1 versus 1, up in terms of cooldowns and up in terms of ultimate. But Spider just being able to back-to-back get the grapple kick extensions, get the chokeholds to come on off of that V1. And with the toothpicks and then the fade out mix up, throws surprise out of that last block of reserve charge, catches Wufong out just before he can dodge out of it. And that is why Spider is a world champion level player.
Absolutely. I doubted it a little bit there, Moxie, that edginess that we saw out of him where he decided to dive back in and did so without any dividends in game number 5. Maybe you think that maybe his time in the sun was up, but no, this is a legacy preserved, deservedly so, dominating the lobby here in game number 6. And what a way to write the course, honestly. It's not only aggression, but it is the ability to leverage it in very smart situations. You aren't diving in, you're waiting for really good third parties, you're negotiating and analyzing very quickly what materials everybody has available, and you see crazy outplays come through because of that. Congratulations to Spider on a day where he basically goes from bottom half all the way up to one of the top competitors in my eyes here in solos.
I mean, that was probably one of the best 1v1s we've seen. Like, straight up in all of NARAKA esports. I cannot wait to get to see that one again in replay codes. I'm sure that one is going to go viral in all of the highlight reels. Spider's got to be over the moon with that one, because like there was doubt coming into today. There was a lot of doubt, especially after that game of Hollow. It was like, is this going to be 2023 Spider? Is this going to be 2024 Spider? Wait, which one exactly are we going to be getting? It's 2022 Spider's world champion level Spider coming on out, and I'm so happy to see him back at his peak.
I think it's 2025 Spider's honestly the answer, Moxie. This is a new era Spider looking to rewrite history, build himself up as the top competitor here, and you can see on the scoreboard jumping out to a big lead with 12.6 coming through, given the fact that he had double kills of anyone else in the lobby as well as being the last one standing.
I mean, 8 eliminations, Spirit Well as well that he was able to pick on up. He kept the secret too, like he showcased so many different win cards against so many different opponents, right? We saw Away just tucked in to the actual fight that went down behind the closed walls of building. He went for the Aurora Burst Soldier to show off that he had that one. Then he had Phoenix Blast that he was utilizing too, all of which he didn't really utilize when he was just positioning and posturing on up for that Spirit Well. He utilized just the threat of that V1, the mutually assured destruction. You might be able to walk on that Shiol, but if you stagger her a single time, you're getting put into that V1 hold.
All right, well, here we go. Looking at the standings coming out of this season 2 solo performance here. PXT still staying within the top 10 there, doing a decent job of racking up points to at least stay on the level for the time being. Get XY right there, pushing themselves into 11th place off of a 17.5 point day. Credit where credit's due, as Azhao gets another standout showing here. 20.5, not quite at the level of Verse or T225 on the day, but still very much preserving their lead.
And consistent as well, which is something that rookies have struggled with in the past. And we know that he consistently carries that through into the bi-weekly finals too, where there's a lot of additional pressure off of the back of that stellar performance. Spider, by the way, hops himself on up into 5th place position and could, if he continues to have as explosive a day, manage to end up in prime position when we head into those next bi-weekly finals, which would definitely be a way to continue his spring season of Nbpl.
Yeah, highlight making performance, and I'm very excited to see what the other half of the docket here for the solos are going to end up doing, trying to answer back against some of these peak plays that we saw all day. Here we go. It's Verse versus T225 to start us off with our final highlight reel.
Yeah, that's that Kite, making sure that the fight is over bridge top, so he gets multiple Jilf LMBs. Spider here again, too, just mixing up the timing of when he throws out those Tortoise Shell blocks to be able to keep his opponent on the top ropes. That's the moment that every single Tumult has felt, when you go for your combo break and it actually provides a window of opportunity for your enemy, as opposed to giving you safe passage out of the fight. The tech check with just immediately coming on for all the dual blade uppercuts when you go for that aerial play. And yeah, there's a lot of passion into this realm of Yang losses and wins. Spider here getting to come on through with those dual halberds, 1-2 into jump LMB, goes for the hold of the RMB, drops down, threatens the spacing, gets the parry, forces the F1, and it is going to be a clean kite from Lipo onto the cliff edge to make sure that it's not a clean follow-up from Shiol, but still with that skill rush, Spider was able to take his opponent down. Here's this amazing moment here. Look at the tiny little sliver. You can just see that little bit of tick left on that Shiol V1, and there's the opportunity that Wufong saw when he was stuck up in that air. He did not expect that Tortoise block to come on through, and Spider is able to find the opening to guarantee that he hits that last bit of Phoenix Blast onto Wufong and claims his MVP. And what an MVP it was. 21,082 damage done overall, 5,150 of it done by skills and ultimates. So that is a lot of successful V1 connections.
Absolutely. Spider with an absolutely incredible showing as well, going to bring us to our conclusion here, game number 6, all his. And really, this is such a good roadmap for the future of this player. I think that there's plenty left in him. Like I said, this isn't 2022, 2023, 2024 Spider. 2025 Spider is the same guy, but a different beast entirely.
I mean, when we heard from him in interviews, and we were like, he was getting asked about his new team, because obviously it used to be WBG. He was always WBG Spider, and then since coming into 2025, he got picked up by the organization of SR. And actually, the history behind that is that the boss, the head honcho of SR, is a Spider fan. So when he was looking at all of the Nbpl solo players, he said, I want that guy. That's the reason that Spider is on SR. That's one of the reasons why SR was formed, to enter into Nbpl. And you can see when Spider has performances like that, his boss is going to be dumb proud.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, if this is going to be the level that Spider operates at for the rest of the season, all I could say is that was a good investment, SR. That was a really good call to try to pick him up here for the solos run, because right there in one day, he's picking up a lot of points. Single games, he's picking up more points than some people have in total. And that is a good way to start out a season if I ever did see one. I know that, you know, day to day, of course, things can shift, things can change, but I think that Spider has gotten off to the kind of opening that you hope to see out of a future or once again champion.
Yeah, we'll have to see whether or not he can carry it through into his second day of play, which will be coming out on Fridays. But we've had an explosive game of play. We've had a game of extremes, a day of extremes. We got to see phony roller kills. We got to see chandelier CC smashes. We got zones closing out fully with heal-off situations and going down to the absolute wire. We got draws on the heal-off situations. And then some games we got to see 1v1s go down and finish it before the Spirit Well even spawned for the last bit. So Nbpl continues to be an absolute bag of surprises.
Yeah, and I got a great time being introduced to the world of solo Nbpl alongside one of the greatest casters I've ever had the pleasure of working with. Thank you so much, Moxie, for the privilege of working with you and experiencing all these wild games. I'm so happy you got your chandelier crash.
I am so happy. You have no idea how long I have been waiting for that moment to occur. But we are going to be hearing from one of our wonderful players with an interview. Take it away.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we invite SS1 CDY come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first.
大家好，我是 SS1 的陈道宇。
Okay, welcome. I thought you will say in English. 我以为你会用英语说。打招呼。
Hello everyone, my name is SS1 CDY.
Yeah, that's it. That's pretty good. Well, so we're back to today's game. Why 0 point for the last game? 为什么最后一把0分啊？
Because I have many
mistake.
Because I have many mistake.
Oh, you made many mistake. What kind of mistake? Can you like tell us? 什么样的失误可以跟我们讲一讲吗？ You can say in Chinese if you don't know.
就是我的连招失误了，然后有点紧张。
Oh, so maybe I think you talk about in the Young you fight with Spider and you made a mistake like during the combo. During the combo. 那其实谈到那一波回阳镜，我们也看到了。So when we saw you and Spider fight in the Young and after you lose the game, and we heard someone shout very loudly that time. Is that you? And what did you say? 那其实当时在结束那把回阳镜的时候，我们听到了有一个人。 大喊了一声，整个场馆都听到了，是你吗？当时在说什么？
当时说的是我失误了。
Oh, so I just say I made a mistake. Well, okay, let's move on to our answer projector, please. So this time our question is, can you understand the question?
Yes, I can.
Wow, very good. So this time our question is, which hero did SS1 CDY use in Game 6? A Kylan, B Temuch, C Akko, C Justina. 那 A 是张起灵，B 是特姆尔 ，C 是胡维 ，D 是顾清寒。So please count down time. 到底是一下吧。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. And what's the answer?
A.
Yes, the answer is A. Well, so why there's no Tarka option? I thought every time when we have a question about Padaman, about CDY, there must be at least one option with Tarka. So because, you know, we remember for the last regular game, you used Tarka once. Do you think Tarka, this hero, is okay to use for now Nbpl? 其实刚刚那个我就说，为什么我们这个问答环节里面的选项不是为什么问答里面的选项没有季沧海呢？因为每次探讨说问到问题有关我们那个道语的时候，都感觉一定要提一下火男，毕竟上一个常规赛也用了嘛。觉得现在火男能玩吗？
感觉很难玩啊，拿出来玩就是还是先进个周决再说吧。
I think it's a little bit hard, but I think for me the first thing is for me is I have to qualify the bi-weekly final. Well, so Tarka is kind of became a kind of tag for CDY. Also, we remember you have the same born point with DRG Feng. Well, do you think it's okay for Feng for this time's bi-weekly final? Do you think maybe he can qualify? 那其实我们提到这个，还是会想到之前跟我们峰峰跳了一个跳点嘛，觉得这一周峰峰能进吗？
这一周这个分数线应该不会很高。如果说他第2天、他第3天拿个24分左右，应该就能进。
Okay, I think the qualifying line won't be very high. If he can get more than 20 points for the next day, maybe we can see each other in the bi-weekly final. Okay, thank Daoyu. Come to our interview, and hope you got a good grade for the next game. Can you understand the English?
Understand.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye bye, everyone.
Thank you so much, Leah, and thank you so much, CDY. I'm kind of sad. I hardly ever get to do solos. I was so ready for the CDY Taka, and we didn't get to see it all today.
Yeah, but we got to see some great performances from CDY and many other players. And so, Moxie, I gotta say, I'm coming away from the date super happy with what I witnessed here. Solo's obviously really building up to be an incredible division here in the NBPL, but we got so much more content across duos and trios to tune in for as well. And sure, Moxie, hopefully I'll be able to touch base with you on your favorite trios eventually.
Oh, yeah, I mean, trios tend to be my stomping ground. I love Xiphon. I absolutely adore Xiphon. I really like the mix-up too with Syra coming into the things too, because it used to be Karumi to be able to use the F3 to cover the weaknesses of the Xi and the fact that she didn't get damage reduction, but that is going to be trios action for you tomorrow. This is the solos leaderboard that we can see. CDY was talking about the fact that he thought the cap would probably be around 20 points into qualifying for the top 12 spots into this next bi-weekly final. So all of these players definitely in the hot seat when it comes to the second day of play.
Yeah, right now you're looking at the people who have very much already outstripped the pace of the game, breaking past the 20-point milestone. CDY, one of them on his own self-professed bubble, so he's got a third day of competition here to try to build back out. But we look at the top of the leaderboards as it comes up now. PXT kind of really being the one to break away here, but you look at how many leaps and bounds some of these players are above some of the people who are still fighting for those scraps, fighting for that breakout point at number 12, and you can see that right now Solo's division is showing out some real stars who are going to look to make a big mark here as we move deeper into the season.
Yeah, we've always sort of had, every single time we've had a new season come through, the rookies have looked incredibly promising at the beginning. And then that momentum has faded out as the year has continued. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not Ajo is going to be that rookie that finally manages to make their mark and stick the landing. Doesn't just impress in regular, but will be able to keep up all of that aggression, pressure, and also wins coming through when we head into the bi-weekly finals and also when we head into the championship days. But we talked about trios. It was a little bit of an appetizer, a teaser for you, because trios will be coming at you tomorrow. Do not fear, there is plenty of Nbpl action to go around.
Well, it was an honor to be with you, Moxie, for today. And like I said, we've got many more casts ahead of us, many more days of fantastic Nbpl action. So while you guys get the opportunity here, make sure you drop a follow into the Twitch stream as well as to the many social media platforms that NARAKA is on. You can find me as Nyarko at CAA Commentates.
Yes, make sure to keep a track of all of that because they will be continuing to update you with everything that goes on the esports channel, as well as the drop campaigns that are going to be accompanying the Nbpl and esports seasons, because just as we have the Nbpl cosmetic drops, we also have the J-Cup drops, which will be taking place when J-Cup occurs too, which is, we say a long ways away, but we are already headed into April. We're nearly halfway through 2025, so J-Cup creeps up on you real fast.
Man, when you put it like that, Moxie, time does fly, but honestly, so happy to be part of Nbpl. And, you know, if time's flying, that means we're getting a whole lot of action real quick here in NARAKA land.
Yeah, time does fly, unfortunately. If you look at our hero points, Hardy does not in this current season. He is very much missing from the action of both solos and trios, but that's just all the more exciting because it means that we will have a continuing developing meta coming through, because these pros, they're playing on old patch, so everything that you're seeing is all gonna be changing up if we do maneuver on over, throwing into the mix a whole lot of buffs. And, you know, throwing in quite literally a whole new weapon. Throwing knives are definitely going to be changing things up in both solos and trios.
Yeah, hopefully I can get my technical gremlins worked out on my computer, because right now I actually can't play NARAKA BLADEPOINT, and I'm being denied the opportunity to try out all this new stuff, all these new characters. Like I said, I haven't been able to really get in on the game ever since Akos came out, so I cannot wait to play all the people that I'm seeing being brought to absolutely fantastic levels here in the NBPL. I mean, in particular, I'm looking at what Lonnie does, and I love movement characters. She seems right up my alley.
She is an incredibly fun character to play and an incredibly frustrating character to play against, let's be honest. But we're likely not going to be seeing Lani tomorrow, considering she's very much just solos meta. However, if you do think you're going to see Lani, well, you'll have to tune in tomorrow to see whether or not that's going to continue. We'll be back with the NBPL action with trios tomorrow at the same time. Good night, everybody.